Chapter 11:24. A Type 95 bayonet with a blood groove would draw out the blood and lubricate the friction between the blade and the muscles. It could quickly carry out a second attack. If the bayonet really did stab the male soldier, he would be offended. 14 soldiers took care of 3. Yi Qian didn't continue searching. Hearing that there was no movement around her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Yi Qian, who only took one Type 95 rifle, quietly retreated in the direction she needed to go. She didn't know that there were soldiers chasing after her during the survival training. Uncle Chen also didn't remind her. It seemed that the military had something to do with it. The conversation with the Major General during the Spring Festival was still vivid in her mind. He said, "In the future, if there is a plan that you didn't plan for, it will definitely be related to the military. Don't make a fuss about it. Just focus on completing your training." Thus, a group of soldiers that suddenly appeared in front of her and soldiers chasing after her were part of the plan that the military added to her. Her plan was 7 days of survival training. Instead of staying behind to take care of the soldiers chasing after her, focus on completing your training. You can't be distracted. The wind in the mountains blew gently, causing the leaves to gently rustle. Yi Qian, who had always been clear about what she needed to do, didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the thrill of battle. She left the valley where the soldiers were hiding. The flashing red light continued to move in the direction she needed to go. It didn't take long for her to move away from the 12 stationary red dots. Li Jinyan unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white navy uniform, revealing his wild collarbone. His expression was focused and cold as he stared at the flashing red dots. He didn't continue to fight. Within 5 minutes, he had taken care of 3 and left. This was getting interesting. There were 2 things that soldiers should avoid during training: being provoked and being distracted. Once these 2 things were violated, it meant that the soldier's emotions were volatile and easy to control. His judgment needed to be strengthened. If he were to objectively evaluate her, there would be 3 words: unqualified. It was interesting to say that she was a female soldier. Firstly, she was clear about what her training was. Secondly, she had taken care of the 3 soldiers as a warning. Thirdly, she knew the identity of the soldiers chasing after her. She didn't have to worry about the identity of the people chasing after her. She was calm, smart, and capable. Did the military really want to groom her? There were many calm, smart, and capable people in the army. It was only because she was a female soldier that the military paid more attention to her. Still observing? Did you see anything? The office door was pushed open, and the Navy commander walked in. "I've mentioned it to the Army and told them about the nature of our training this time. The Army is very insistent." Before the commander walked over, Li Jinyan immediately buttoned up the 2 buttons he had undone. He stood up and turned around. "At present, you do have some ability. You took care of 3 soldiers in 5 minutes. You have a clear goal and are relatively calm. According to what you said, it's not bad." The commander laughed. It was rare for him, a general, to praise a soldier. "I can only say that she is a calm person." The commander smiled and shook his head. "What should I say about you? You're too harsh, and you'll scare away potential soldiers. You have to give them a chance to adapt. You can't keep denying their abilities. Personally, I think that this female soldier, Yi Qian, is really outstanding. Her memory has reached an unfathomable level in the Army. It's not an exaggeration to say that she has a photographic memory. It's already at an unimaginable level." Chapter 11:25. She can clearly repeat what happened a few months ago, what she said, and what others said. Such a powerful memory is indeed shocking. I was also shocked. As for Yi Jian, even though he had not met him yet, the Navy commander already admired him based on the information and his conversation with the Major General of the Army. She really has potential. I can see it. This female soldier, for the time being, I feel that she is outstanding. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky over the Southwest Sea had just begun to fade. Li Jinyan took out a list of names from his desk and handed it to the Navy commander. Take a look at this list. I won't deny soldiers with potential. After the basic training, there will be a ranking. Those who are not qualified will be eliminated. Those who are qualified will enter the second step of training. When he spoke, his facial muscles did not move. When he spoke in a cold tone, it seemed that even the temperature in the room dropped a lot. The pure white type 97 Navy uniform was supported by his perfect and sexy figure to the edges and corners without a wrinkle. Not only did it show the majesty of the Navy, it also showed an indescribable sense of abstinence. The Navy commander opened the roster. The details of every soldier were clearly written down. Their strengths, weaknesses, potential, and so on were all clearly written down. He had always been at ease with Li Jinyan's work. Basic training in June, devil training in July to August. As for the Army's work, we will do our best to cooperate. Whether it is good or not, we will send them to you for inspection. After inspection, you will know. Yes, Li Jinyan did not say more. He was a soldier who was not good with words. If the Army insisted, he would of course accept. As for the arrangements and training after acceptance, it was not up to the Army to intervene. The long sound of the warship's horn came from the sea. The Navy, wearing dark blue training uniforms, gathered and ended the day's routine training. The sentinel holding a steel gun on the dock changed shifts with the next sentinel. In the bloody setting sun, the two sentinels' figures were straight. The sentinel who took the steel gun saluted his comrade and began his shift. White uniforms, black reefs, half of the sky was dark blue, and the other half was blood red. There were warships docked in the distance, and a few rows of Navy soldiers walked towards the barracks in neat steps, outlining the daily life of the naval barracks. Seagulls flew across the surface of the sea, bringing with them a cheerful chirp. On an unknown island, several frogmen carrying heavy oxygen tanks emerged from the depths of the sea. They made an okay gesture to their comrades, and like a shark, they swam to the shore with a strength that could split the sea. How many haven't come up yet? Speed, speed, speed. With Demon King Li's appearance, they would all dive for another 20 minutes. A pulmonary edema appeared. Today, I'll have to dive 40 meters. Tomorrow, I'll have to dive 60 meters. I'll have to see how far Demon King Li can dive. You talk too much. Take off your equipment. Damn it! I've been carrying dozens of kilograms for a whole day. My spine is about to break. The soldiers in the Navy's Storm Commandos were both frogmen and divers. They trained for an average of 8 hours a day, and about 4 to 5 hours would be spent training underwater. Li Jinyan was the captain of the Storm Commandos. Because of the harsh training and his cold personality, the soldiers who had just passed the selection secretly called him Demon King Li. However, the official members of the Storm Commandos were absolutely respectful to their captain, and their words were full of admiration. Chapter 11:26. The 4 official members of the Storm Commandos smirked coldly as they listened to the dozens of soldiers who had just passed the preliminary selection, grumbling as they came out of the water. They waited quietly for the dozens of soldiers who still wanted to see their captain take off their diving gear. The salty sea breeze blew, and the waves began to push forward from the gentle waves to the reefs. After the soldiers took off their heavy diving suits, the 4 official members popped out from the corners of the reefs and stood in front of the 40 soldiers. They shouted, "Line up!" A new round of night training began. Yi Qian looked up at the starry sky and rubbed her starving stomach. She let out a long sigh. No matter how miserable she was in her previous life, 3 meals a day was considered normal. This time, she was starving. She carefully took out the 4 little bird eggs from her backpack. She squeezed the crispy eggshell with both hands, and the egg white flowed into her mouth. Dinner, just a few eggs. It seemed like she had to save some for tomorrow. She could not throw away the snake meat anymore. She had to wrap it with tree leaves to replenish her protein. The 2 teams sent by the provincial military were still searching. She had already climbed up a pine tree to think about tomorrow's food problem. The owl let out a strange cry, flew up from the tree, and landed lightly on another tree. The pheasants in the mountains cooed, and then slowly quieted down. The second day of training ended with the arrival of the 3rd morning. A thin mist rose in the forest. After a simple disguise, Yi Qian did not rush forward recklessly like she did the first day. She had to be careful of the soldiers behind her, but it was also possible that they would catch up to her after she slept for a night. Every day, she had to go to a designated location to send her location. If the soldiers chasing her knew the location she had to go to every day, it was entirely possible for them to hide there and wait for her to bump into them. Yi Qian, who was picking non-poisonous mushrooms in the pine forest, bent down, maintained her posture, ready to cover herself if she sensed anything strange. Yi Qian, who dealt with mushrooms for breakfast, did not stay in one place. She did not leave any trace for the soldiers to find her. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Captain Xiao and Team D led their soldiers towards Yi Qian's destination. Last night, they knew that she had silently taken care of 3 soldiers by reaching behind their backs and pressing a bayonet against the back of their necks. Just hearing about it made them feel lucky that they had met this female soldier last night, and not someone else. The 3 soldiers who had been taken care of the soldiers were waiting in place. They led the other soldiers and rushed through the night. The group of 11 people completely overtook Yi Qian. They did not wait at Yi Qian's first destination during the day. They waited at the location. The sun rose from the horizon to the west. The 11 soldiers who had rested were standing guard in a large circle. Tonight was their last chance. If they couldn't capture the female soldier alive, they would have to go back with their tails between their legs. At this moment, Captain Xiao and Captain D both felt that they had taken on a tricky task. Scouts, watch carefully. Report to us immediately if the leaves move. Be careful of the gun in her hand. Thinking of the rifle she had taken, Captain Xiao, who had spoken, rubbed his forehead. He had given the weapon to the other party. He should not have alerted her last night. Captain Xiao was not the only one with a headache. Team D was also having a headache. The female soldier had extremely strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. One of the scouts in his team had been killed last night. He even suspected that she had intentionally killed the scout in his team. Chapter 11:27. Team D felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of being able to kill his own scout in the dark. Old Ding, I have a hunch that we'll have to go back empty-handed. Captain Xiao felt this way. He couldn't say it to the soldiers, so he could only say it to his brother, who was also a captain. Team D's sigh came from the quiet leaves. There's a sense of suffocation in it. Today, we're chasing a female soldier. Tomorrow, we'll be chasing a criminal. We'll see our strength in a single chase. We still have to train hard. Although we know that the person we're chasing is a special forces soldier and that his strength is indeed above ours, it's very uncomfortable to think about it. From here, the difference between local troops, field troops, and special operations forces could be seen. Field troops, especially the A Group Army, were responsible for the main combat missions and cross-regional combat missions. As long as there was a war, they could immediately send troops to fight. Local troops were responsible for auxiliary operations, company defense, city security, and other tasks. Generally, they would not cross the region to fight. One was responsible for combat, and the other was responsible for auxiliary operations. In terms of equipment, personnel, training level, and command level, the former was obviously stronger than the latter. The Special Forces were a force that could form an army by themselves. Special forces with excellent individual combat skills could sometimes secretly kill a company or even a battalion. Team D and Captain Shao belonged to the second-line forces, which was the local forces. The Major General sent a local force that even the field troops couldn't beat to capture a Special Forces soldier. In fact, he didn't have any hope in his heart. He just wanted the Navy to see how she would deal with the sudden appearance of the plan. Team D and Captain Shao didn't know what the Major General's purpose was. They only knew that they were facing a difficult problem and a mission that made them feel very suffocated. After Team D finished speaking, he fell silent. His face was a little dignified. They were all soldiers and wore the same military uniform, but the difference in strength made them feel ashamed. "Let's not talk about it. We've done our best." Captain Shao wiped his face and looked away. He said softly, "Fortunately, the scouts in our military region are not bad. They didn't embarrass our military region." There was a little comfort in his heart. Every year, a group of scouts in the southern province's military region would be selected to join the field troops, and the auto soldiers in Fujian town were responsible for the security of Zongnanhai. These two strengths were famous in the military regions of the province. They had the strength, but it was a pity that they didn't need the auto soldiers for this mission. They still did not know that Yi Qian had joined the Southern Province Automobile Company to study for 2 years. If they knew, they would feel even worse. A female soldier was stronger than them in every aspect. How could they not feel uncomfortable? Tired birds began to return to their nests. After a day of exposure to the sun, the little insects in the forest began to move in the evening. The high-pitched and low-pitched chirps of the insects ushered in a slender figure moving forward in the thick leaves. The female soldiers that gave the local troops a headache had appeared. This time, Li Jinyan saw the red dots representing the female soldiers quickly and accurately approaching the stationary green dots representing the local soldiers on the screen. His cold expression finally loosened a little. She seemed to know where the soldiers were hiding. Once she made a move, she would destroy a green dot. Intuition? It couldn't just be intuition. Observation skills. The female soldier had amazing observation skills and was quite skilled. Seeing the green dots disappear one by one, Demon King Li, whose expression never changed, narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 11:28. Yi Jian did not know that his position was exposed under the eyes of others. He clasped a soldier's arm with both hands, placed the soldier's rifle on his shoulder, and pushed him into the foliage. Another soldier was killed. Since the intensive training started in October of high school, there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination. Yi Jian had gone through so much cruel training. If she couldn't even deal with a few local soldiers at once, Headmaster Chen would definitely be the most disappointed. 10 in total. That's all. Yi Qian, who had finished off the soldiers quickly, smiled and pulled up a soldier. He apologized. "Sorry, I was a little harsh. Are you hurt?" Even if he was hurt, he couldn't say it out loud. 10 in total? The number wasn't right. 11 in total. Who else hadn't been caught by her? Old Ding? It was possible. He was probably the only one left. "Bro, hang in there. You're everyone's hope." Looking at the female soldier in front of him, he couldn't see her clearly. Captain Xiao loosened his shoulder, which was numb from being hit by the rifle, but he endured the pain and said, "No, the number isn't right." It really hurt. She was more than just a little harsh. Too harsh. Tomorrow, his shoulder would definitely be bruised. Muscle contusion. The number wasn't right. There were still people hiding. An individual was a small target and a large area. It was a waste of time to look for them. He might as well learn from them and wait for them to come to him. They didn't have night vision goggles. If they wanted to ambush them, they could only fight in close combat. Yi Qian didn't bother hiding. He used his voice to lure the soldiers out. She heard the male soldier gasp in pain. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Are you okay? Do you want me to spray some medicine?" Although she knew it was inevitable, she couldn't help but blame herself for hurting his heart. It was fine if she used her hand, but she used the rifle, but with her strength, she could have hurt the soldier. Although he couldn't deal with the injury in front of the female soldier, it was already very embarrassing. If it happened again, he couldn't afford to lose face. Captain Xiao didn't loosen his shoulder. He smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I have to thank you for being merciful. You didn't fire a blank bullet, and you didn't hit me in the head with the rifle, but given the distance just now, the female soldier could have attacked even more ruthlessly. However, she probably had scruples about their identities and restrained her attacks." Hidden in the depths, Team D listened to the female soldier and old Xiao's soft conversation. Slowly, he held his breath and moved closer to her. All 10 of his brothers had been taken care of, and he was the only one left. He had to give it his all. The boots were very light, and the closer they got, the slower and steadier their movements became. The female soldier laughed and replied to old Xiao, "It's not good to shoot blanks in the middle of the night. If you shoot blanks at close range, you'll be able to leave a small dent in your body." Closer, closer. The soldiers are getting closer and closer right now. That's why I have to thank you. Captain Zhao's entire sentence was cut off. He felt a strong gust of wind blow against his face. The female soldier, who had been able to see a black shadow, suddenly turned around. Only then did he realize that another black shadow was approaching. Old Ding, it was definitely him. Yi Qian's quick reaction really gave Team D a fright. The unprepared female soldier suddenly turned around and pounced at him like a ferocious beast. Her swift and fierce posture was mixed with hostility. She was fast and ferocious, and he had a hard time dodging her. This was the first time Yi Qian had fought against a local soldier. With his previous experience, he relaxed a little this time. He buckled the rifle in Team D's hand. The first step was to remove the magazine. The second step was to twist the entire rifle so that Team D had no choice but to let go. The third step was to fight without restraint. Chapter 11:29. To Yi Qian, jungle combat was no different from normal combat. To put it simply, it was like fighting flat ground. Her lower body was extremely stable. Her military boots stepped on the uneven mountainous ground, as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She did not allow her body to sway in the slightest. When she lifted her foot and swept it across, the wind from her foot swept away the leaves directly. It was clear how strong her foot was. When they first met, Team 4 was immediately suppressed by Yi Qian's aura. His entire body was swept by Yi Qian until he couldn't stand still. His hands grasped the branches and leaves as he struggled, his palms burning with pain. "Old Ding, hold on." In the darkness, Captain Xiao held on to his last glimmer of hope and cheered for his brother. He just didn't know if he could hold on. Team 4 smiled bitterly. He also wanted to hold on, but he couldn't. His attack was quite fierce, and carried a murderous aura. The entire mountainous area was uneven, and he didn't even have a place to stand firmly. The leaves around him rustled as he moved, and his movements were very loud. He was also in a very sorry state. The soldiers who had been defeated by Yi Qian stood together silently. When they heard the sounds coming from the darkness, they couldn't help but clench their fists and cheer for their captain. Among the 14 people, Team 4 and Captain Xiao were the best fighters. Team 4 was better than Captain Xiao, but even so, he couldn't withstand Yi Qian's attacks. He took the initiative to punch a few times, but in the end, he was mercilessly suppressed by Yi Qian. Too strong. They were no match for her at all. When local soldiers faced a special forces soldier, they would only be defeated. Even if the opponent was a female soldier, he didn't have a chance of winning. Yi Qian consecutively defeated 10 soldiers at the front and knew that their skills were far inferior to the field forces. She also slightly controlled her strength to avoid accidentally injuring them again. After forcing Team 4 to the middle of 2 trees, Yi Qian let out a low growl. Her long, slender legs pressed down like Mount Tai. Team 4, who had no way out, relied on his instincts. He hurriedly protected his head with his hands and blocked Yi Qian's right leg that pressed down on him. He couldn't help but bend his knees under the pressure of her foot. It was as if he was holding a jack with both hands, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't push her away no matter how hard he tried. 1 minute later, Yi Qian retracted his foot and said with a smile, "Tonight, the 11th one. There shouldn't be any more." There was no need for any more gestures. Team D knew that he had been dealt with. He was directly suppressed to the point where he couldn't move for a minute. Defeated, as Team D spoke, the other 10 people all let out a soft sigh of relief. Gone, all gone. At 8:30 p.m. on the 3rd day, the 14 local soldiers sent by the provincial military were completely annihilated. None of them survived. 11 tonight, plus the 3 from last night, all 14 soldiers have been dealt with. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose their composure. Team D said generously, with the honesty of a soldier, "Very impressive. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. We received orders to capture a female soldier alive within 3 days. There are only a few hours left before the end of the 3 days. Our mission has ended in failure." He hadn't guessed wrongly. The military was indeed involved. Would there be additional training from the military from time to time in the future? She didn't know. Uncle Chen didn't know either. They had discovered it midway. In the next few days, would there be more? There was still one thing that was unclear about the additional training this time. Why would the military send local troops to train them? Chapter 11:30. The lights were turned on. Led by Team D, the soldiers stood in a row in the foliage. Yi Qian shook hands with them one by one and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. Please forgive me." Her face was covered in a thick layer of paint. Even with the light shining on her face, her facial features could not be seen. Only her bright eyes could be seen. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a hint of coldness in them. But everyone only had one thought in mind. So small. How could the female soldier who defeated them be so small? So small. "She's not even as big as me," the youngest soldier in the team muttered softly. Yi Qian pretended not to hear and said politely to Team D and Team Xiao, "I'm not sure why you guys are in this training. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way." The military had its reasons for this arrangement, but they couldn't figure out why it was done this way. It didn't make sense for a local soldier to go up against a special forces soldier. "I feel like you've taught us a lesson. When we get back, we'll have to reflect on ourselves. Although we're a local soldier and aren't as strong as a field soldier or a special force soldier, we still have 14 people. We're ashamed that we were beaten to a pulp. Team Xiao smiled bitterly. He didn't look like he was running away from the defeat. Thank you for your hard work tonight. The strongest female soldier. The tense process ended politely. Yi Qian stood in place and watched them leave until he couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Yi Qian rubbed his stomach and found the spot he wanted to sleep in. He waited for the sun to rise on the fourth day. When Yi Qian woke up this time, he spent some time covering the traces of the fight. The area was too big. Some of the bushes were trampled on, so it was impossible to wipe away all the traces. It took 10 minutes for Yi Qian to reach the place he needed to reach on the fourth day. From the fourth day to the seventh day, he didn't encounter any more ambushes. Yi Qian, who was so hungry that his skin was abnormally pale, relied on snake meat, insects, rats, tree bark, grass roots, and stone crabs to survive. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the seventh day, he appeared in the area of the anti-chemical regiment's military zone. During the escape from death training, Yi Qian didn't miss a single signal for help. She didn't make a single call. With her amazing perseverance, she managed to survive. When she appeared, she was even one step ahead of Principal Chen. She smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I'm out." It was normal to not have a meal for 7 days. There was no cooked food or warm water. She had to rely on food that ordinary people could not eat to survive. Looking at Yi Jian, who had lost so much weight in just 7 days, the corners of the iron-willed man's eyes turned red. Yi Jian had lost weight. She was wearing a jungle camouflage outfit. She was so skinny that her small face could be covered by a palm. The backpack on her back looked like a mountain, as if it could crush her at any time. However, her spirit was not damaged at all. She exuded a tough and indomitable aura. Standing in the sunlight, he was not crushed by hunger. He had the sword will of a pine tree that pierced through the clouds. He exuded the might of a soldier from head to toe. It's good that you're out. It's good that you're out. You're good at enduring. You'll have a bright future. Principal Chun patted Yi Qian's shoulder. His usually cold voice sounded a little choked up. The girl Jian didn't rely on anyone to get to where she was today. She relied on herself, one step at a time. Even if she had a close relationship with Major Xia, she didn't think of relying on anyone. She always remembered what Uncle Jen told her. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. She relied on her own strength to gain the appreciation of the higher-ups in the military. Chapter 1131. Yi Qian, who was almost as thin as a match, smiled. Her eyes were as bright as the sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. She said, "Let's go home, Uncle Chen." She was really hungry, but her hungry stomach seemed to be blocked. Her mouth wanted to eat, and her body wanted to eat, but her stomach refused. You have to eat porridge. It's easy to digest porridge to recover your stomach's energy. You don't have to participate in training for the next week. Let your stomach recover first. Principal Chun reminded her with a smile. The two figures walked further and further away under the sunlight. On the road of the military, Yi Jian had overcome difficulties beyond her age by not giving in again and again, relying on her own courage and perseverance to move forward. While other students were still sitting in the classroom working hard for their studies, she had already found her own path and walked down it without complaint or regret. It took more than 2 hours to return to the city from the anti-chemical regiment. Yi Qian didn't go back immediately. First, she went to the anti-chemical regiment's infirmary for a simple examination. Then, she drank a bowl of plain porridge. Faced with the regiment commander and the political commissar's searchlight-like inspection, Yi Qian put down the empty bowl and smiled. If you really get used to it, it won't be a big deal in the future. Before the ancient humans found the fire seed, they also ate raw food. I feel that these few days I've been returning to the basics. A girl who had starved for 7 days straight, and then used the phrase returning to the basics to summarize the hunger survival training of escaping death. Her heart was really big. Since the first day I saw you during the military training, I knew you weren't simple. It's only been 2 years, but you've already come so far. You're even better than the soldiers in our regiment who spent 2 years as soldiers. Yi Qian, you're really something. The political commissar couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He remembered that year, when she appeared in a formal camouflage uniform with a sharpness as sharp as a sword and completed a series of military postures with the instructors, winning cheers and applause. At that time, she was still young and inexperienced, and her eyebrows were still slightly immature. But now, even though she was sitting down, she had a military prestige that couldn't be ignored. It was the first time he had seen such a young girl who could cultivate to this level in the 10 years he had been in the army. Yi Qian had always been able to remain calm in the face of other people's praise. He would not become arrogant because of it. He smiled politely and said, "Because I like her, that's why I'm pursuing her. I've never easily given up on something I like. Joining the army has always been my dream. Wearing a military uniform is my goal, and I've never given up all these years. What's important is perseverance. What's important is perseverance. Your perseverance over the years is commendable. It's worth learning from all of us." The regiment commander had a deep impression of Yi Qian. Yesterday, his old partner had come to his office mysteriously and told him that there was a girl who had once made him want to stay in the anti-chemical regiment. He immediately thought of Yi Qian from the province's #1 middle school. He reported the names he had guessed correctly. His old partner asked him in surprise, "How did you know? Did the higher-ups inform you in advance?" After sending away so many students for military training in the past 2 years, the only student that his old partner still remembered was Yi Qian from #1 middle school. The little girl was indeed amazing. Among the students, she was the only one who left a deep impression on him. When he saw her again after 2 years, her military aura was even stronger, and she was also becoming more and more outstanding. He really wanted to snatch her into the anti-chemical regiment. "Student Yi, do you have any intention of joining the army? Why don't I have a chat with the political commissar, and you can come and take a look?" The regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment had transformed into Grandmother Wolf. He smiled like a gentle breeze and said amiably, "Take our anti-chemical regiment, for example. Biochemical weapons will definitely fascinate you. Our anti-chemical regiment." Chapter 1132. He said that he wanted to have a chat with Yi Qian for reference, but in the end, the entire conversation revolved around the anti-chemical regiment. There are various squads below, such as the decontamination squad, the fire squad, the smoke squad, the observation squad, and the reconnaissance squad. You can go to whichever squad you want. Also, we are completely different from the local troops. Once the war starts, the anti-chemical regiment will be responsible for the anti-chemical regiment of the participating troops. We have to deal with harmful chemicals, monitor them, and take precautions. Although we don't have to fight the enemy head-on, we have always been fighting the enemy secretly. Student Yi, you can still fight the enemy if you join the anti-chemical regiment. What do you think? Our anti-chemical regiment is pretty good, right? The regiment commander was never good at chatting and heart-to-heart talk, but every word he said was the truth. The political commissar nodded along the whole time, explaining the specific tasks of each squad from time to time. He looked like he couldn't wait to drag Yi Qian through a physical examination, then quickly pass the background check and be assigned to the anti-chemical regiment as soon as possible. After resting for 2 hours in the anti-chemical regiment, Yi Qian chatted with the regiment commander and the political commissar for 2 hours. After she left, the regiment commander said bitterly to the political commissar, "Even a bowl of porridge couldn't keep her. The little girl is much more slippery than before. She didn't reject you directly. That's already giving you face." The political commissar drank some water and sighed with a smile. "Look at her training. She walked out without eating for 7 days. Tell me, what other troops need this kind of training? My old partner, only the special forces would train without eating for 7 days. Her ambition wasn't in this, so she couldn't be kept even if she wanted to." The regiment commander looked at the political commissar, and the political commissar looked at the regiment commander. Then they sighed in tacit understanding, waved their hands, and went on to do what they were supposed to do. With the goal of becoming a special forces soldier, the anti-chemical regiment really couldn't keep her. Yi Qian, who was remembered everywhere she went, was sweating when she left. She wasn't good at chatting, and it was difficult for her to handle the enthusiasm of the 2 leaders in the regiment. Fortunately, they let her go in the end and talked about other things. Principal Chun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, laughed loudly. "It's a good sign. It means that your ability has been recognized by the leaders, and they think that you are worth training. The army is a big family, and the leaders all welcome capable and hard-working soldiers to join some special positions. Your performance and ability have shown them unlimited potential, so it's normal for them to want to poach you. Don't feel pressured. Work hard and move forward in the direction you've decided on." Listening to Principal Chen's voice, Yi Qian, who had eaten a bowl of porridge, felt her eyelids grow heavy as the jeep drove along. Coupled with the environment, she felt completely relaxed. Unknowingly, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The car drove for more than 2 hours, all the way to the residential area at the back of the provincial number 1 middle school. Even after the soldier parked the car, Yi Qian, who was sleeping in the back, did not wake up. Principal Chen saw the dark circles under her eyes and said to the soldier who sent them back, "Please help me carry her. She's too tired. Let her sleep for a while." "Yes, sir." The soldier opened the back door without hesitation. Just as he was about to bend down to carry Yi Qian out, a faint smile came from behind him. "Let me do it. You help sir carry his backpack." He had waited for more than an hour for his little fox to come back. It was better for the boyfriend to carry her upstairs. Chapter 1133. Principal Chen was taking his backpack from the trunk when he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice. He quickly turned around and saw Xia Jinyuan bending over to get into the car. He waved at the soldier, who had yet to react. "Come, Xiao Ding, help me open the door." "Thank you." Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan's right hand was about to reach for the back of Yi Qian's neck so that he could hug her shoulders. However, with just one movement, Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly in her seat, suddenly opened her eyes. She squinted her eyes in the dim light and said tiredly, "You're here?" She was startled awake, but when she saw who it was, she quickly closed her eyes and ignored him. Xia Jinyuan looked at the thin face that had fallen asleep again in less than a second. His thin lips slightly tightened. The 7 days of escape from death training had made her lose a lot of weight, and it could be seen from her face. The dark circles under her eyes were very deep, and the corners of her eyes were greenish-black. Her lips, which were originally as delicate as peach blossoms, were now covered with a layer of pale skin. They were so dry that there were small cracks on them. From head to toe, She was completely exhausted. As he carried her out of the car, his elegant brows furrowed tightly. Thin. She wasn't just thin. She had lost a lot of weight, and in his arms, she looked a little bony. Principal Chen, I'll carry her up first. Xia Jinyuan carried Yi Qian, who was so light that she didn't seem to weigh much. Deep in his dark eyes, there was an unresolvable heartache. He had never accompanied her during her training. Every time, he could only calculate the date of her return and rush over just to see if she was all right. In the face of high-intensity training, it wasn't that he didn't think that he could relax a little. However, whenever he thought of the cruelty of the battlefield, he would always suppress his heartache. When K7 was captured, his body was injected with an unknown drug that increased his pain. After returning to the country, he rested for 3 whole months. Even male soldiers suffered inhumane treatment, let alone female soldiers. No matter how much his heart ached, he had to endure it. At this time, it was already the time when the food in every household was fragrant and the city was brightly lit. Xia Jinyuan gently placed her on the soft bed and gently took off her coat. He then took off her muddy military boots and placed them on the balcony. When Principal Chen came in, he saw Yi Qian sleeping under a thin blanket. Then he saw the tall figure busy on the balcony. He smiled gently and closed the door. Major Xia really cared about Jian Yiling. Every time Jian Yiling finished her physical training, she would rush over to accompany her. She would also guide her emotions and seriously point out her shortcomings. With such a person taking care of Jian Yiling, he and Uncle Jen were not worried at all. Outside, all the houses were brightly lit. However, Yi Qian's room had the curtains drawn. There wasn't a trace of light coming in, and there wasn't a trace of sound. Only 2 long breaths could be heard in the darkness. Xia Jinyuan set off from the grassroots company in the middle of the night. Halfway through the journey, the car encountered a landslide that blocked the only road from the grassroots company to the city. He asked the soldier to turn around and drive back to the company. He carried his luggage and climbed over the dangerous landslide with his bare hands. He walked more than 40 kilometers overnight to the city. From the time he set off last night until he arrived at the provincial capital around 6 p.m., he didn't stop for even a minute. He drove the car that Xia Yiwei prepared for him to the school. Finally, at 7:20 p.m., Yi Qian came back. The 2 of them were in a race against time. In the end, they were finally able to lie on the same bed and rest. To Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, this could be considered as dating. Chapter 1134. There wasn't much time for the 2 of them to squander, and there wasn't much time for them to enjoy each other's company. Every minute and second was particularly precious to them, because they didn't know if the person beside them would go on a long journey in the next second. The only thing they could do was to seize the time they had to spend together and enjoy the rare time together. It was also rare for them to sleep together. Yi Qian slept until 2 o'clock in the morning. As soon as she moved slightly, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying next to her, immediately opened his eyes. Having just woken up, he asked in a clear and hoarse voice, "Hungry? I heated up some porridge in the kitchen. Do you want to get up and eat?" With her head still resting on his strong arm, Yi Qian, who was infatuated with his body temperature, rubbed her head against his arm and said in a dry voice, "I'm not just hungry. I'm so hungry that I want to eat fatty meat. Principal Chen told me to eat porridge for a week to nourish my stomach." Her words made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. He tightened his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He laughed until his chest shook as he said, "You can't eat that. Listen to Uncle Chen and nourish your stomach for a week." After saying that, he took a deep breath in the crook of her neck and laughed a little louder. I think we should take a good bath together. I haven't taken a bath for 3 days and 2 nights. You probably haven't taken one for a week. Girls were usually shy when it came to such topics, and Yi Qian was the type who was very, very shy. Hearing this, she immediately got up from his arms and rushed to the bathroom in the room like a gust of wind. Hearing the sound of water rushing out of the bathroom, Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. He didn't tease her any further. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Xia Jinyuan went downstairs to the car to get his luggage. After he scooped a bowl of porridge from the kitchen and put it on the dining table to cool, he saw Yi Qian, whose hair was still wet, walk out in a workout shirt and shorts. Because she had just showered, her fair skin glowed like a pearl under the light, but it was a little too thin. Yi Qian's face was no longer red. He had walked alone in the forest for 7 days and was starving the entire time. How could he have had time to clean up his image? At most, he would have used a towel to wipe his face, but there shouldn't have been any smell. In front of him, the 18-year-old Yi Qian was less restrained. At the time, he was shy, but after that, he was able to keep his composure. Faced with his gaze, Yi Qian calmly, "But even my old madam would give her a thumbs up after tasting her cooking. It's just that she rarely cooks. Even Hosea has only eaten her cooking twice." Culinary skills required talent, and Xia Yiwei was talented. She often said to Xia Lingyuan, "After I retire, I'll open a Chinese restaurant in France. I'll let them know that Chinese food is profound." Yi Qian sat in the dining chair. He pulled out and joked, "Zigu has only eaten twice. What about you?" The white porridge was sparkling and looked very appetizing. She took a spoonful as she spoke. "I've eaten more. When I was in Fujian town, I went to see her whenever I had time. I ate dozens of times more than Hosea." Xia Jinyuan watched as she drank the porridge he made. He stood beside her and waited for Yi Qian to say a few words. For example, "The porridge is good. It's delicious." Or, "I want to eat more tomorrow." In short, as long as it was a compliment, it would be fine. Chapter 1135. It couldn't be helped. Every man wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, and he was no exception. She and Xia Jinyuan were the only ones in the spacious house. He was standing beside her, watching her eat the porridge with a burning gaze. Yi Qian glanced at him without batting an eyelid. He lowered his head to eat the porridge with a slight smile. So Captain Xia was the one who made the porridge. He was standing there waiting for her to praise him. Yi Qian lowered her head and drank the porridge. "Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, you've teased me so many times in the past. Now it's my turn to tease you." After she finished the porridge, Yi Qian turned his head and said seriously, "Captain Xia, are you hungry too? Do you want a bowl?" He had been standing there for so long with a satisfied expression on his face. In the end, his little fox didn't even notice that she had finished the entire bowl of porridge. That's not possible. But from her expression, it seemed like she really didn't know. Did she think that Uncle Chun made the porridge? "How does the porridge taste?" he asked. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Uncle Chun made it. It's not bad." He continued to maintain a serious expression so that the man in front of him wouldn't notice anything amiss. Major Xia, who had always been observant, believed him. He raised his hand to touch the top of her head and sighed. "It wasn't easy for me to show off, but my future girlfriend didn't even notice. What a failure." "It's okay. Captain Xia can continue to show off tomorrow morning. I'll definitely see," Yi Qian said, and couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she laughed, Xia Jinyuan immediately reacted. What a sly little fox. She even tricked him. "So, you were just teasing me. Don't struggle. Be good, and let me carry you back to your room. Xia Jinsho raised her eyebrows and revealed a mischievous smile. Before Yi Qian got up, she hugged him with her long and strong arms and turned to walk into the room. This was a time to relax. Even though there were only the two of them in the house, and he was even carrying her into the room, Yi Qian did not feel any sense of danger. He smiled and praised, "It's delicious and fragrant. It was comparable to a 5-star chef. Very good. I like it very much. You've worked hard. Captain Xia, I've been waiting for a word of praise from you. I feel like I've been waiting for an entire spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now it's time for interest." Xia Jinyuan gently placed Yi Qian on the bed. Then he leaned over and placed his handsome face right in front of Yi Qian. He chuckled and said, "Interest, a kiss." Xia Jinyuan had experienced what it felt like to be starved for 7 days. He knew very well that even if he really drank a mouthful of hot porridge, his stomach would react with convulsions. She had been drinking the porridge with her head lowered just now to cover up the discomfort in her stomach. How could she go on like this? Yi Qian kissed him gently on the cheek. Then her eyes sparkled as she looked gently at the man who was taking care of her. "Thank you, Captain Xia." "Captain Xia, I don't like this title. How about we change it?" His kiss landed on her lips. His gentle voice was as light as the strings of a piano under the dim light of the table lamp. "Good brother, what do you think?" "Mushy." Yi Qian closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia." His lips and teeth were full of sweetness. "You disobedient little thing. Let's talk about it again, next time." It was 2:30. After half an hour of messing around, it was time to rest. Xia Jinyuan kissed her forehead and got up. "I have to take a shower too. I haven't showered for 3 days and 2 nights. Didn't you smell my sweat just now?" Chapter 1136. If there was a smell, Yi Qian would have been able to smell it. Because there was no smell of sweat, there was only a light, refreshing scent that filled his nose. Yi Qian joked, "Captain Xia has his own body fragrance. How could there be a smell of sweat?" "Is that so?" Xia Jinyuan lifted his hand to unbutton his cuffs and smiled. His handsome face revealed a lazy expression like a big cat. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "That's not bad. At least it won't send my girlfriend away. In the future, if I sneak in the middle of the night, I won't have to worry about the smell of sweat waking you up." When it came to being thick-skinned, Yi Qian had always been at a disadvantage. The image of him climbing through the window in the middle of the night flashed through his mind. Yi Qian couldn't help but blush. He hugged the quilt to his chest and said stiffly, "I'm just being polite. Captain Xia is busy every day. Don't you know how dirty you are?" It really wasn't dirty. After taking off the jacket, there was a white shirt underneath. There wasn't a trace of sweat on it. It was so white that she could almost smell the scent of soap after washing it. He raised his head slightly, revealing his sexy throat. His slender fingers began to unbutton the top button of his shirt. Following the movement of his fingers, Yi Qian, who had no interest in men, was mesmerized. He didn't know that the man's action of unbuttoning his shirt with his head raised was so beautiful. Because of his relaxed expression, there was a lazy and indifferent attitude in his bones. Combined with his elegant temperament, it became extremely sexy. At 24 years old, he was more charming and attractive than at 20 years old. Mature, sexy, cold, calm. Facing the iron-blooded tenderness of a soldier, Yi Qian felt as if he could hear his heart thumping loudly. The girl he had a crush on was staring at him with a slightly dazed gaze. Xia Jinyuan, who had sharp senses, raised the corner of his mouth a little. He had always been very confident in his body. Little Fox, who had been training with a group of male soldiers, had seen a lot of shirtless male soldiers. It was undeniable that her heart was a little jealous. She didn't look at him that much. "Stop, stop, stop. You can go to the bathroom now." When Major Xia had unbuttoned the third button and was about to reveal a large portion of his chest, Yi Qian, who was determined not to be seduced by men, immediately stopped him. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said, "Seriously, you can take it off inside. Put the dirty clothes in the laundry basket." If he didn't stop, she would be admiring him until he took off pants. Xia Jinyuan, who had the thought of showing off his figure in front of his girlfriend when necessary, couldn't go into the bathroom to take off his clothes. If he did, he wouldn't be Xia Jinyuan. His fingers stopped at the edge of the fourth button. As he slowly undid it, he said with an elegant smile, "Even if I take it off here, I can still put it in the basket. When I take off my pants later, I don't have to worry about my feet slipping and needing you to help me up." He was the only one who could come up with such an excuse. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the bed. Under the faint warm light, he could clearly see the shyness on Yi Qian's face. There wasn't a trace of impurity on her face. It was as clear as a mountain spring. He couldn't help but want to tease her, and dote on her. Yi Qian met his gaze and saw the uncontrollable laughter in his eyes. In the end, the room was filled with his laughter. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that he jumped up from the bed. He was addicted to taking it off. And he was taking so long. Fine, since he wanted to take it off for her to see, she would take it off for him. Chapter 1137. Hey, slow down, slow down. This bed is very elastic. Don't push your head against the ceiling. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her movements had suddenly become violent. His heart tightened, and he no longer had the time to tease her. He hurriedly hugged Yi Qian, who was still trying to jump off the bed. Everything was fine. Why did you suddenly? Yi Qian, who was in his arms, became violent for once. She grabbed his collar with both hands, and as he spoke, she valiantly tugged on his shirt. Yes, there was no need to undo the fourth button. She had already done it for him. Seeing how violent Yi Qian was, Xia Jinyuan suddenly fell silent. He originally wanted to ask, "Why did you suddenly become so naughty?" But wasn't she naughty? His entire shirt, starting from the middle button, was completely torn apart by her. The pearl-colored buttons fell to the floor and made a few crisp sounds. Xia Jinyuan, who was a little stunned, looked towards the floor and saw one of the buttons roll under the bed. "Why did you suddenly become so naughty?" Xia Jinyuan slowly finished what he wanted to say. He looked at Yi Qian with his deep eyes and said, "You tore his shirt with your bare hands. That's a little fierce." Fortunately, she was wearing a shirt. If she was wearing a t-shirt, he would probably be able to see her violent side. The scene of Yi Qian tearing his t-shirt with her bare hands flashed across his mind. The 24-year-old major felt his nose itch a little. The scene was very exciting. Yi Qian's violent actions not only tore his shirt apart, but she also grabbed his collar and took it off his shoulders. She snorted and said, "You don't have to take it off slowly for me to see. I'll take it off for you." Wasn't it just taking off his shirt? What was the big deal? She took it off for him. I've never taken off a man's shirt before. My technique is a little rusty, so I'm not very familiar with it. Yi Qian added. He wanted to strengthen his aura, but unexpectedly, Major Xia burst out laughing. Yi Qian, who had lowered his head, could clearly see the man's sexy chest rising and falling after he tore off his shirt. Every part of him exuded the wild charm of a man. It seemed that he was a little too aggressive. She thought silently. It seems that next time I have to prepare a few more shirts for you to tear. Why was the girl he liked so interesting? Raising an eyebrow, Jun Yen smiled wickedly. It just so happens that I've never taken off a woman's clothes before. My technique is also a little rusty, and my movements might be even more unfamiliar than yours. Little fox, don't blame me for being too slow when the time comes. When the same words came out of his mouth, Yi Qian, who was holding back his embarrassment, blushed so much that even his ears turned red. Very aggressive, but also very energetic. Why didn't I realize that you had such a unique side to you in the past? Xia Jinyuan truly loved the other side of her that she revealed from time to time. It was so real and so true to herself. It would never be known to outsiders. He was the only one who knew the other side of the woman he loved. Just thinking about it made his heart fill with love. Yi Qian didn't want to listen to it anymore. After being aggressive, he regretted it a little. Hearing his shameless words again, the shy Yi Qian covered his mouth and glared at him. Xia Jinyuan, you're not allowed to say any more. Shut up. Even though his mouth was covered, he couldn't stop his laughter. His eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, were filled with a gentleness that could drown Yi Qian. He looked at her for a moment and said in a low voice, I won't say any more. I won't say any more. Chapter 1138. Yi Jian's thin lips moved gently in her palm. They were moist, warm, and itchy. She felt as if she had been electrocuted. Yi Jian was so shocked that she quickly retracted her hand and said, Go and take a shower. Don't mention what happened just now again. Why did she tear his clothes just now? But he didn't regret it. At least she saw that he was obviously in a daze. He didn't react for at least 30 seconds and was stunned by his own actions. Since I'm a good person, why don't you take off my entire shirt? With his shirt hanging from his shoulders, Xia Jinyuan continued to shamelessly discuss the fun of tearing clothes with your bare hands. His dark and deep eyes were like an ancient well, and he smiled at Yi Qian with a dark and bottomless gaze. You're unfamiliar with the craft. Practice a few more times, and you'll be able to master it one day. As he spoke, the corners of his lips curled into an ambiguous smile. He leaned close to Yi Jian's ear and whispered something softly. Yi Jian did not even think twice before biting his shoulder. Xia Jinyuan, you hooligan. You're calling me a hooligan in your heart, aren't you? Little fox, when two people are in love with each other, it's not called being a hooligan. It should be called being in love with each other. Her bite was as light as a puppy's lick. She couldn't bear to let him feel pain. She bit him, and he said what he wanted to say in his heart. His cheek gently rubbed against her ear. Under the warm light, their intertwined figures rubbed against each other. Time seemed to have stopped, and the air was sweeter than honey. Xia Jinyuan was a man of grace, gentlemanly, and responsible. However, he also had a common problem with all men: domineering. But there was something different about his domineering nature. It wasn't the kind of domineering that meant what he said, but the kind that meant what he said. It made Yi Qian feel that his sincere domineering nature contained the happiness of being pampered and cared for. He had just said, Man, there are too many people in his life, but the only one he can truly hold in his arms is his own woman. He doesn't know how to love her, but he will try his best to love her and let her know that he loves her. He will put his love into action. As a normal man, it's normal for him to have certain thoughts about the woman he loves. He hopes that one day he can explore it with her, and he also hopes that she will accept it and not run away. The premise is that everything is based on her willingness. All along, Yi Qian felt that he wasn't someone who was easily moved, but after hearing this, he couldn't deny that he was very, very tempted. She loosened her mouth and rested her head on his shoulder. She mumbled, "Your muscles are so hard. There's a little taste of salt and meat." How much did he want to eat meat? Hugging Yi Jian, who was so skinny that she hurt his hand, he stopped talking about adults. He had no choice. The little fox in his arms was no longer the little girl he first met. She should know what an 18-year-old adult should know. Bear with it. If you really want to eat, I don't mind you taking a few bites of me. Be good and go back to bed. If you don't want to sleep, you can read a book. Let's talk after I take a shower. After sleeping for a few hours, Yi Qian didn't feel sleepy. They hadn't talked for a few months, so it was good to sit and chat. Xia Jinyuan also took a quick shower. 3 minutes later, he was wearing the same fitness shorts as Yi Qian. He walked over lazily, exuding a cool aura. Turn on the light and read a book. The desk lamp is too dim. It hurts my eyes. Chapter 1139. I'm just looking through it. I don't plan on looking at it for long. After knowing each other for so long, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the topics of their conversation had changed drastically, and there was a natural intimacy between them. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting next to her and emitting steam, Yi Qian smiled and said, "You'll smell better after taking a shower." It was just past May, and the temperature in the middle of the night was cool and comfortable. Both of them were in good physical condition, so they didn't need to cover themselves with a blanket. They leaned against the headboard with a pillow behind them and chatted in a low voice. After some sweet tenderness, they started to talk about business. From July to August, the Navy Commando team will undergo frogman training. The Major General has already applied to the Navy for you, and now we're just waiting for their reply. If there are no accidents, you'll have to leave immediately after the college entrance examination results come out. You'll have to undergo about 10 days of basic training first. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking about business, had a cold expression on his face. You've never experienced the Navy's training before. It'll be good for you to go and learn for a month. Navy frogman training? Yi Qian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She couldn't help but turn sideways. It sounds so mysterious. Is it a special force in the Navy? Pretty much, but we're used to calling it the commando team. The instructor in charge of this training is one of the top in the entire Navy. I've worked with him twice before. The first time I trained with him, I joined my current special force, and he joined the commando team. One had ambitions in the military, while the other had ambitions in the military. After half a year of working together, they each made their own mark. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly when he talked about the past. He's an amazing commando. During the same period, I often competed with him. In the end, even the instructor was worried. There was such an amazing person. Why was he worried? Did you guys fight? Yi Qian's interest was piqued. It wasn't because there was such an amazing person, but because she saw Xia Jinyuan's expression of appreciation for the soldiers he trained with in the same period. In her mind, Captain Xia was amazing enough. She didn't expect there to be someone who was on the same level as him. Her eager expression made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. You want to see me fight with others? Then you want me to win? Or do you want me to lose? Yi Qian smiled. He wanted to see both. You can't help an outsider, little fox. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. He laughed and said, "The result you want to see is not there. After half a year of intensive training, I didn't lose, and he didn't lose either. It's a tie." Two strong soldiers walked together and were assigned to the same training team. One was wearing a white military uniform, while the other was wearing a dark green military uniform. This left a deep impression on the instructors who had trained them. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't like to talk much. I live in the same dormitory as him. I nod when I wake up in the morning, nod when I come back at night, nod when I wake up in the morning, nod when I come back at night, nod again when I wake up in the morning, nod again when I come back at night. One day the instructor saw us like this and said, "Both of you have cervical spondylosis? I see you guys pulling your necks every day." At that time, the whole team laughed. Now that I think about it, I want to laugh too. Xia Jinyuan was not stingy with his praise for the strong soldiers in the same period. This was because Li Jinyan was indeed a soldier worthy of respect. Although the two of them were from different branches of the military, they had more or less heard about him. During the fire incident in the bay, he was the one who led his commando team into the sea, risking the danger of being burned to death to save countless people. Such a strong person who was not afraid of sacrificing himself could only be admired. Chapter 1140. Yi Qian, who was listening quietly, could feel that Xia Jinyuan really admired this person. She couldn't help but laugh. "Then I can't say that I know you when I go over. Don't give me too much training." "Oh, right, what's his name?" "You'll definitely get it if you give him too much training." Xia Jinyuan chuckled. This little brat was really thoughtful. Was she afraid that Li Jinyan would take revenge on her? He didn't have any enmity with Li Jinyan. They only contacted each other once or twice a year, but they didn't have any grudges. Looking at her sparkling eyes and her expression that said, "Captain Xia must have been beaten up by him," he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have any grudges with Demon King. Li, training is training, but a soldier who doesn't fight for first place isn't considered a good soldier. We both fought for first place in training, so we have a good relationship in private." Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. In her previous life, Yi Ying's mother-in-law was also surnamed Li. However, it was a secret who she married into. Even the villagers didn't know which family she married into to become an official's wife. She didn't pay attention to Yi Ying's in-laws. In her previous life, it was Yi Zhifan and Yi Ying who had harmed her. Li Jinyan is a perfectionist. Once he finds out that someone isn't up to par or that someone is trying to get by with their wits, he won't show them any mercy. He'll immediately invite them out of his commando team. He studied at West Point for half a year, and he has a Western-style ruthlessness when dealing with people. Considering that Yi Qian would be joining Li Jinyan's team, Xia Jinyuan didn't notice the hint of gloom in Yi Qian's eyes. He picked out some classic examples that could reflect his personality. He treats everyone who joins his team equally, regardless of their status. It can be said that he has a very upright personality, and it's admirable. As he spoke, he raised his hands and rested them behind his head. His slender legs were lazily crossed with an innate elegance. His thighs would even lightly touch Yi Qian's feet from time to time. When Yi Qian glared at him, he immediately smiled and stopped. Last year, a soldier with some background joined his team. He said that he was the son of a military staff officer. That kid has some skills. He represented the country in boxing and won a silver medal. With a bit of ability and a decent background, it's hard to avoid being arrogant. On the first day, he went to the dormitory that he wasn't satisfied with. He said that he wasn't used to sharing a room with 4 people and requested for a separate room. At that time, Li Jinyan didn't say a word. He turned around and called the Navy headquarters. 2 hours later, the staff officer's son left the training camp. Everyone is equal. The same training, the same learning, no special privileges, no special treatment, no difference in status. Little Fox, after you go in, he'll add a rule that says there's no distinction between men and women. After talking so much about Li Jinyan, Yi Qian's curiosity was piqued by the contents of his training. He sounds like a good person with strong principles. Then isn't the content of his training quite harsh? Xia Jinyuan pondered for a moment before answering. It's harsher than the soldiers think. Every year, he'll select a few commandos from the thousands of people in the Navy, and only 10 or 20 will be left. If you train in his team, 1 month's training will be equivalent to 3 months of training. Learn well and build a solid foundation. It'll be more helpful for your future training. Xia Jinyuan didn't belittle Li Jinyan at all. He even made Yi Qian feel his admiration for him. He wasn't worried at all that praising another man in front of his girlfriend would damage his own image and raise others. Chapter 1141. A confident man was never afraid of being compared to others. Xia Jinyuan was such a man. He was confident, calm, and would never doubt Yi Qian's loyalty to love, let alone his own charm. As the night deepened, the low voices gradually disappeared. The lights went out, and the night was quiet. Everyone was sound asleep. Li Jinyan hadn't fallen asleep yet. The blue light from the screen illuminated his handsome and cold face, revealing a sharp and cold aura. He was still writing down the contents of the selection and training for the commandos. After countless revisions, he then arranged targeted training according to the abilities of the selected commandos. He didn't type quickly. Sometimes he had to pause for a while before he could type another line. The risk of underwater training had always been much higher than that of training on land. Take the training of being tied up and thrown into the water as an example. There were often students who choked because they couldn't untie the ropes in time. There were even some students who suddenly fainted after holding their breath for 2 minutes. Wait a minute, all kinds of dangers could happen. Team members are in groups of 2 and are connected by a partner rope. Each person must carry 100 kilograms of equipment and swim 30 kilometers together. At the same time, they must. A line of words appeared on the computer screen. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Wouldn't it take a day and a night to swim 30 kilometers with 100 kilograms of equipment? There was a knock on the door. Then, the Navy commander walked in. "You're not done yet?" "Yes, I've finished the training for the Devil Week and the Foundation Week. Please take a look." Looking up from the computer screen, Li Jinyan picked up the folder next to his hand and handed it over. Seaweed sent a letter saying that this batch of soldiers for the primary selection wants me to practice with them. I plan to leave tomorrow afternoon, so we can practice together tonight. The Navy commander's hand that was about to take the folder froze. Then, he simply took it back. "You're doing the foundation training again." "I'm going, so of course I have to do it. Please take a look." Li Jinyan pretended not to see the Navy commander's action and said indifferently, "Also, the Army wants to send people over. We'll talk about it when I come back." The Navy commander helplessly took the folder. After opening it, his furrowed brows loosened a little. He flipped to the back and sighed. "Jinyan, the other party is a girl. Shouldn't you soften your attitude a little? You're just a basic training night. How can a girl's physical fitness catch up to a Marine? Moreover, she's from the Army, so I'm afraid her swimming skills are only average. Listen to my advice and adjust the content slightly." "Adjust it slightly?" Li Jinyan smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Commander, I never give special treatment to anyone. Since she's here for training, she has to follow my instructions. Also, when the Army sees my training, it's still a question whether they'll send people over. The training content won't change. It's up to her whether she can persevere or not. I don't have any problems with it." This stubborn temper. Why was he so stubborn? The Navy commander glared at him. You'll suffer sooner or later with that temper of yours. Jinyan, sometimes you need to be a little softer. Don't always act according to your own ideas. If it wasn't for his beloved general, he wouldn't even bother to say a word. His heart was tired. Commander, you're thinking too much. I'm only targeting the training. The training can't be soft, and the enemy's artillery won't be soft either. I don't feel guilty about what I'm doing. There was no way he could continue writing tonight. Li Jinyan simply turned off the computer and stood up to speak to the Navy commander, who was concerned about him. It's getting late. You can go back and rest. Chapter 1142. Seeing this, the Navy commander let out a long sigh. It's been hard on you, Jinyan. I know that it's normal for you to not give in. Only by being strict with yourself today will you be able to gallop on the battlefield in the future. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando Team has been established for less than a year. You've led your team members to many meritorious deeds. The generals of the 3 major warships are very satisfied with the results of your training. What you've done is worthy of the responsibility on your shoulders. Go and rest. I've noticed that you don't turn off the lights until 3 or 4 in the morning for the past few nights. You have to hurry up with your training, but you also have to take care of your own body. Li Jinyan, who had taken down his white navy cap from the coat rack, paused for a moment. He put on his military cap and looked at the commander with his cold and deep eyes. This is my responsibility. I can't let it go. What I've done is my duty. It's about training. You don't have to persuade me anymore. There's no way to take half a step back. Moreover, you know best that our country's frogman training started late and lagged behind developed countries by a lot. Now, we can only catch up with the frogmen in developed countries by working hard. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando Team was a brand new and the youngest force in the country's armed forces system. It had been established for less than a year. Before this, the country didn't have a specially established naval commando team. For example, the Guangzhou military region had its own Frogman special forces that belonged to the Guangzhou military region. A brigade in the Southern Province military region also had one that belonged to the Southern Province military region. However, only Li Jinyan's Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando Team truly belonged to the country's navy. This team had been established for less than a year and was the youngest force in the country's armed forces system. All the members were handpicked from the country's navy and army. Their physical fitness, skills, thinking, style, willpower, and quality were all first class. With such a young naval commando team, if Li Jinyan as the captain didn't strictly control it and increase the difficulty of training, how could he bear the responsibility? How could he answer to the country and the people? Facts have proven that choosing him as the first captain of this young armed force commando team, the Marine leaders absolutely did not make a wrong choice. Although it has been established for less than a year, their combat strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Coupled with the fact that their training places are all some deserted islands and corners, they have also become a strong, mysterious force. It could be said that in terms of strength, the Navy's Storm Commandos were on the same level as the mysterious Shui Special Forces. Both teams were the sharp blade of our country, and they were also the special forces that were hidden in the dark and not known by others. However, there were differences between the 2 units. First of all, the Snowfield Brigade was established at the end of the 80s, and it had been 10 years since then. On the other hand, the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team was only established at the end of June last year. It hadn't even been a year since then. As the first captain of this unit, Li Jinyan shouldered a lot more pressure than Xia Jinyuan. Originally, he was a person who did not like to smile. Since he became the captain of the commando team, his sharp and cold handsome face became colder and colder, and his eyes became sharper. Standing in front of the Navy commander, he was full of momentum and killing intent. Also, I'm intentionally increasing the difficulty of the training. You should know what I'm trying to prevent. This is not a place where some high-ranking officials want their sons to gain military merits and get promoted. Military merits and military ranks are given to capable comrades. Commander, I won't let the brothers who have gone through life and death with me suffer. Chapter 1143. After he finished speaking, the Navy commander patted him heavily on the shoulder and said with relief, "Jin Yin, you never let me down. Work hard. No matter what happens, we will support you. The 3 major warships will also support you. I will not interfere with Yi Qian's matters anymore. You are the captain, so you should have full authority to make arrangements. I will not have any objections." At this point, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Li Jinyan's face. It was very faint, like a small wave in the sea that quickly splashed and disappeared, but it was enough to dissolve the coldness in his handsome face. "You've always been supportive of my work. I understand. With a Navy commander who supported the progress of his work, he could avoid many external factors and make his work progress smoother and more orderly. It's my duty to support you. Let's go back to the dormitory together. It's good that you go there tomorrow. This batch of recruits is much worse than last year. They can't even compare to the soldiers you trained during that period. I don't know if it's because all the good seedlings have been selected, but I always feel that they are too impetuous and not as good as the soldiers they used to be." The Navy commander said seriously. The lights in the corridor illuminated 2 figures in the same white military uniform until they disappeared at the top of the stairs. The wind blew and the waves hit. The sentries held their steel guns and straightened their backs. They watched the surroundings with eagle-like eyes and stood guard until dawn. A new day came with the rise of the sun. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his morning run, brought a bowl of piping hot porridge to Yi Qian, who had just finished washing up, and said seriously, "I didn't get to hear your praise in time last night. Remember to say it after you taste it. I'll wait to hear it." Sometimes the great Major Xia could be narrow-minded. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. After he scooped a spoonful of porridge, he praised, "Not bad. The porridge is thick, but not sticky. It's very fragrant." In order to make up for last night's lack of praise, Yi Qian drank the bowl of porridge for 10 minutes. 5 of those minutes were dedicated to praising Major Xia. In front of him, even if it was just a bowl of porridge, the smile on Yi Qian's face was more than ever. The kind of smile that came from the bottom of his heart was like the rising sun outside, bright and beautiful. In her previous life, Yi Qian was as quiet as an orchid. She was talented, but failed to live up to her expectations. She rarely smiled. In this life, only Xia Jinyuan brought her endless joy and made her smile like a blooming flower. Xia Jinyuan looked at her smiling as she spoke. She was still optimistic without a trace of gloominess, and the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipated. He thought that he wouldn't have to worry about her training in the future and could really let go, let her face it alone, and adjust by herself. She wouldn't need his guidance or psychological guidance anymore. After going through so many trials and tribulations, his little fox was much more determined and mature than before. Her mental fortitude had also improved greatly, and she no longer had the hesitation she had when facing the sacrifice of her comrades. At 6:30 in the morning, Yi Qian went back to her room to pack the revision books she brought to school today. Xia Jinyuan cleaned up the dishes. After he finished cooking in the kitchen and returned to his room, he saw her standing in front of her luggage. Her side profile was slightly dark and she looked slightly serious. Yi Qian heard footsteps and turned around. She saw the tall figure walking towards her. She pursed her lips and bent down to take out a yellow training uniform from her luggage. Captain Xia, where did you rush over from? Looking at the unzipped luggage from last night, Xia Jinyuan smiled casually and said, I wasn't in a hurry. I just finished my work and came over. I didn't deliberately rush over. Chapter 1144. With that said, Xia Jinyuan reached out to take back the training uniform that he had used to climb the landslide. However, Ji Yunshu's hand flashed away, preventing him from taking it back. You were in a hurry, and you didn't even take a car. You. Yi Qian pointed at the two obvious mud marks on his knees. Although the corners of her mouth were pressed tightly together, her eyes were slightly red. Where did you come from? How did you climb all the way? If he had been training to climb, there would have been marks on the knees of his pants and the elbows of his sleeves. However, Yi Qian only saw the marks on his pants and not the elbows of his clothes. However, there was some mud on his sleeves, so she understood everything. It was difficult to hide something like this from her. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to see her cry for him. He used his thumb to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gently explained, When I came out, there was a landslide and the road was blocked. I wanted to catch the last bus into the city, so I had to climb over the landslide. Be good, don't cry. We often encounter this kind of thing, so don't take it to heart. Just treat it as my field training. When you cry, I feel even worse in my heart. I originally wanted to see you, smile, and listen to your voice, but I didn't expect that I would make you cry. The last thing he wanted to see was her tears. Drop by drop, they smashed into his heart like marbles. His handsome face was gentle as he continuously coaxed her. His mellow voice carried a hint of pity. Don't cry. It's just climbing a landslide. Look at how sad you are. Yi Qian didn't know why she suddenly couldn't help but cry. She originally wanted to restrain herself, but when she heard his explanation, her heart suddenly tumbled, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Someone had traveled thousands of miles, even if it meant crawling just to see her. Even though she had lived 2 lives and didn't know anything about sex, she understood that he really treated her differently. He really put her in his heart and gave her a headache. He loved her in a way that she could accept and guided her growth. No matter how strong her personality was, she had been too lonely in her previous life. Now that there was such a person in this life, she felt a warmth that she had never felt before. It was so warm that her heart was burning, so warm that tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Xia Jinyuan was a little flustered. He really didn't know why she was crying. In all these years, he had only heard her cry twice. The first time was when her comrades sacrificed themselves, and the second time was right now. He really didn't expect her to cry like this. Just because he had climbed over a landslide, it had caused her to tear up in bunches. Xia Jinyuan was a natural at comforting others. He spoke in a low voice and did not repeat a single sentence. I wouldn't be standing in front of you if something happened to me. I just wanted to see if you were okay, but I ended up making you cry. Little fox, you have to forgive me this once. He was always thinking for her, but he never considered his own hardships. Yi Qian, whose nose was slightly stuffy, held the hand that was wiping her tears. She looked up at the man whose handsome face was filled with tenderness. Captain Xia, I will definitely take good care of myself. Just like how you take care of me, I will take good care of myself. You don't have to appear every time when my training is at its toughest. I know that you care about me a lot and are worried about me, but you really don't have to rush over every time when my training ends. I will grow as fast as possible and won't let you worry about me anymore. Yi Qian looked at the man who was crying because of her with his clear eyes. His deep, dark eyes were filled with reluctance. She tiptoed and gently planted a kiss on his chin. You're heartbroken that I traveled thousands of miles to come here. Similarly, I'm heartbroken that you've worked so hard for me. Chapter 1145. You were in such a hurry yesterday, yet you were still wearing a white shirt. You clearly put away your dirty clothes in advance and purposely put them on because you didn't want me to worry. Since you know that I would be worried, don't tire yourself out like this in the future, okay? In order to not tire Xia Jinyuan out again, Yi Qian even resorted to seducing him with her beauty. She paused after every sentence, then kissed him gently on the chin. She kissed him back and forth, whispering sweet words to him in a soft voice. It was early in the morning, but the young major's heart was already racing. His long arms wrapped around her slender waist. Xia Jinyuan kissed the little mouth that was messing with his emotions. He nibbled on her soft lips and sucked deeply. Sometimes he was gentle and sometimes he was domineering. Her breaths were intertwined with his. Their breaths were so intertwined that they could no longer tell who was who. The sudden deep breath made Yi Qian's body tremble slightly. Her trembling hands wrapped around his muscular waist. She stood on her heels and used her lips and tongue to kiss the man who gave her a sense of security and love. Her active response made Xia Jinyuan very happy. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least she didn't cry anymore. People always said that women were made of water. He didn't believe it at first, but now he really believed it. His little fox, who didn't even blink when she saw blood, suddenly burst into tears. Her tears fell like strings, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Last time, he was prepared when she cried for her comrades who had sacrificed themselves. This time, she cried because she had climbed down the slope. He really didn't have any time to prepare, and it was completely out of his expectations. Their relationship had been progressing well ever since the love letter, but they were still separated more than they were together. So they lacked the intimate interaction between lovers. If they really wanted to interact with each other, both of them were the type of people who could restrain themselves. They wouldn't let anything happen to them. After the kiss, the two of them pressed their foreheads against each other and quickly adjusted their breathing. Xia Jinyuan was tall, so when he lowered his head, he could see Yi Qian's well-developed chest rising and falling right in front of his eyes. He thought to himself, "This is really going to kill me." Then he closed his eyes and stopped looking at the scene. That was going to kill him. Yi Qian, who exercised all year round, not only did she develop well, her body proportions were also perfect. Her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her breasts were firm. Coupled with her imposing manner, she attracted the attention of boys wherever she went. When Xia Jinyuan walked her to the back door of the provincial first high school, she saw several boys looking at her. However, they didn't look like they were in love with her. Instead, they looked confused. It's only been 7 days. How did Yi Qian become so thin? Also, who was the man beside her? He had never seen it before. When another two boys glanced over again, Major Xia slightly straightened his expression and swept his gaze over them. Without doing anything, he killed the two boys and made them leave in a panic. Let's go, it's so scary. Who's that man? Why did Yi Qian lose so much weight? The two boys from grade 2 class 2 whispered to each other as they walked quickly. Yi Qian was definitely a celebrity in the provincial first high school. There wasn't a student from grade 1 to grade 3 who didn't know her. It couldn't be helped. Every year at the opening ceremony, she would go on stage as the student representative. The teachers of each class would often say to their students, "Look at your senior, Yi Qian. Look at your senior, Yi Qian. Look at Yi Qian from grade 3, class 1. Look at her, look at her. Her grades are good enough, right? She's still so hardworking." Chapter 1146. Look at you, your grades are a mess, yet you're still not working hard. You think you're good? If you're really good, learn from Yi Qian. If you're half as good as her, I won't even care if you sleep in class. In the second year of high school, Yi Qian had always been compared to others. She had to compete with them every day, without fail. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if someone didn't recognize her, because they recognized her when they saw a young man with a strong aura beside her. Their gazes lingered on her longer than usual. Who's that man? His gaze is so scary. He must be Yi Qian's brother. They look a little alike. The way they walk and their expressions are similar. They look like siblings. Are you crazy? Yi Qian doesn't have a brother. She's the only one left at home. How can he be her brother? But they do look a little alike. Cousin? Distant relative? 7:20 in the morning was the peak time for school. There were many people at the front gate and back gate. Students who passed by would usually pay attention to Yi Qian, and some would even come over to greet her. However, none of them did that today. They all looked at her silently, and then left. Why did she lose so much weight? Is she sick? She did lose weight, but she doesn't look like she's sick. She's in good spirits. Who's the person beside her? He's quite handsome, but his gaze is a little scary. I don't dare to look at him too much. Some of the whispers reached their ears clearly, while others were muffled and couldn't be heard clearly. Even if they reached his ears, it didn't affect Xia Jinyuan. He smiled and walked elegantly to school with Yi Qian. Everyone says you've lost weight. I'm afraid they think you've lost weight because of a scary man like me. Am I scary? I don't think so. I look decent. It was the first time Xia Jinyuan was accompanying his future girlfriend to school. The corners of his mouth were raised high. Although they weren't holding hands, he could at least show his face in front of the provincial first high school students to make his presence felt. Although his identity hadn't been recognized, it was good to be able to walk in front of her classmates. Don't think too much, Captain Xia. They looked at me first, then you take a second look. When he said that he wanted to send her to school, he already knew that there would definitely be many students sizing her up. As a matter of fact, he didn't know how many gazes he received along the way. Yi Qian said with a smile. He nodded at a girl who was smiling at him and politely said, "Good morning." Then he continued to speak to Xia Jinyuan. "But you're right about one thing. I'm afraid they really think that I've lost weight because of you." He returned to the team in the afternoon. The distance from the residential area to the campus was less than 400 meters. Walking slowly for 10 minutes became the time they spent together. She wanted to spend more time with him, even if they were seen by their classmates. In the past, she was afraid that he would be influenced by an underage student because of his identity as a soldier. Now that she was 18 years old, what did she have to be afraid of? Hurry up and go. I'll visit you again when I'm free. Xia Jinyuan walked Yi Qian all the way to the back gate of the school. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. He stood by the side, looking handsome and elegant. His eyes contained a gentle smile as he watched Yi Qian enter the school. The boys would look at Yi Qian more often, while the girls would secretly look at Xia Jinyuan more often. He stood tall and slender among the students. His handsome face contained a deep and charming smile. Even if he only smiled at Yi Qian, it still made the hearts of the girls who walked past him palpitate. Chapter 1147. Even though she didn't say a word, she couldn't help but blush when she walked past him. Yi Qian, who had already entered the school, smirked when he saw this. So many people were looking at him. Fine. This was the first time she felt a little jealous. Captain Xia. Yi Qian walked up to him and gestured for him to lower his head with a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yi Qian suddenly kissed Major Xia, who was bending down with his head lowered. Gasps could be heard all around. Both the boys and girls watched as the good student of their school, Yi Qian, kissed a man's face. "I'm going to school. See you next time, my good brother." After the kiss, Yi Qian looked at Major Xia, who was stunned by his actions, and felt even better. He waved at him, and amidst the gasps, Yi Qian turned around and walked into the school gate without any pressure. Xia Jinyuan was really dumbfounded. Just a second ago, he was still thinking that his identity could not be exposed. The next second, his little fox, who never acted according to common sense, kissed him. She kissed him in front of at least 30 students. After the kiss, she even called him good brother to confuse the public. The major touched the cheek that had been kissed, and the corners of her mouth curled up even higher. She even smiled at the few male students who were staring at her in horror. With a noble temperament, she elegantly left the school through the back door. That's right, his little fox finally admitted his identity. After 4 years of waiting, he finally saw the light of day. Breaking news. Yi Qian just kissed a boy at the back of the school gate. It was absolutely true. Countless students saw it with their own eyes. That's right. I'm not lying to you. It really happened. She really kissed a guy. That guy was so handsome and had such a strong aura. He was said to be Yi Qian's older brother. They did look a little alike, but they didn't know if he was her older brother. Even before the morning self-study period, news of Yi Qian kissing a guy spread like wildfire. Instantly, the classrooms of every grade were filled with gasps of disbelief. That's impossible. She really kissed him. It can't be. You really saw it? F***CK. Really? The goddess in our hearts really kissed a man. What does he look like? Handsome? Ugly? Damn, is he that handsome? It can't be. And it's very high. There was no Yi Qian in the class, so he could only ask. Meanwhile, some of the grade 12 class 1 students were staring at Yi Qian. Their eyes were like searchlights, trying to find some clues from her face. This time, and Jessen did not hesitate to take the lead. She squeezed onto the same stool as Yi Qian and said with a worried look, "There are only 40 days left until the college entrance exam. Yi Qian, why are you kissing a man? If you really want to kiss me, you have to do it in secret. Why did you kiss me in public? You have to pay attention to your image, okay? You have to pay attention to your influence. Let me tell you, the whole school knows about it now. Everyone knows about it. Even teacher wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Just wait. I'll definitely have a heart-to-heart talk with you later." The girl who was listening by the side was extremely anxious. Why didn't she get to the point? She kept shushing her and said, "Are you in a relationship? What does that guy do? Where is he from? When did you date? Jessen, get to the point, get to the point." Damn, she was asking all the point, and Jessen turned her head to glare at the girl who was urging her and said, "When did you date? Why is there no news at all? Who is that guy? Is he reliable? What does he do? Do you even know about it?" Chapter 1148. After she asked the question. All the students held their breaths and waited for Yi Qian to answer calmly. Then someone rushed into the classroom like a gust of wind and shouted, "Holy sh*T. I just heard someone say that Yi Qian kissed a man who was so handsome that he angered both men and gods. She even took the initiative to kiss him. Do any of you know?" The classroom was very quiet, but the boy's voice was exceptionally loud. The students who were waiting for Yi Qian's answer turned to glare at the boy, who came late. All the students sitting in the classroom knew, "You're the only one who knows." So handsome that he angered both men and gods. Yi Qian laughed and pondered for a while before saying, "Not so handsome that he angered both men and gods. But handsome, he is indeed a little handsome." And Jessen rubbed her forehead and forced a smile. She asked, "Jane Eyre, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Can you answer me a little? You dared to run a red light at a critical moment. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Everyone was only concerned about who Yi Qian kissed, but Jessen's focus was completely different. She was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qian, and at this time, something would happen to him. "No, don't worry." Yi Qian comforted her and smiled. "I'll tell you who he is in the future. It's a little inconvenient now, but I can tell you that he is indeed someone who is very close to me. Our relationship is far from what you have seen." Everyone's curiosity can be quelled. It was just a normal kiss. Don't tell me that the couples in class don't know what a normal kiss is. This is what it is. The few couples in the class kissed normally. Yi Qian just didn't say it out loud. The students of grade 12 class 1 immediately understood. A few boys screamed and said, "She's already taken. There's no hope for all of them. Go, 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 go. Turn your grief into strength and learn." The whole class burst into laughter. If they were to talk about it, they wouldn't be surprised. It was just a small matter. Who didn't have a crush on someone? Who didn't fantasize about kissing someone in their heart? As for Yi Qian, his grades were at the forefront, and his actions were also at the forefront. They couldn't compare. "Are you sure? Are you sure?" The students dispersed, but Jessen didn't leave. She said softly, "You always have your own way of doing things. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Oh, damn. I was scared to death just now. I was just getting breakfast when I heard a bunch of people talking about how Yi Qian kissed a man. A very, very handsome man. How handsome." And Jessen had always believed in Yi Qian. When she said that she was fine, her worries were immediately swept away. She giggled and asked, "There's only one handsome man I've ever seen, and that's the handsome military officer who taught us about precautionary measures in junior high." TSK. That's what I call handsome. He's so handsome that I'm drooling. As she spoke, she pretended to wipe the corner of her mouth. "I'm drooling all over the floor." She still remembered. Yi Qian smiled meaningfully and said, "Yes, he is. Next time, I'll bring you to meet him." "No way. He's really that handsome." Okay, bring me to meet him. Bring me to meet him." And Jessen immediately nodded. Then she touched Yi Qian's arm and frowned as she stared at her wrist. "What happened? You've lost so much weight in 7 days. Where did you go?" "I went to do something. I didn't eat much. It's fine. I'll be fine after a few days." Just then, the morning self-study bell rang. Yi Qian gestured for her to quickly return to her seat. "I'll be fine here. It won't affect anything. Hurry back to your seat." Chapter 1149. Since Yi Qian dared to kiss him, she was not afraid that something would happen. Moreover, she did not do anything bad. What impact could it have? Affect her studies? No. Even if she went home and rested until the day of the college entrance exam, it would not affect her studies, affect her classmates. She did not date anyone in school, nor did she go around talking about who she dated. What impact could it have? The teachers naturally knew about it. How could they not know about it when the entire school knew about it? The school doesn't have to worry about this. I know who that man is. He is someone who has known Yi Qian for many years. Principal Chow smiled at the worried teacher Tong. You don't have to mention it or worry about it. It won't affect Yi Qian's exams. Principal Chow was not surprised at all when he heard the news. He had long noticed that Major Xia treated Yi Qian differently. Now that Yi Qian had turned 18, there was some progress in their relationship. The two of them were already restraining themselves. If she could restrain herself from falling in love, why would she be afraid of anything else? There was no need to worry at all. Nothing would happen. Since the principal had said so, Teacher Tong did not look for Yi Qian to have a heart-to-heart talk. The school did not intervene. The incident of Yi Qian kissing a man faded away on the third day with the arrival of the midterm exams. The midterm exams were for the first to second year of high school. The third year of high school was a mock college entrance exam. The entire school was quiet. Only the sound of writing could be heard in the classroom. Old Madam Yi stood at the school gate and looked at the deserted campus. She said to Yi Jifan, who had accompanied her, "Jifan, ask the security guard when the students will be dismissed. Also, ask around where Yi Qian's form teacher is. I'll go talk to her first." She was quite capable. She even managed to get into the provincial number 1 middle school. But she was too disobedient. Yi Jifan had always been good at pretending. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "Okay, then you rest first. I'll go ask around." After 2 minutes, he came back. What a coincidence. It's the midterm exams. I asked the security guard to call Miss Jian's form teacher. We can only go in when she arrives. Mom, what kind of lousy school is this? Don't you have any respect for your elders? Yi Xixiang, who was dressed in bright red, frowned and said in disgust, "Lele and Chengcheng should go to an elite school." Mom, I don't like this kind of place. Yi Jifan glanced at her and said calmly, being able to enter the provincial first high school is equivalent to having 1 foot in the door of a university. Whether Lele and Chengcheng can enter is still unknown. Here, it mainly depends on the results. What do you mean by looking at the results? Donate 100 to 200,000 yuan to their school, and my 2 sons can enter whenever they want. They can even choose their teachers. Yi Jixiang rolled her eyes at her brother and curled her lips in disdain. Besides, I'm going to send them abroad to further their studies. Who asked them to stay in the country? Yaozu and I are even considering becoming American citizens. Old Madam Yi did not like her daughter's exaggeration and said unhappily, "Don't talk about things that have no basis in reality. The province's number 1 middle school is a century-old school. It's not a school you can enter just because you want to. Also, don't keep talking about what school you want to join. I don't like to hear that." Ever since Sun Yaozu's identity was cleared, Old Madam Yi clearly felt that her daughter and son-in-law did not like to listen to her. But she had no choice and could only accept it. But that did not mean that she could not do anything. She still had to deal with Yi Qian's matter. One did not want Yi Qian to ride on her daughter's head. The other did not want Yi Qian to stand out. Both of them wanted to get what they wanted, so they still had to rely on her at crucial times. Chapter 1150. The whole school was in the middle of a midterm exam. Even if the school guard connected the phone to the teacher's office, Teacher Tong could only come out after she was done invigilating the exam. The weather in May was not too hot. Sitting under the shade of a tree and chatting for 10 to 20 minutes could pass in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Zhixiang had no intention of chatting at all. After standing for less than 5 minutes, she said impatiently, "Why hasn't she come out yet? Brother, hurry her up. What is she doing? We've been waiting for so long, and there's still no sign of her." She was standing outside the school like a fool. She thought that her family valued that wretched girl a lot. "Zhixiang, go back to the car and wait. Don't walk around in front of me. You're making me dizzy." Seeing that her daughter was so impatient, old Madam Yi asked her to go back to the car so that she would not leave a bad impression on the teacher. She also wanted to play the family card in front of the teacher. She wanted to let the teacher know that it was not that the family could not tolerate Yi Qian, but that the girl was too wild and could not tolerate the family. She wanted to control the teacher's attitude first, and then let the teacher lecture Yi Qian. She wanted to see if she knew how to respect the teacher and whether she had any sense of propriety and shame. Old Madam Yi was definitely an expert in handling family matters. After learning about Yi Qian from Yi Zhifan, she immediately decided not to go to Yi Qian directly. She would go to the teacher first and ask the teacher to stand on her family's side. When the time was right, she would wipe away a few drops of tears and cry. She did not believe that the girl could escape unscathed. In terms of success, Yi Zhifan was definitely skilled in politics. However, he was not half as good as old Madam Yi when it came to handling family matters. As for Yi Zhixiang, needless to say, she had not learned anything at all. She believed that there was nothing in the world that could not be solved with money. Yi Zhixiang really went back to her imported red BMW. Old Madam Yi secretly frowned as she watched her leave. This was also the reason why she did not want to fall out with Yi Zhifan. With a brother who was an official protecting her, Sun Yaozu would have some misgivings. "Zhifan, your sister has a straightforward personality. As her brother, you should teach her more in the future. I'm old, and I can't care so much about your matters. In the future, your sister can only rely on you. I hope you'll take good care of your sister on account of how well I've treated you all these years. When Lele and Chung Chung grow up, your sister will have someone to rely on in her next life." Old Madam Yi had always doted on her own daughter. Now that she was old, seeing that her daughter couldn't keep her cool, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control Sun Yaozu in the future. When the time came, she would divorce and become an abandoned woman. After returning to the southern province for so long, this was the first time old Madam Yi had really put down her old face and begged her adopted son to take care of her for her sake. It could be seen that she no longer trusted her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. For the sake of his daughter, he was willing to throw away his pride. However, Yi Zhifan smiled faintly. "Mom, you're worried that Zhixiang won't be able to protect her, but why can't I see that you're worried that no one will protect Yingying in the future? Mom, don't you think the world is still fair? Your daughter doesn't have anyone to protect her, and mine doesn't either. It's really fair." His words made old Madam Ye's eyelids twitch. That matter. She was indeed a little too cruel. She was also a little too young back then. She was afraid that her second daughter-in-law would get pregnant with a boy and take away the Yi family's assets. "You still blame me in the end." I know. Old Madam Yi let out a long sigh. Her youthful spirit instantly withered with that sigh. She suddenly felt that she had aged a lot. Chapter 1151. In the face of old Madam Ye's remorse, Yi Zhifan's expression was very calm. More than 10 years had passed, and the things that made him so angry that he wanted to kill someone were now over. His daughter Yi Ying's studies were good, and she was ambitious. If she really had a son, it might not be as good as a daughter. He said it just to provoke old Madam Yi. Old Madam Yi didn't know that he only wanted to provoke her. For her daughter to have a backer in the future, no matter how angry she was, she had to suppress it. What happened back then was my fault. Shifan, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It has nothing to do with your sister. Mom knows that she was wrong. Now, I can only do my best to make up for what I owe you. If you really can't let it go, then blame this old fart. Now that he saw that she had something to ask of him, he started to put on airs in front of her. Endure. She could only endure. Who knew that the seed she brought back from the side branch would be so promising? Look at what you're saying. You're my mother. How could I blame you? All right, let's not talk about the past. Yi Jifan stopped talking about it. When old Madam Yi said, "Now, I just want to make it up to you like back then." Her meaning was very clear. That year, when he found out that his wife had been sterilized, he went to find old Madam Yi the night he came back. That day, many things happened one after another. It was also that night that he found out that he wasn't old Madam Ye's biological son. The reason why she didn't want her wife to have a second child was very simple. She didn't want her daughter-in-law, who had no blood relations with her, to have another boy. In order to suppress the matter, old Madam Yi proposed to split Sun Xueqing's pension into 2 parts, one for him and the other for Yi Zhixiang. As for the jade pendant, she could pretend that she didn't see it. At the same time, she would leave the village with Yi Zhixiang and not interfere with anything, including the election of village officials. As for him, he would no longer pursue old Madam Ye's responsibility and would no longer think about having a boy. At the same time, he would use the jade pendant as a condition to watch over Yi Qian. He could give her food, but he definitely couldn't let her become a talent. After so many years of twists and turns, the only thing that could not be allowed to happen was the matter of Yi Qian becoming a talent. However, there was still one thing that he didn't understand back then. Yi Jifan thought about it and asked directly, "Big brother shouldn't be uncle's son, right? Back then, which family did you send uncle's son to?" This question made old Madam Ye's face darken. "Shifan, this wasn't part of our deal. Your uncle's son is Yi Qian's father. Something happened to him, and he died outside." Yi Jifan's expression darkened slightly. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry. I only asked because I heard that IQ is hereditary. I thought that Yi Qian was so good at studying. Big brother doesn't have such a high IQ. Sister-in-law is smart, but she's not as smart as Yi Qian. Also, don't you think it's strange that Yi Qian doesn't look like Big Brother at all? He looks 60% like sister-in-law, but I don't know who he got the other 40% from." Old Madam Ye's face was not only dark, but also cold. "That's why before I left the village, I repeatedly reminded you to watch over that damned girl. You can't let her have the chance to become a talent." As she spoke, her voice was tense and filled with disgust. "Your sister-in-law married Yi Xinfan for less than a month and said that she had a child. Then, the child was born before a month. She was obviously unclean before she married him, bringing someone else's bastard child into our Yi family. Chapter 1152. Yi Xinfan, Yi Qian's father, was an honest villager. When he was young, Yi Xifan had never been afraid of his big brother. Now that he knew something he didn't know, Yi Xifan nodded and said without a trace of surprise, "No wonder the little girl didn't follow Big Brother. She's not Big Brother's child. She didn't look like Yi Qian, she didn't have the same IQ, and she didn't have the same way of doing things. It made sense that she wasn't Big Brother's child. What about Big Uncle's son?" The elders in the village said that when Big Aunt came back with Big Uncle, the whole village was shocked. Even the way she walked and spoke was like a fairy. They even said that she was so beautiful that a notorious villain in town wanted to take her for himself. Yi Shifan looked at old Madame Yi and found that her eyelids were drooping, as if she didn't want him to see the expression in her eyes. It seemed that old Madame Yi had some misgivings about Big Uncle's family and his son. Big Aunt was an outsider. When she came back with Big Uncle, even the way she walked and spoke was like a fairy. This meant that Big Aunt was very elegant back then. To be able to raise such a beautiful and elegant daughter in that era, it was definitely not something an ordinary family could raise. Since Big Aunt had an extraordinary background, why did she come back with Big Uncle? Also, that era was extremely chaotic. Fight the landlord, fight the capitalists. Many rich families married their daughters off to 3 generations of poor farmers. Old Madame Yi, for example, married into the family. Could it be that Big Aunt was the same? An outsider following his uncle to a poor mountain village. Yi Shifan couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he thought about it. He had always suspected that there was someone behind Yi Qian. Could it be that Big Aunt's family found her and took Yi Qian as Big Aunt's granddaughter and raised her in secret? It wasn't impossible. Beside him, old Madame Yi, who was gradually calming down, said, "I raised your big brother for a while, so I have some feelings for him. If that little girl really is his child, I don't need you to raise her." His face lost some of its gloominess, leaving behind only disgust. "Only Sun Xueqing knows whose child that wretched girl is." "Mom, about Auntie." Yi Shifan still wanted to ask about the past, but the school bell rang, signaling the end of the first exam. Old Madame Yi directly interrupted him. "The exam is over. Go and urge the school guard to call the teacher again." It was obvious that old Madame Yi did not want to talk about her uncle's family at all. Yi Shifan felt that he had found a clue to find out who was behind Yi Qian, but he did not intend to tell old Madame Yi. When Teacher Tong returned to the office with the test papers, an invigilator who had just finished class said, "Teacher Tong, Yi Qian's grandmother from your class is outside the school. She said she has something to discuss with you." Yi Qian's grandmother? There was a trace of surprise on Teacher Tong's face. Yi Qian had a grandma? After thanking the teacher for informing her, Teacher Tong went directly to the school gate. Through the school gate, she saw an old woman wearing a modified Republic of China costume standing outside. Beside her was a woman in a red dress. Even from a distance, she could see that she was very elegant. As for the person on the right of the old woman, Teacher Tong could not help but tense up. Yi Ying's father was now a cadre in the provincial government. "You must be my granddaughter's form teacher, Teacher Tong." Old Madame Ye's round face smiled amiably. She greeted her with a kind expression. "Teacher Tong, thank you for making the trip. I am Yi Qian's grandmother. I haven't seen my granddaughter for a long time, and I miss her very much. Sigh, I just wanted to come and see if she was doing well." Chapter 1153. As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Teacher Tong saw that this elegant old lady was using a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. She then looked at the old lady's clothes. There was not a single wrinkle on the old lady's clothes. There were delicate flowers embroidered on the sleeves. She wore a navy blue pleated dress that was long enough to reveal the toes of her shoes. As she looked down, Teacher Tong realized that the old lady was even wearing embroidered shoes. She was obviously rich. Such a rich grandmother coming to her door. Teacher Tong's heart skipped a beat. She maintained her composure and said politely, "You're too kind." As far as I know, Yi Qian is an orphan. Before the second year of the Lunar New Year, she had been living with Mr. Yi. As for her grandmother, I'm sorry, old madam, I've never heard of her. Teacher Tong, can we talk inside the school? There are some things that can't be explained clearly while standing. Old madam, Yi could tell that the teacher was protecting Yi Qian. Well, that brat's grades were not bad. Teachers would always protect good students. Yi Jifan said, Teacher Tong, I miss my granddaughter. I came all the way here just to see Yi Qian. If you think there's a problem, you can ask me and verify if my mother is Yi Qian's grandmother. How about that? Teacher Tong could not help but laugh. Mr. Yi, you're exaggerating. I don't need to verify anything. It's just a routine understanding. As teachers, we have the responsibility to protect the safety of our students. She really couldn't believe that such a dignified grandmother would suddenly appear. How could she not be suspicious? Teacher Tong, are you afraid that we'll kidnap Yi Qian or something? My mother and I sat in the car for more than 10 hours just to see Yi Qian. What, is your teacher going to stop a grandmother from seeing her granddaughter? You're being too nosy. Yi Zhixiang's tone was particularly aggressive. Teacher Tong said in a low voice, Madam, I'm a teacher. I have my responsibilities. Please be more polite. Thank you. Yi Zhixiang's face turned red, then white. If it wasn't for old Madame Ye's words, she probably would have gotten serious with Miss Tong. Teacher Tong, I have also been waiting outside for half an hour. If you have doubts, it means that you are a teacher and truly care about my granddaughter. Old Madam, Yi once again used the silk handkerchief in her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs as she said, This child has had a hard life, but it's all thanks to you. With a good person like you taking care of her, she grew up smoothly. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking care of my granddaughter. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing an old woman apologizing, crying, and thanking her from time to time, Teacher Tong, who was a little vigilant, finally invited the three of them to her office. Yi Qian still has an exam later, so it's not convenient for me to bring you to see her. Let's go to the principal's office first and wait for her to finish her exam before we call her over. Teacher Tong had always been cautious when it came to Yi Qian. Now that an old lady had suddenly appeared and was even brought here by Yi Ying's father, Teacher Tong felt uncomfortable whenever she thought about how Yi Ying had treated Yi Qian in school. She had to let Principal Chow know and let him come out to greet her. Principal Chow was also surprised by old Madame Ye's arrival. He had never heard of Yi Qian having a grandmother. While pouring water, he secretly said to Teacher Tong, Go and call old Chen over. Tell him that Yi Qian's grandmother is here. Chapter 1154. Old Chen was the only one who knew about Yi Qian's situation in school. Before he came, they would wait and see why this so-called grandma was here. Yi Qian hadn't appeared for a few years. Now that the college entrance exam was about to begin, she came looking for them. Her intentions were unclear, and she seemed a little unfriendly. Teacher Tong took the opportunity to go to the library. Since she was here, she must have something to do with Yi Qian. But she had to think about why she was here. Principal Chen was organizing the new batch of books in school when he heard that Yi Qian's grandma was here. He put away the books in his hands and smiled. Sorry for troubling you, Teacher Tong. I'll go over right now. You don't have to tell Yi Qian. Don't affect her exams. Don't worry, I'll take care of Yi Qian. It's just that her grandma came with Yi Ying's father. You might need to be more careful. Teacher Tong didn't want to badmouth her former students' parents, so she reminded him implicitly she had never heard Yi Qian mention such a dignified grandma. She felt that something was wrong. Principal Chun didn't panic at old Madam Ye's arrival. Ever since old Uncle Jen told him everything, he had a deeper understanding of Yi Qian's family matters. In addition, she came over during the spring festival to say that she wanted to move Yi Qian's household registration. It could be said that Principal Chun had been waiting for old Madam Yi to come. Now that she was here, he would meet her. Principal Chun walked calmly towards the teacher's building. Old Madam Yi was definitely here for Yi Qian's household registration. There were only 40 days left until Yi Qian's college entrance exam. Old Madam Yi was here with evil intentions. She thought about how Yi Qian had persevered all these years. No matter how tired she was, she never said that she would give up. Why? Wasn't it to fight for a way out for herself? In the end, there were always some dirty people who jumped out to make trouble for her. Looks like there will be more trouble in the future, Principal Chun said softly. A terrifying light flashed across the sniper's eyes. If they really made trouble, he wouldn't let them have a good time. If he dared to ruin Jian Yuling's future, he would have to get past him first. In the principal's office, old Madam Yi was complaining so much that her voice was trembling. Her amiable face was filled with sorrow as she sobbed. My granddaughter has never been close to me since she was young. She has a strong personality and will remember even the slightest thing in her heart. She won't forget it for a long time. Back then, I wanted to take her with me, but she didn't agree and insisted on staying at Uncle's house. It's not bad to have her own uncle to take care of her, so I didn't try to persuade her any further. I thought that since it was her uncle who was taking care of her and she was still in the village, she would be used to living there. Who would have thought that the older the child is, the more ideas he has? He has been stubborn against my second son without saying a word. He doesn't recognize his own uncle or aunt. Now, he doesn't even recognize me as his grandmother. He only cares about his own personality and doesn't leave any leeway for his family. For his sake, I've been worried sick. I recite sutras every day, hoping that Bodhisattva will bless him and keep him safe, and everything will go smoothly. As she spoke, old Madam Yi touched the string of red sandalwood Buddha balls on her wrist. She had been twirling them for many years until they were shiny. She softly chanted, Amit Ba. She continued, now that I see that he is promising my years of reciting sutras were not in vain. Yi Qian was promising her years of reciting sutras were not in vain. She wanted to say that the reason Yi Qian was so good at reading was all because of her reciting sutras. Principal Chun, who was waiting for Principal Chun to come over, was not so easily led by the nose by an old lady. He smiled warmly and said, it's good to believe in Buddha. First, it's to have peace of mind. Second, it's to have things go smoothly. Third, it's to have peace of mind. Chapter 1155. She talked for 5 to 6 minutes, but Principal Chow was neither cold nor warm. She could not even tell his attitude. Old Madam Yi picked up the disposable cup on the coffee table and took a sip of water. It seemed that the wretched girl was deeply liked by the teachers and leaders in the school. That would be troublesome. If they all liked her, it was unlikely that the teachers would reprimand her. Principal, can I go to the classroom to take a look? I just want to take a look. I won't disturb her. Is that okay? Old Madam Yi immediately changed her mind to prevent the principal from reading her mind. To be honest, I came here once last year, but the door was shut in my face. The child is all grown up, and we can't say anything. Sigh, I can only trouble the school to teach her. Outside the door, Principal Chun knocked on the door with a cold look on his face. He only pushed the door open when he heard Principal Chow say, "Come in." Before the door closed, Principal Chen smiled and said, "Which one of you is Yi Qian's grandmother? I've been teaching her for 4 years, but I've never seen her have a grandmother, nor have I heard of such a thing." "Principal Chow, you're not lying to me, are you? You don't know?" Principal Chow already knew what he was implying. He stood up from his desk and introduced, "This is Yi Qian's grandmother. You've been teaching in Fujian town for so many years. How could you not know?" Even old Chen did not know about Yi Qian's grandmother. Things were even more fishy. Principal Chow's eyes darkened. He turned to Yi Zhifan and introduced, "This is Yi Qian's uncle. I know him. As for this lady, she says she's Yi Qian's aunt. Old Chen, don't tell me that you don't know her." Old Madam Yi couldn't help but blush when she said that she didn't know him and that she didn't know him. Both of them were saying that she did not care about the wretched girl and that there must be something wrong with her. "I know Mr. Yi. He used to be the mayor of Fujian town. We're old friends." Principal Chen laughed heartily and reached out to shake hands with Yi Zhifan politely. "Long time no see, Mr. Yi." Yi Zhifan shook his hand politely. "Long time no see, Principal Chen. My mother just came back from the coastal area and wanted to meet her granddaughter, who knew that the school didn't believe her. She's old and can't stand the stimulation. She just wants to see her granddaughter and leave. So this is Principal Chen." I know. Old Madam Yi stood up, halfway through her sentence. She wiped the corner of her eyes with her handkerchief. I know. You've been taking care of my granddaughter. Thank you so much. It was another person who took care of the wretched lass. He didn't look like someone who was easy to get along with and talk to. Strike first to gain the initiative. Let's see what he has to say. Was there any justice in this world? A grandmother who came to visit her granddaughter was treated as a swindler. If she wasn't allowed to look, she wouldn't leave school today. Principal Chen sat in the guest chair and smiled faintly at old Madam Ye's gratitude. "This is Miss Jian's grandmother. She doesn't look like her grandmother. She and Miss Jian seem like people from two different worlds. Old Madam Yi is dressed in a dignified manner. Miss Jian doesn't look like old Madam Ye's granddaughter at all. The school uniform is the same throughout the year, and the school grants are all used to buy learning materials. Every dollar and a dime is spent." Hearing this, old Madam Ye's heart tightened. Not good. The man in front of her probably knew what was going on at home. She lowered her gaze slightly and looked at her own clothes. Old Madam Yi secretly gritted her teeth. Chapter 1156. No wonder the brat was becoming more and more disobedient. She had someone guiding her. "No, I must get the brat's household register today. Otherwise, if I let her go out again, she'll be a troublemaker in the future. She'll definitely be rebellious and make the family restless." "Chun." Old Madam Yi wanted to interrupt and speak up for herself, but Principal Chun looked up slightly. The hostility in his eyes was so strong that old Madam Yi almost bit her tongue. Principal Chun continued calmly, "Little Jian is studying in the town's middle school. I've observed her secretly. A pair of sandals has to be worn for 2 years, and a pair of canvas shoes has to be worn for 2 spring, autumn, and winter. On the other hand, Mr. Ye's daughter has new clothes and shoes all year round. It's obvious that she's loved by her grandmother and loved by her parents." "Old Madam, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Little Jian is a poor brat. How could she have a grandmother like you? I'm old, and my memory isn't so good. And Mr. Yi, you're a cultured person. You should know that the college entrance examination is coming soon. third-year high school students have to work hard in the last 40 days. No matter what happens outside, it shouldn't affect the students' studies. If I remember correctly, your daughter, Yi-Ying, should be throughout. Headmaster Chen spoke with a smile and did not say anything inappropriate. Literally speaking, he was just stating a fact and did not have any other intentions. He only wanted to express his own opinion and did not make any personal attacks. Those who weren't familiar with him wouldn't think too deeply about it. They would think that the old madam was old and confused. Those who knew the inside story would be able to understand the meaning behind her words. You, as a grandmother, dress so well, eat so well, and drink so much. On the other hand, your own granddaughter doesn't have a pair of new shoes or new clothes all year round. Even her school fees are funded by the school. How dare you jump out and say that you're Yi Jian's grandmother? Principal Chen had a good grasp of the rhythm of his words. There were a few times when old Madam Yi and Yi Zhixiang wanted to interrupt, but they were blocked by his next sentence. They could only listen the whole time and didn't have a chance to interrupt. After he finished speaking, old Madam Ye's face was very pale. This man knew everything about her family. He knew everything. If she continued, it would be a sophistry. No, I can't play the family card anymore. I can't play it anymore. If no one knew the inside story, she was confident that she could persuade the teachers. Now that there was someone who knew the inside story, the more she said, the more it would arouse the disgust of the school leaders and teachers. She had to change her method. Old Madam Yi was still trying to figure out a way to regain control of the situation when Yi Zhixiang couldn't help but say, "Is it necessary for all of you to know whether or not my mother is Yi Qian's grandmother? We're only looking for Yi Qian, not you. I advise you not to stretch your hands too far. Don't meddle too much. What do other people's family matters have to do with you?" Yi Zhixiang, who was finally able to speak, pulled a long face and scolded with arrogance, "This is my family's business. Why are you, an outsider, interfering?" Old Madam Yi did not stop her. Apart from the fact that her attitude could easily be caught, her daughter was telling the truth. Why should she let an outsider interfere with her family's business? Principal Chen glanced coldly at Yi Zhixiang. His eyes were filled with the hidden ruthlessness of a sniper. Yi Zhixiang was so frightened that her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't maintain the arrogance on her face. Chapter 1157. As an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to meddle in your family's affairs. Moreover, I don't even know you. Why would I meddle in your family's affairs? Compared to Yi Zhixiang's rude and arrogant attitude, Principal Chen was much more cultured. Since you've mistaken me for someone else, then there's no need to look for Yi Qian. Principal Chen, I'm ashamed of what you just said. All these years, I really haven't fulfilled my responsibility to take care of my granddaughter. I also didn't think that she would run away from home because of her aunt. The corners of old Madam Ye's eyes were red from all the rubbing. She no longer tried to explain why she didn't take good care of Yi Qian. Instead, she cried bitterly and said that it was all her fault. I'm already old, and I don't care about that much. I just want to see my granddaughter. Principal Chow, I'm begging you, let me see my granddaughter. Yes, I miss her so much. I haven't been home for a few years. Every time I called, her aunt would say that everything was fine at home. She told me not to worry. I believed her. Who knew that she was just lying to me? My granddaughter ran away from home and even moved her own household register out of the Yi family. I've let down my eldest son and my daughter-in-law, who sacrificed herself for me. Old Madam Yi, who no longer used her silk handkerchief to wipe her tears, threw herself onto the armrest of the wooden sofa and cried. As she cried, she didn't forget to give Yi Jifan a look. If they didn't force Yi Qian to come over, they wouldn't let the whole school know about this today. Seeing this, Yi Jifan sighed and slowly opened his mouth. Principal Chen, my mother has been living with my sister in the coastal area. What about Yi Qian? Ever since she left my house, my wife was afraid that my mother would be angry, so she kept it from my mother and said that Yi Qian was fine at home. As he spoke, he revealed a bitter smile. I'm also partly responsible. I thought that my mother wouldn't come back, so I wanted to keep it a secret for as long as I could. In addition, Yi Qian has the school to take care of her. I thought that since we can't control her at home, we might as well let the school take care of her. Old Madam Ye's fists landed on Yi Jifan's shoulders, one punch after another. Her fists came fast and furious. Even Yi Jifan did not have time to react before his shoulders were hit several times. You're her uncle. I handed her over to you to take care of, but you forced my granddaughter to the point where she can't even see her grandmother. You're cutting a piece of flesh from my heart. Do you want me to be too ashamed to face your elder brother and sister-in-law after they pass away? Compared to Sun Dongqing's tantrum, old Madame Ye's tantrum was brilliant. She was so brilliant that Principal Chow almost believed her. Fortunately, before he opened his mouth, he glanced at Principal Chen beside him and stopped in time. He sat quietly in the office chair and waited for the old lady to finish her act. 40 minutes after the Chinese literature exam, the campus was still quiet. After handing in his paper, Yi Qian hurriedly walked out of the teaching block and headed towards the teacher's office building. Just now, the music teacher said that her grandmother had found Teacher Tong and asked her if she should go and have a look. Grandma? What kind of grandma did she have? One who never cared about her, and was even cruel enough to say to her son-in-law, it's inauspicious to kick her to death at home. Put her outside. It's snowing heavily outside. Once the snow covers her, everything will be over. Grandma? Did she need this kind of grandma? Yi Qian went to the teacher's office first. When he realized that there was no one there, he thought for a while and quickly walked towards Principal Chow's office. Teacher Tong was marking the papers, so old Madam Yi would not leave the school easily. The only place he could go was the principal's office. Chapter 1158. The principal's office was upstairs. Yi Qian took 2 steps at a time and stood at the door in less than 3 minutes. A voice came from inside. Yi Qian, who was about to knock on the door, paused. His beautiful face had a sharp look. Even his eyebrows were cold. I want to see my good granddaughter. I haven't seen her in years. If I don't see her today, I won't leave the school. My granddaughter, Grandma is here to see you. Grandma is here to see you. She was crying and shouting. She was addicted to acting. Teacher Tong chased after Yi Qian from behind. When Yi Qian raised his hand to knock on the door, she grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. Why are you here? Go back to the classroom for the exam. Leave the adults' matters to the adults. Don't worry about the children's matters. Seeing Teacher Tong and old Madame Ye's shameless crying, Yi Qian pursed his lips and said softly, Teacher Tong, the person inside is indeed my grandma, but she can't be considered my grandma. My family situation is a bit complicated. If I didn't come, I was afraid that Principal Chow and Uncle Chen wouldn't know the truth and would be blamed by old Madame Yi. She took down a key that was hanging together with the name tag. Teacher Tong, can I trouble you to go home and get something very important for me? She said softly what she needed to get. Teacher Tong's expression changed immediately. She said in shock, Yi Qian, what do you want to do? Why do you want to get it? I don't understand your actions. The thing she needed to get was extremely important. Even as a teacher, she was shocked. I don't know if it will be useful, but listen to her crying for no reason. She even mentioned my parents. She said that they didn't take good care of me, and that she let them down. Teacher Tong, they came today. The crying inside became louder. Old Madam Yi cried. I couldn't even protect my eldest son's only child. I don't even have an account. I moved out to be someone else's daughter. I don't have the face to see anyone, and I don't have the face to see my eldest son, who passed away so early. Today, they came here to take my household register. If my household register falls into the hands of a group of people who don't want to see me well, Teacher Tong, before Yi Qian could finish speaking, Teacher Tong took the keys from her hand and said, "Okay, I'll ride the bicycle there. Bring it over as soon as possible. Your parents' spirits in the netherworld will definitely not watch you be harmed by a group of heartless relatives." After Teacher Tong left, Yi Qian knocked on the door with a cold look in his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Principal Chow, I'm Yi Qian." With Yi Qian's voice, the crying in the office stopped abruptly. Headmaster Chen's eyes darkened. Who told Jian Yiling about this? She came here to distract her during the exam. Before Principal Chow could say, "Come in," old Madam Yi, who was still acting, stopped crying. She stood up and rushed to the door. As she opened the door, she called out, "My dear granddaughter, my darling." It seemed that she was so excited by Yi Qian's arrival that she was incoherent. When the door opened, Yi Qian saw a figure in a good mood rushing towards him. He leaned slightly to the side and avoided old Madam Ye's hug. He nimbly slipped into the office. Old Madam Ye almost fell to the ground when she missed. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize herself. When Yi Zhixiang saw Yi Qian coming in, her eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. "Yi Qian, do you have any conscience? You little bastard, where did you study? If anything happens to my mother, I'll never let you off." Chapter 1159. She said, "My mother, not your grandmother." Principal Chow's eyes flashed. He could tell from her words that their relationship wasn't just bad. Yi Qian's family didn't treat her as family. No wonder old Chen didn't say anything nice. She was ostracized by her family at such a young age. Fortunately, she met old Chen. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined. In her previous life, Yi Qian was controlled by Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying. She didn't meet Principal Chen, so her life was ruined. Principal Chow finally had an idea. He pretended to be scared and said to Yi Qian, "Yi Qian, hurry and help the old lady up. It doesn't matter if she's your grandmother or not. We have to respect the old and love the young." "I'm sorry. I'm not used to interacting with people I'm not familiar with." Yi Qian readily apologized and said to Yi Zhixiang, "It's because I'm educated that I know how to be polite. That's why I'm standing here today and didn't quarrel with Madam Yi." Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang didn't raise her hand to slap Yi Jian like she did in the hotel last time. Instead, she glared at Yi Jian and hurried over to support old Madam Yi, who was feeling a little dizzy. "Mom, why are you sitting up? Don't you know that you have high blood pressure and can't get up?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. "No matter how agitated you are, you have to take care of your body. Don't make me and my brother worry." Yi Zhifan, who was called out, said calmly, "Mom, Yi Qian is here. Sit down and talk." She then looked at Yi Qian. "You can refuse to acknowledge me as your uncle, but you can't refuse to acknowledge your grandmother. Your father is her son, and you are her granddaughter. There's no granddaughter in the world who doesn't acknowledge her. You're already in your third year of high school. You can't be as ignorant as you were when you were in your second year of junior high school. Also, you said that after studying, you know that people need to be polite. Since you know that, you should know that you can't make your grandmother sad. Principal Chun did not like what he heard. He looked at Yi Jifan with a faint smile. Mr. Yi, you're wrong again. Compared to Yi Qian, who was taught by Uncle Jen, and me, Yi Qian is more sensible and polite. No matter what, Yi Qian will always look at the big picture. Principal Chun, let's talk about Yi Qian now. Please don't mention my daughter again. Yi Jifan's face turned cold as he said in a low voice, My daughter is not your student, nor is she a student of the province's #1 middle school. What right do you have to say that my daughter is not as good as Yi Qian? Then, may I ask, what right does Mr. Yi have to say that I'm rude? Yi Qian interrupted. I have no relationship with Mr. Yi. What right do you have to say that to me? Yi Jifan, who choked on his words, bit his cheeks and began to put on weight. His handsome face was not as handsome as it was when he was young. Instead, it was covered with a thick layer of haze. After a while, he replied, You have a sharp tongue. He still had to consider his status in front of Principal Chow of the province's #1 middle school. After all, the province was holding an education conference, and principals of famous schools often interacted with high officials like the provincial governor. If one day he mentioned this to the provincial governor and made things difficult for him, he would inevitably be criticized. Old Madame Ye's cloudy eyes became even darker. Her legs seemed to tremble as she sat down. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking, as if she was looking at someone else through him. She looked like her, even more so than the last time she saw her. She looked exactly like her mother, who had passed away early. Her facial features were similar, but she was more delicate, more beautiful, and more charming. Chapter 1160. Her temperament was similar, but she was even more stubborn than her mother. Looking at this face, Old Madame Yi recalled how Sun Xueqing didn't listen to her and didn't listen to her mother-in-law's teachings. The anger in Old Madame Ye's heart wouldn't dissipate. Great, she hadn't disciplined anyone for many years. She didn't believe that she couldn't discipline an 18 or 19-year-old girl today. Jifan, it's fine, it's fine. As long as our little girl is happy, it's fine. Mom is old. It's nothing to be wronged. Old Madame Yi gently wiped her tears. She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers and scriptures. She held it in her hand, ready to wipe her tears at any time. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian for a long time. When Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over, Old Madame Ye's eyes moved slightly. She stared meaningfully at Yi Qian again before calmly looking away. No matter how good she was only 18 or 19. She wanted to see how she could maintain her image as a good student in front of the principal. Teacher Tong knocked on the door with a black backpack. When she came in, the atmosphere in the office was at its worst. Yi Qian ignored Old Madame Ye's words with his cold attitude. He even snorted disdainfully. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, saw a trace of interest. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Old Madame Ye's methods came one after another. She was much better than Sun Dongqing, who only knew how to make a scene. Who knows, maybe he could really get Yi Qian's household register today. As long as he got the household register, he could openly change her university aspirations as her guardian. She wouldn't even be able to attend a third-rate university. After witnessing Yi Qian's power at Caesar Hotel, Yi Zhixiang, who had some misgivings, chose to remain silent. She slanted her eyes and looked over with disdain, waiting to watch a good show. Yi Qian, who saw their expressions, curled his lips slightly. He stood obediently beside Principal Chun and said softly, "Uncle Chun, she's not my grandmother. I don't have a grandmother, an aunt, or an uncle." "Don't be afraid. Uncle Chun knows. You shouldn't have come. You should focus on your exams." Principal Chun sighed and said to Principal Chow, "I'll leave with Yi Qian first. Please take care of them." Principal Chow nodded with a cold expression. "Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Take Yi Qian and leave. Girl, you'll forgive me. Me, for your parents. I'll kneel to you." Old Madam Yi was really cruel to herself. She had no choice. She had promised Yi Zhifan that she would either get Yi Qian's household register before the college entrance exam, or she would make a scene so that the whole school would point fingers at her, and the wretched girl wouldn't be able to take the college entrance exam in peace. It was just a scene. After she finished speaking, she really knelt on the ground. Yi Zhifan quickly squatted down to help her up. "Mom, please don't make things difficult for us. If you kneel to your own granddaughter and beg for forgiveness, how will Yi Qian face the whole school in the future?" Yi Zhixiang obviously didn't expect her mother to be so cruel. She was stunned for a moment and said sharply, "Yi Qian, you bastard, you let your own grandmother kneel to you. Are you even human? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Her voice was so sharp and loud that it could be heard from across the office. Chapter 1161. Yi Zhifan also shouted, "Yi Qian, what's the point of studying so many books? You don't even know the basics of loyalty, filial piety, etiquette, and righteousness. No matter how much you study, no matter how good your grades are, it's useless. The provincial first high school has such a disloyal and unfilial student like you. It's a disgrace to the century-old school." Back then, didn't his daughter, Yi Ying, bring shame to the century-old school? Today, he wanted to see who was the one who brought shame to the century-old school. Yi Zhifan had never forgotten that Yi Ying had to transfer out of the provincial first high school because of the military training. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to shout, "Let me kneel! Let me kneel! My granddaughter is angry. She has no one to complain about her grievances. As an uncle, you didn't protect her. As an aunt, you mistreated her. You can't even tolerate your sister's only bloodline. I was blind to believe you too. It's all my fault, all my fault. How could old Madam Yi really kneel?" When Yi Zhifan stopped her, she took the opportunity to sit on the floor. She kept saying, "I'm wrong," and "I'm guilty," causing the entire office to become restless. "If you really want to kneel, I won't stop you." Amidst the commotion, Yi Qian's cold voice sounded. She walked over to old Madam Yi and opened the black backpack that Teacher Tong had brought in. When she took out the things inside, Yi Qian immediately screamed. She was so scared that she screamed. Yi Zhifan's gaze fell on her. He didn't scream, but his scalp tensed up. She actually took out Yi Xinfan's photo and Sun Xueqing's photo. "Old Madam Yi, you did wrong, my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died. If my mother didn't seek justice for my father, she wouldn't have sacrificed herself. You did wrong, my parents, and I really don't want to acknowledge you. Do you know why I don't want to acknowledge you?" Yi Qian's voice was as cold as ice. He looked down at the three frightened men and said slowly, "Because my father is not your son." Grandpa Jen called. He sighed and said, "Little girl, you don't have to worry about your grandmother coming here. Your father is not her son, and you are not her granddaughter. Grandpa is telling you now, so you should know what to do. Yi Qian wasn't surprised at all by the words, "Your father isn't her son." He only said, as expected. In her past life, she had suspected that her father was not old Madame Ye's biological son. Otherwise, why would he pick on her family? Just because my father isn't your biological son, you don't like him and pick on him everywhere. You clearly know that my father's health is not good. When he came back from outside, the hospital said that he needs to rest for half a year. But what did you say? You said that the family doesn't raise useless people. He has hands and feet, but he doesn't know how to earn money. What's the point of staying at home? You also said that if he doesn't go out to work, you might as well sell him and use this useless person to exchange for some money. With every word Yi Qian said, old Madame Ye's face paled. She didn't dare to look at Yi Xinfan in the photo. She didn't dare to look because she felt guilty, because she was scared. How could it be? How could it be? How could this wretched girl know all this? How did she know? Who told her? Chapter 1162. Yi Zhixiang was even more scared than old Madame Yi, especially when Yi Qian approached her with the photo. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she screamed, "Take it away! Take it away!" Yi Qian, you wretched girl, take that stupid photo away. Take it away. Her screams were heart-wrenching. It was obvious how scared she was. Madame Yi, what are you scared of? Weren't you so arrogant? When you scolded my dad back then, now that he's gone, there's only one photo left. What are you scared of? Yi Qian's face was expressionless. He was cold and said, Madame Yi, you're scared of the photo. What are you trying to say? Yi Zhixiang, who was dressed in red, was no longer as arrogant as she was at the school gate. With her hair disheveled, she didn't even dare to look at Yi Qian. Whatever Yi Qian said was automatically ignored by her. She only knew how to hide behind old Madame Yi. Principal Chun and Principal Chow were both surprised. They both looked at Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong had brought the black bag in and handed it to Yi Qian. How could Teacher Tong agree to Yi Qian's shocking actions? Don't look at me like that. I'm also... Sigh. As a teacher, how could she agree to it? However, this was a serious matter. If she could really protect Yi Jian from being threatened and hurt, she thought that Yi Jian's parents would be willing to use this method to protect their daughter in the underworld. She briefly explained how she met Yi Qian at the school gate and how she persuaded her to retrieve the photo of Yi Qian's parents. When she finished, Teacher Tong couldn't hide her heartache. She said softly, I'm also a parent. How can I watch my daughter's future be ruined by someone else? I agree. As a parent, I agree to Yi Qian's request. Principal Chen's mouth was dry. He said in a low voice, Thank you, Teacher Tong. It was because of this teacher who treated Yi Qian like her own child that she believed in Yi Qian unconditionally. You're too polite. Protecting the students is also the responsibility of us teachers. Teacher Tong shook her head slightly and looked at the three people who were stunned by Yi Qian. She lowered her voice and said, Do you need us to step in? No, let Yi Qian handle it. Principal Chun refused without hesitation. Jian Yiling wouldn't do something for no reason, and she wouldn't suddenly ask for a photo of her parents. Her expression looked cold, but there was a hint of sadness between her brows. It was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. There must be another reason for doing this. Before they figured it out, it was best for them not to make a move. The atmosphere in the office suddenly reached the peak of tension. It was like setting off a high-temperature explosive, making everyone's heartstrings tense. Yi Zhixiang's screams were still ringing in the air. A woman's voice was sharp to begin with, and now that she was screaming in fear, everyone's eardrums hurt. Originally, old Madame Yi wasn't afraid of the photos because Yi Qian had suddenly revealed her secret. However, with Yi Zhixiang's screams in her ears, she couldn't help but be affected. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, her gaze fell on one of the black and white photos. Old Madame Yi looked at the young man's face in the photo. As she looked, old Madame Yi couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. That damned girl was right. Yi Xinfan really wasn't her son. She had never thought of Yi Xinfan as her son. He was just a beggar who was brought back from the outside. If she hadn't brought him back in a moment of desperation to raise him as Yi Xinfan, he might have starved to death on the streets. She was already kind enough to bring him back and give him a meal. Chapter 1163. Old Madame Yi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest son was Yi Zhifan, her second son was Yi Zhifan, and her youngest daughter was Yi Zhixiang. To this day, everyone in the village believed that her 2 sons and 1 daughter were old Madame Yi's biological children. No one had ever suspected that her 2 sons were not her biological children. Old Madame Yi had always thought that no one knew about this secret. She had brought Yi Xinfan back to the village from the city, other than her own father, who knew that he was not her biological child, and a few of the older generation knew a little about it. As the older generation passed away one by one, the fact that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child was buried in the earth. No one ever brought it up again. Even if the older generation knew a little about it and suspected that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child, they would never have thought that the Yi Xinfan she brought back was not her uncle's son. The night she went to the city to pick up Yi Xinfan, because she was afraid that she would be implicated by her uncle, and because she was young at the time and thought that her sister-in-law was better than herself, she saw that the couple was in trouble. For some reason, she left the 4-year-old Yi Xinfan at an unknown bus station. After she was done, she hurriedly searched for him, but Yi Xinfan was nowhere to be found. At that point, she walked around the dilapidated street in fear and panic. When she saw a little beggar about the same size, she hardened her heart and carried the little beggar back to the village, afraid that she wouldn't be able to report back to her superiors. Those years were too turbulent. Even now, there were still many things that she could not explain or explain. As time passed, the truth of the matter was buried in the river of time. No one brought it up again. Old Madame Yi did not think about it anymore. She had even forgotten that she had done such a heartless thing when she was young. Now that Yi Qian had suddenly brought it up, how could old Madame Yi not be shocked? What shocked her even more was that she did not expect Yi Qian to remember everything she had said so clearly. Yi Qian's gaze was extremely clear and sharp. When he looked at her, he felt like there was nowhere to hide. No matter how pitiful old Madame Yi had pretended to be, he did not pity her at all. "You've always disliked my parents and me. I didn't understand why you spoiled Yi Zhixiang so much before, but now I understand. My father isn't your son at all. I'm not your son, so of course I wouldn't feel bad for him. My dad was injured and needed to rest, but you scolded him one day and stabbed him the next. An honest man sat alone in his room until dawn, carrying a few clothes and coughing as he left home to earn money. The money I earned didn't go to my mother. You kept it all. Old Madame Yi, you sold my father's life for money. Tell me, why should I acknowledge you? Why should I recognize you?" The last 2 sentences, "Why should I recognize you?" were filled with hostility and sharpness. Yi Zhixiang screamed again, in shock. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she took 2 steps back without caring about her image. Yi Qian, who had been on the battlefield and killed people before, not only was there hostility between her brows, there was also a bloodthirsty coldness. Sometimes she was not good at hiding her emotions. Even Teacher Tong would be shocked when she saw this. This time, looking at old Madame Ye's obviously vicious and disgusting face that was pretending to be kind, and recalling the past that she could never forget in her 2 lifetimes, the viciousness in her heart, the bloodthirstiness in her eyes, and the murderous aura in her voice were like the rising tide of the sea, rushing towards her face with a steaming momentum. Even the elderly old Madame Yi was so frightened that layers of cold sweat appeared on her back. Chapter 1164. In the yellowed black and white photo, Yi Xinfan had an unnatural smile on his face as he stared at old Madame Yi, who had retreated to the edge of the sofa. He seemed to be smiling, but at the same time, he seemed to be crying. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. One of the photos Yi Qian took out was of her father, and the other was of her mother. When the 2 photos were placed side by side, no one would think that they were husband and wife. Yi Xinfan's features were plain and unadorned. There was no trace of him on Yi Qian. On the other hand, Sun Xueqing's features were beautiful. She wore a Type 71 military cap with a 5-pointed star in the middle. Her bright eyes and white teeth exuded the heroic spirit of a soldier. With the 2 photos in front of her, even though old Madame Yi looked away, her mind was still rapidly switching between the 2 people in the photos. One moment, it was Yi Xinfan. The next moment, it was Sun Xueqing. When her mind froze on Yi Xinfan's photo, old Madame Yi suddenly shivered. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. Old Madame Yi, so you know fear too? How could the changes on her face be hidden from Yi Qian? Seeing her facial muscles twitching slightly, Yi Qian's voice became even sharper. There's not a day that you don't think of my father as your son. There's not a day that you don't want to take advantage of my family. In the end, you drove my father to his death. Old Madame Yi, your retribution has long been waiting for you. And I will wait for you to receive your retribution. Retribution. That wretched girl said that she would receive her retribution. Old Madame Yi, who was looking away, heard this, and her face instantly twisted. Her eyes were ferocious as she stared at Yi Qian, who was not afraid of her at all. Principal Chao saw the ferocity in her eyes. She no longer had the kind and amiable look from before. It was clearly a sharp and mean face. He almost believed her words. That was close. That was close. Luckily, Yi Qian came himself. Otherwise, even if old Chun was here, he might not have believed old Chun completely. Principal Chao, who was secretly wiping away his cold sweat, sighed softly. His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at the slender figure standing proudly in the middle of the office. It really wasn't easy for Yi Qian to get to where he was today. Principal Chao let out a long sigh in his heart. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. At this moment, old Madame Yi wished she could charge forward and give Yi Qian a few tight slaps. She actually cursed her own grandmother to suffer retribution. How could she have such guts? Who gave her the guts to go against her? Even Yi Xinfan and Sun Xueqing had never dared to curse her like this. It had to be said that Yi Qian had hit the nail on the head. Some people became calmer as they got older, while some people became more suspicious as they got older. Old Madame Yi, who had a strong desire for control, belonged to the latter. In his previous life, he had done so many evil deeds that he had never let go of his Buddhist beads when he was old. He was delusional to think that he had the protection of the Dharma and the protection of the Bodhisattva so that he could have peace of mind in his old age. That year at the Caesar Hotel, Yi Qian had noticed the shiny prayer beads in her hands when she met old Madame Yi for the first time. At that time, she wondered if wearing this string of prayer beads every day was a sign of repentance to her father. After thinking about it, she felt that she was overthinking things. With old Madame Ye's personality, how could she feel repentance towards a son she didn't like? In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to go against the Yi family. Even though she knew that her father had died in an accident because of old Madame Yi, she didn't have the ability to go back and seek justice. The things that she had always wanted to do in her previous life had become an obsession in this life. She couldn't forget it. One day, she would hold her parents' portraits and ask old Madame Yi if she felt any repentance. Reality proved that she was too naive. Chapter 1165. How could a person without a conscience feel repentance? What's more, the person she forced to death wasn't even her own son. Of course, old Madame Yi didn't feel any remorse, but she was truly frightened by Yi Qian. Retribution. She was most afraid of retribution. Old Madame Yi was so frightened that her heart was beating erratically. She grabbed Yi Jifan's arm tightly, hinting for him to break the stalemate. Yi Qian, you're too daring. Yi Jifan didn't show much fear. His elder brother and sister-in-law's early deaths had nothing to do with him. He calmly reprimanded, "Where did you hear that from?" "Your father is my elder brother, your grandmother's son. How can you say he's not my father?" As expected, he wasn't easy to deal with. With her move, the school leaders and teachers wouldn't easily step in. Yi Jifan, who was the calmest of the three, was vexed. He put on the airs of an elder and reprimanded her again. "Yi Qian, you casually took out your parents' portraits. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion." His scolding wasn't light. As an official, he didn't swear, but his words were 100 times worse than a swear word. Faced with the scolding, Yi Qian lightly sneered. "Unfilial son? Mr. Yi, you're talking about yourself. Since you're old Madame Ye's son, how could you allow her to live outside with her own daughter? And how could you allow your own wife to insult old Madame Yi in front of you? In the Yi family, I've heard a lot of those insults. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion. Mr. Yi, I'll return the favor." Yi Qian's reaction to arguments was exceptional. There were only words she didn't want to say, but nothing she couldn't say. In an instant, Yi Jifan's face turned ashen. He stared at his niece, who made him more and more confused. After a while, he coldly snorted and said to the pale-faced old Madame Yi, "Mom, let's go back first." Yi Jixiang didn't even dare to raise her head. She was afraid to see the viciousness in Yi Qian's eyes, as well as the murderous intent that terrified her. "Mom, let's go, let's go. That wretched girl is a lunatic just like her mother. Let's go, let's go." Yi Qian's shock wasn't normal. It was so great that it was abnormal. Her words made Yi Qian's cold eyes sharpen. His gaze shot towards Yi Jixiang like an arrow. Yi Qian, who had no intention of letting them leave, saw her figure flash past. Her movements were so fast that it was a blur. In the blink of an eye, she had blocked their path. "Didn't you want to take away my household registration? Why are you leaving so soon?" Not only did she block them, but she also grabbed Yi Jixiang's wrist with lightning speed. Her gaze was bone-chilling. "Madame Yi, back then you and son Yaozu wanted to beat me to death. Now that you have money and power, why don't you dare?" Her grip was so strong that Yi Jixiang didn't even notice it. However, it was already too late. Yi Jixiang screamed in pain as her wrist was gripped so tightly that her bones hurt. When did I say I was going to kill you? Let go of me. Let go. Didn't you come here to find trouble with me? I'm here, and I took the initiative to ask you to stay. Shouldn't you be happier? As Yi Qian spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I still have over 40 days before the college entrance exam. I don't want to waste any more time with you. Chapter 1166. Yi Jian's voice seemed to penetrate every nook and cranny of the room. Her voice was laced with a bone-chilling coldness that spread to every corner of the room and pierced into Yi Jixiang's body like needles. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Those two colorless photos. No, she didn't want to see them. She didn't want to see them. What does your college entrance exam have to do with me? Damn girl, let go of me. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go. The more Yi Jixiang scolded her, the stronger Yi Jian's grip became. Yi Jian, who could carry a heavy weapon and run, had a lot of strength in her grip. With a little more force, Yi Jixiang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt too much. She felt like her bones were being crushed. Her screams made old Madame Ye's relaxed face twitch. She scolded, "How old are you? Why are you screaming? Shut up." Yi Jixiang, who was in pain and flustered, couldn't shut up. She immediately retorted, "Damn girl, you're so strong that you're going to crush my bones." Mom, pull her away. Listen, listen, is this something an adult would say? A woman in her 30s or 40s can't even compare to a little girl. She can't keep her cool, at all. Old Madame Ye's eyelids drooped. Her triangular eyes flashed fiercely. When she raised her head again, she looked at Yi Qian with tears in her eyes. "Child, don't scare your aunt. Quickly put away your parents' photos." "Did you hear that? Damn girl, get away from me. What's so good about a pair of short-lived ghosts?" Yi Jixiang didn't dare to look at them. She turned her head away and tried to pull her hand back. She didn't pull her hand back the first time. Yi Jixiang screamed even louder. "Yi Qian, what are you trying to do?" "Murder. Someone's trying to kill someone." "Someone come quickly. Someone come quickly." Her screams were extraordinarily loud and filled with incomprehensible horror. She seemed very afraid of seeing Yi Qian's parents' photos. Old Madame Yi was also very afraid. Not only was she afraid, but both mother and daughter looked flustered. Their eyes flickered to Yi Qian's face from time to time, as if they were searching for something. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Something was wrong, very wrong. Just now, he was angered by old Madame Ye's lack of remorse, so he didn't pay attention to their unusual reactions when she took out the photos. Yi Qian's eyes, and he recalled what happened, that old Madame Ye's pupils constricted, and her facial expression stiffened. Then her lips trembled slightly, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. As for her hands, that's right, as she clenched her fists, her unnatural expression hid a deep panic. What was she shocked about? What was she panicking about? Yi Jixiang's expression was full of fear. She didn't dare to face it, but when she said, "Old Madame Yi, you did wrong to my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died." There was also a trace of relief in the mother and daughter's shocked expressions. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Why was there relief? When she said, "My father isn't your son," old Madame Ye's face turned pale. She was scared again. This time, there was even a trace of guilt. Fear, panic, relief, guilt. She could understand fear, panic, and guilt, but she couldn't explain why there was also relief. Chapter 1167. There's a problem. There must be a problem. Yi Qian pursed his lips and stared at Yi Zhixiang coldly. He stared at her until she bit her lower lip and straightened her body. Her head was twisted so much that her neck was about to be dislocated. Seeing her daughter so easily frightened, old Madam Yi pressed her daughter's shoulder. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let her come. That wretched girl didn't seem to know anything. She shouldn't scare herself, and let her find out more. Zhixiang, you're her aunt. Don't be so alarmed. Little Jian isn't close to us. If you scream again, how can she be close to you in the future? She hinted at Yi Zhixiang to calm down and stop screaming. It's just your brother and sister-in-law. We're family. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you plan to go to the Martyrs' Cemetery tomorrow to pay your respects? Now that you've seen the photo, you should bow properly to show your remembrance. Yi Zhixiang wasn't willing, but old Madame Ye's fingers tightened around her shoulders. She knew that no matter how much she resisted, she had no choice but to lower her head. She bent, lowered her head, and bowed to the black and white photo. Even so, she never looked directly at it. Seeing this, Yi Qian didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he tightened his grip. Old Madam Yi clenched her teeth and sighed. You're too extreme. If your parents were still alive, they would be so sad. Your father was diligent, and your mother worked for the country and the people. Child, you should learn from your parents. Learn how they lowered their heads in front of her. Learn how to be honest. How could old Madam Yi say the words in her heart out loud? She could only harshly mutter them in her heart. Behind the tears, the pair of murky eyes that were filled with scheming were rolling with ominous clouds. This wretched girl was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She had to stay calm. She hadn't panicked or messed up after so long. It was as if she had been waiting for her to come. Luckily, she only knew this one thing. Just now, she was really scared and thought that she knew something else. She glanced coldly at Yi Zhixiang. Seeing that she wasn't panicking anymore, old Madam Yi finally calmed down. Now that she knew that her father wasn't her biological son, and that her teacher was helping her, she couldn't do anything to her teacher. She had to think of another way. In the dark, old Madam Yi glanced at Yi Zhifan, who had a dark expression on his face. She saw him glance at the silent teacher Tong, and then shake his head subtly. His meaning was obvious. His teacher was not going to help them convince Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian's stubborn behavior, old Madam Yi, who had been scheming in her heart, suddenly smiled. Those who are too hard will break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Since the wretched girl had such a stubborn personality, he might as well let her break herself. There was no need to dirty his hands. Old Madam Yi raised her well-maintained but slightly withered hand and placed it on Yi Qian's wrist. She said softly, "So what if old man Zhen told you everything? Your father has been my son for more than 10 years. How can you say no just because you say no?" Earlier, she was still pretending to show off her familial love. Now, she suddenly revealed her poisonous tongue. Yi Qian, who was holding his parents' portrait, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't need to guess to know that this vicious old lady was scheming again. No matter what she was scheming, he would definitely make her return empty-handed today. She would come here with her head held high and leave the school with her tail between her legs. Chapter 1168. Your father is my son. I can do whatever I want with him. He's just a wild thing that came out of nowhere. What about your mother? So what if she has a fiery temper? At least I'm still alive. She's already dead and turned into a pile of bones. She had a fiery temper, right? Fine, I'll just say things that you don't like to hear. I want to see how a 19-year-old girl can keep her composure. Old Madam Yi purposely lowered her voice at the beginning, but as she slowly tightened her grip on Yi Qian's wrist, her voice gradually became louder and filled with the helplessness of an elderly person. Little Jian, you can't explain what happened over the past 10 years. Your father's surname is Yi, and so is your surname. Whether you admit it or not, everyone in the village knows that your father is my son, and you are my granddaughter. No one can change this. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. You're still young, and it's easy for you to trust the wrong people. At this point, old Madam Ye's gaze drifted to Principal Chen before she continued sadly. Grandma doesn't blame you for being insensible, and I don't blame you for not coming out to meet me. But child, no matter how far you go or how close you are to outsiders, your surname is still Yi. Her tone was filled with sorrow. In a few words, she had described Yi Qian as an unfilial son who didn't even acknowledge his ancestors. Headmaster Chen, who was insinuated as a bad guy, calmly raised his eyes. Seeing that Yi Jian did not show any signs of anger on her face, a faint smile appeared on his resolute face that had been through many hardships. Old Madam Yi was indeed someone. No wonder her daughter and son-in-law had to rely on her for so many years. She couldn't do anything to the teacher, so she came up with the idea of angering Yi Qian. It was true that they wanted to take away Yi Qian's household registration, but their ultimate goal was to ruin little Jian's future. On the eve of the college entrance exam, all the candidates were protected like pandas by the school and their parents, afraid that a slight distraction would affect the exam. Last year, the grandfather of a candidate from the provincial first high school passed away. In order not to affect the candidate's revision, the whole family kept it a secret and only brought the candidate to his grandfather's grave to kowtow after the exam. They didn't even dare to say that a relative had passed away, afraid that the candidate would fail the exam. On the other hand, old Madam Yi used the excuse of looking after her granddaughter. On the surface, she missed her granddaughter so much that she fell ill, but in reality, she had an ulterior motive. They only wanted to ruin Yi Qian's college entrance exam. If Principal Chen could see it, Principal Chao and Teacher Tong could see it even more clearly. If it wasn't for Yi Qian hinting at them with his eyes, Teacher Tong would have kicked old Madam Yi and her family out of school. But Yi Qian's eyes made them feel at ease. For some reason, she always had a charm that made people involuntarily believe in her. She didn't need to say anything. Just a look was enough to make people's restlessness disappear. Hearing her voice, her expression was as cold as Yi Xiangshuang's in the early winter morning. Old Madam, didn't you have a bad person in your family? Tell me, I've already met a bad guy who wants to kill me. Do you think I'll still trust a bad guy? Her delicate lips slowly curved into a smile, and her beautiful face revealed a smile as beautiful as a blooming flower. It was beautiful, but not bright. It was filled with the darkness that remained after the petals bloomed. Even the experienced old madam, Yi couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. Why did Yi Zhixiang feel guilty? Why did old madam Yi feel lucky? Yi Qian, who had been harboring deep questions in his heart, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old Madam, I was able to come out of the Yi family alive, thanks to the help of good people. Please don't mention good people or bad people. I'm scared of myself." Chapter 1169. Yi Qian tightened his grip on Yi Zhixiang's wrist. Her screams were ringing in his ears, but he didn't even raise his eyebrows as he said indifferently, "I'm afraid of me. If I'm not careful, I'll teach these bad guys a lesson. For example, just listen to your daughter's voice. Isn't it miserable?" To fight with old Madam Yi, One had to see who was more ruthless, more steady, and more patient. In comparison, old Madame Yi, who loved her daughter as much as her own life, was not as calm as Yi Qian. However, she was already 60 years old and had seen too much. Her heart was thick and hard, as if it had been branded with a layer of rust. Even if she couldn't bear to see her daughter in pain, she wouldn't be as impatient as Sun Dongqing. Little Jian, are you really not afraid? Afraid? Who's the one who's afraid now? Yi Qian smiled as he asked. His expression was a little cold, but his beautiful eyebrows were calm. My household register is not under your name. You can't interfere with anything I do. You can't even do anything when I don't want to see you. You think I'm afraid? Do I need to be afraid? Hearing this, old Madame Yi felt a sharp pain in her heart. This damned girl, acting so presumptuously in front of her, she really wasn't Yi Xinfan's child. The angrier the other party was, the calmer Yi Qian became. Looking for trouble? Trying to control her? Then try it. Listening to the old and young exchange back and forth, seeing that the old one didn't have the upper hand, Teacher Tong finally relaxed a little. She was no longer worried that her student would be at a disadvantage. Yi Qian, the most outstanding student in the province's first high school of 96. None of the teachers doubted her, and none of her classmates doubted her. In the 2 years of high school, she never let the teachers worry about her, nor did she disappoint them. If she said she could solve it, then the teachers would believe her. Only old Madame Ye's heavy breathing could be heard in the office. Even Yi Zhixiang had quieted down. As for Yi Zhifan, he wouldn't interfere rashly to avoid falling into Principal Chao's hands. The reason why Yi Zhifan was able to get to where he was today was not only because he had someone secretly supporting him, but also because he had a certain level of ability. If he was a hopeless case, how could the person behind the jade pendant help him? He secretly observed Principal Chen's expression and saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of worry on his face. Instead, when he noticed that he was observing him, he glanced at him and gave him a faint smile. Smile? How could he still laugh? Wasn't Qin Dongfeng worried about Yi Qian? Something was not quite right. Logically speaking, they should be worried, but each and every one of them maintained a calm expression. Even their gazes were so indifferent, without the slightest bit of worry. The more he looked, the more Yi Zhifan felt that something was amiss. As he supported old Madame Yi, he could not help but remind her in a low voice, "Mom, they don't seem to be worried about Yi Qian. Do you think there's a problem?" Yi Zhifan, who had a clear understanding of the officialdom, clearly understood that this was the time to unite against an external enemy. He would definitely remind them if he needed to. "Don't worry." Old Madame Yi hinted with her eyes, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. That damned girl was more than difficult to deal with. She clearly knew what she was worried about. However, he didn't know what she was worried about. What was she worried about? What exactly was she worried about? There must be something. There must be something. Old Madame Ye's brain was not rusty. Her cloudy eyes were gloomy like a piece of wood buried in the ground, emitting a rotting smell. Principal Chen was completely relieved. He could clearly see that in front of the girl, old Madame Yi, who was full of airs, could not gain any advantage at all. Instead, from time to time, she would be angered by Yi Qian until her face turned ashen. Chapter 1170. Old Madame Ye's plan to provoke Yi Qian and make him do something inappropriate was indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, no matter how good she was at scheming, she would never have guessed that Yi Qian had undergone special training to be able to control his temper at all times and calmly deal with any unexpected situations. Old Madame Yi, who couldn't think of a solution, glanced at her hand that was tightly gripping Yi Qian's wrist, and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. There was only one way, which was to provoke her and make her do something inappropriate. Her sinister old eyes flashed with scheming, and with a stuffy nose, she said in a muffled voice, "Yi Qian, you may be able to cause a ruckus now, but that won't be the case in the future. Without a home, you'll lose your roots. Do you really want to make everyone lose face? Do you really think that you've won just because you've caused a ruckus? No, even if you win, you'll tarnish your reputation. You understand?" At the age of 18 or 19, she cared about her reputation. If she caused a ruckus and was made fun of by both boys and girls, would she still be able to continue being arrogant? If she listened this time, then everyone would be happy. If she didn't, there was no need to rush. There was still another move waiting for her. Old Madam Yi had seen countless people and had her own way of judging people. She was able to turn her daughter's small business into a big business because she had both strategies and methods. If one plan didn't work, she would come up with another one in a matter of minutes. She was even better at scheming within scheming and scheming within scheming, making it impossible to guard against. There was hardness within softness, viciousness within hardness, and viciousness within viciousness. Every move came one after another. "I heard that your grades are good and that you intend to get into a good university. What if someone writes a letter about what happened today to your future university? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to survive in a new environment?" Standing in the middle, she purposely kept her voice low so that only Yi Qian could hear her. Even Yi Jifan, who was next to her, didn't see her lips move. "Yi Qian, you're still young. You don't know the power of rumors and slanders. Rumors are an invisible weapon that kills people. If you don't listen to me, and the whole school hears that a good student doesn't even acknowledge your grandmother, what do you think your classmates will think of you?" She wasn't afraid that an 18 or 19-year-old girl would be so calm. He had to make her afraid. The orphan who left her home treated the school as her home. If there came a day when the school that she treated as her home could no longer accommodate her, she would like to see if she could still straighten her back and speak to her with a cold and arrogant expression. At that time, the school won't tolerate you, and you won't be able to return home. What's the point of living then? How dare you threaten me with your parents' photos? Little Jian, you're too naive. You can't do anything to me when you're alive. Do you think you can do anything to me when you're dead? A trap within a trap, and a trap within a trap. Yi Qian had chosen not to make a fuss and had also fallen into her trap. But if Yi Qian had really made a fuss, then it would have been even better for old Madam Yi. I only hope that you will make a bigger fuss. Who would be affected by a high school student yelling at his own grandmother? Old Madam Yi sneered as she looked at the young face in front of her. So what if she was like Sun Xueqing? Back then, the word filial piety had suppressed her. Now, it could still suppress her daughter. Seeing Yi Qian's face gradually turn gloomy, old Madam Yi thought that she had the upper hand and said, "As long as you listen to your grandmother's arrangements today, you can do whatever you want in the future." She didn't move her hand away from Yi Qian's wrist. She was waiting for her hand to be pushed away so that the school leaders could see what a good student was like in their eyes. Chapter 1171. As long as she moved, she would immediately fall to the ground. She would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Would a century-old school protect a student who pushed, scolded, and hit an elderly person? Old Madam Ye's plan was indeed brilliant. If it had been another person today, they might not have fallen for the first trick, but the second and third tricks might have fallen for it. But for Yi Jian, who had lived 2 lives, how could she, who could even see through life and death, not know what old Madame Yi was up to. Old Madame Yi's perceived threat had no effect on Yi Qian. All she got in return was a cold, thin laugh that brushed past her ear. It was very light, like a flower falling to the ground, but also contained the calm before destruction. The world is so big. You, an old lady in your 60s, are discussing the future with me, who is still in my prime. Old Madam, haven't you counted how many days you have left? It had to be said that Yi Qian's mouth was sometimes poisonous. It was so poisonous that it sent chills down one's spine. Every word was ruthless, like a double-edged sword that could stab someone until they bled, especially for old Madame Yi, who cherished her life. She didn't want to hear these kinds of words. She was still putting on airs, but in the next second, her face turned green and white. She was panting heavily, just like her mother, just like her mother. She was so rebellious that she couldn't wait to break her bones and throw her out to feed the dogs. Yi Qian had always been sharp. She saw old Madame Yi's every move. Seeing that old Madame Yi was so angry that she was about to faint, her smile deepened. My father is honest, so my mother won't fight with you. But that doesn't mean that I'm honest and won't fight with you. Old Madame Yi, if you want to transfer my household register to your hands, stop dreaming. She couldn't deal with old Madame Yi gently and quietly. She also couldn't use the same method she used on Sun Dongqing. 60 years old was considered an old person. If he were to argue with her, he would first be accused of being arrogant and despotic, not knowing how to respect the elderly and love the young. In addition, Yi Zhifan was also involved in this matter, so the matter would be infinitely exaggerated and exaggerated. There was no need to reprimand her loudly. She only needed to say one sentence to anger her. That was enough. Old Madame Yi was really angry. Not only did she not get what she wanted, but she was also angered by Yi Qian to the point that her heart throbbed with pain. He hated that he could not just throw a slap over and suck out all the resentment in his heart. Then he heard Yi Qian say, with a faint smile, "You tried so hard to transfer my household registration to yours. I'm afraid it has something to do with Yi Zhifan. Don't be angry. If you faint from anger and hurt your body, you will have to suffer." Finally, the old lady, who had exhausted her last bit of patience, said coldly, "In other words, you won't listen to Grandma today no matter what, right? Since you won't listen to my advice, Yi Qian, don't blame Granny for being heartless." Yi Qian laughed. "Old Madam, when have you ever had feelings for me? It would be strange if you felt anything for me, but I wouldn't be surprised if you felt nothing for me. Back then, you saw Sun Yaozu kick me until I fainted, and then ordered him to throw me into the snow. Now that I think about it, you guys are going to do it again. No matter what, I can't miss this great opportunity." Her gaze gradually turned cold. That trace of coldness was like a steel needle piercing directly into old Madame Yi's face. It was as if she could see through people's hearts. She seemed to be implying something. Old Madame Yi's expression became even more gloomy. Back then, she had come back in a hurry. If she had stayed for one more day, she might have really gotten rid of the scourge in front of her, and today's incident wouldn't have happened. Chapter 1172. There was finally regret in old Madame Yi's eyes. She regretted that she didn't get rid of Yi Qian when she was young. The possibility of making an evil person repent one day was close to zero. Facing old Madame Yi's haze, Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with emotion, smiled faintly and added, "God knows what you're doing. God is watching what you do. Don't think that what you've done will cause people to forget the truth as time passes. Old madam, I'm telling you very clearly that I'll remember everything you've done to me. I'll remember it clearly. The first half of the sentence seemed to be said casually, but it was actually a test. She wanted to see what old Madame Ye's expression would be when she said this. As Yi Qian finished speaking, old Madame Ye's expression tensed up again. She quickly looked down at Yi Xinfan's photo and used her drooping eyelids to hide the darkness in her eyes. Yi Qian felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest. It was so heavy that she couldn't even breathe properly. What did old Madame Yi do to father? She didn't even dare to look at him. Yi Qian closed her eyes. In her previous life, other than keeping an eye on Yi Zhifan's family, she had never thought of keeping an eye on old Madame Yi. In her previous life, she only wanted to seek justice for herself. She also wanted to ask old Madame Yi if she regretted what she had done to her parents. But she never thought that her father's accidental death might have a lot to do with old Madame Yi. Unfilial. She was indeed unfilial. Luckily, she could start her life over. She had to settle the things she didn't settle in her previous life, one by one in this life. Yi Qian steadied her mind and quietly approached old Madame Yi. My father isn't your biological son. Don't even think about getting any benefits from me. Don't even think about getting my household register back. Don't even think about causing trouble for me during my college entrance exams. Her voice was cold and faint. There was even a trace of understanding in it. Old madam, if you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. I will wait for your retribution. I will see what will happen to you, the old madam who forced my father to death. I will see what kind of ending will befall you, an old lady who doesn't have a shred of compassion. Yi Qian's calm voice drifted into old Madame Fu's ears and echoed in her heart. Her words made old Madame Ye's anger surge in wave after wave. She was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble. After repeating the word good a few times, she said with a face full of anger, Yi Qian, I'd like to see who will suffer retribution. After that, the old lady could not stay any longer. Before Yi Qian could shake off her hand, she withdrew her hand and left the office angrily without looking back. She loosened her grip, and Yi Qian also loosened his grip on Yi Zhixiang's hand. He stared coldly at old Madame Ye's back, and his lips curled into a cold smile. It was necessary to investigate how her father had died in an accident, and it was even more necessary to investigate why her mother had sacrificed herself. Also, why Sun Zuyao was blind in one eye when he came back that year, and why he was filled with hatred toward him. It was necessary to investigate thoroughly. Yi Zhixiang, who was finally free, saw that Yi Qian had clearly scratched her wrist. Before she left, she said fiercely, Yi Qian, just you wait. I will definitely get back at you for this. She had miscalculated today. She shouldn't have just come here. She should have brought someone with her. Chapter 11:73. Her threat only made Yi Qian smile, faintly. Sure, I want to settle the score with you two. It was unlikely that she would be able to find out what had frightened the mother and daughter from old Madame Yi, but she could try on Yi Zhixiang. She wanted to regain some of her dignity before leaving, but she was so frightened by Yi Qian's words that she lost her balance and sprained her right leg. She was even more embarrassed when she left. Little Jian, it's very likely that they will come and cause trouble again. Principal Chen walked to Yi Qian's side and whispered, but if you let them stay today, it will affect your exam. Yi Qian did not turn around. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice carried a hint of sadness. She replied softly, No, Uncle Chen, they won't come again for the time being. She had tested her twice, but the angry old madam Yi did not notice. After she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she would not act rashly. She would not make a move until she found out the truth. If she really came, it would mean that she realized that she did not know anything. But how could she let an old lady find out that she was just testing her and did not know anything? Principal Chen saw that she was calm, as if she already had a plan. He smiled and said, "That's good, as long as you know what to do. You've always been sensible, and there is nothing we need to worry about. I believe you can handle old Madam Yi well." The little girl of the past had grown up. There were some things that she did not need help from others. She could face them on her own. Miss Jian had grown up. He and Uncle Jen needed to let go of her and not hold her hand tightly. They needed to let the adults tell her what to do, and then she would do it. A child's growth required constant bumps and bruises. Only then would she truly grow up. Principal Chen chose to let go. He stood aside and watched her grow up step by step. "I was careless today. I didn't expect the elegant and kind old lady to—" Teacher Tong's guilty voice came from the office. It was so soft that only the people in the office could hear it. No one lost their composure because of this. They all maintained a different level of self-restraint as they discussed what had just happened. There were still 10 minutes to the end of the exam. Yi Qian, who had not left, listened quietly. There were people who cared about her. It did not matter if her grandmother was there or not. After leaving the school, old Madam Yi could no longer hide her anger. Her expression was so ferocious that even her facial features were distorted. "Mom, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't finished our business yet." Yi Zhixiang, who had caught up with her, did not see the ferocious look on old Madam Ye's face. Her footsteps were uneven as she caught up with old Madam Yi. She complained, "That wretched girl doesn't respect you at all. Why didn't you slap her in the face just now? How infuriating." "My wrist is all red from her grip. Look, they're all red." At this moment, old Madam Yi was not in the mood to care whether her daughter's wrist was red or not. Hearing that she was only complaining to her and not caring at all, old Madam Yi turned her head and looked at her daughter coldly. "You're usually so fierce. Why are you standing there like a mute today?" Her voice was full of anger. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Yi Zhifan looked at the gloomy old Madam Yi casually and said, "Mom, you're underestimating Yi Qian." Chapter 1174. Hearing old Madam Ye's words, Yi Zhixiang no longer dared to complain loudly. However, it was impossible for her to not say anything. She lowered her voice and muttered carefully, "You've been bullied by that wretched girl. How can you vent your anger on me? You're in your 30s and 40s. You're worse than her." Old Madam Ye's heart ached even more when she heard this. The fake kindness on her face disappeared without a trace. Only sharpness remained between her eyebrows. "She's not even 20 years old. She's suppressing an elder like you. Where's her usual shrewdness? You're acting like a mouse in front of a cat. Even I feel ashamed for you." Yi Zhixiang was a typical bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. However, she was still stubborn. After being exposed by old Madam Yi, she felt embarrassed. "Mom, do you think I want to do this? Have you forgotten what happened at Caesar Hotel? She wanted to kill me." At the mention of Caesar Hotel, old Madam Yi, who was also frightened by Yi Qian, suddenly stopped in her tracks and grabbed Yi Zhifan's arm. "Zhifan, did you find out if Master Hosen has anything to do with that brat?" As soon as she finished asking, she saw Yi Jifan frowning as if he was recalling something. Old madam, Yi couldn't help but say, angrily, how could you forget such an important thing? That brat isn't even afraid of you. A provincial official. She clearly has someone backing her up. Master Ho-san is one of the top figures in the southern province. How could he support that brat for no reason? It's obvious. There's something we don't know about. In the past, she thought it was probably a coincidence that Master Ho-san, who had always been loyal and principled even in the underworld, had stepped in to mediate. Now that she thought about it, how could it have been a coincidence? If the hotel was filled with all kinds of guests every day, how could Master Ho-san have the time to step in? How could he have just happened to appear in the room? The more she thought about it, the more old Madam Yi felt that there must be something going on between the two of them. She blinked and asked Yi Jixiang, I don't think Master Ho-san is married. Ask Yao Zhu to find out if there are any rumors about Master Ho-san being a kept woman. Yi Jixiang was good at gathering information, and after hearing old Madame Ye's words, she reacted much more quickly. Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Mom, are you suspecting that the wretched girl is being kept by Third Master Ho? Old Madame Yi pondered for a while, and then slowly said, It's not impossible. That brat is even more seductive than Sun Xueqing, and her skin is as white as snow. Her tone suddenly became sour, and she curled her lips disdainfully. With her looks, she's not qualified to be kept by a rich man. People like Master Ho-san love to play with girls who are so tender that they can squeeze water out of water. That wretched girl is so seductive. Maybe she's really lucky to be kept by Master Ho-san. It was no wonder that the mother and daughter could be so whimsical. There was rarely any news about Ho-zi. It was said that there was a boss in Harbor City who wanted to build a relationship with Ho-zi. However, he felt that there were only a few underworld gangsters in the mainland. As a boss in Harbor City, he lowered himself to be sworn brothers with Ho-zi because he thought highly of Ho-zi. Therefore, he invited a few wild models from Harbor City to the southern province and wanted to get to know Ho-zi through them. When the man arrived, Ho-zi went to meet him. When she opened the door of the private room, a few beautiful women in bikinis surrounded her. Ho-zi came in and toasted to the boss in Harbor City. The whole thing happened in less than a minute, and then she left with her men. Chapter 1175. Before he left, he said, I didn't expect the boss of Harbor City to have such a shallow taste in women. How could he treat a few girls with crooked noses and slanted eyes as treasures? In less than 5 minutes, he sent 10 foreign models to Harbor City's boss, slapping him in the face with his actions. After that, it was rumored that Third Master Ho's taste was very high. The women he chose not only had to be beautiful, but also elegant and intelligent. As for Yi Qian, no matter how much old Madame Yi hated her, she had to admit that she really met Ho-zi's requirements. She was beautiful and had an indescribable air of arrogance. She was so smart that she could go abroad to compete, and so young that she was like a flower bud that was about to bloom. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed to be able to catch Ho-zi's eye. Yi Jifan didn't say anything, and only said indifferently, It's good to let my little sister investigate. If I have any news, I'll send a letter to Mother. There are only 40 days before her college entrance examination. If my little sister can really find out something, we can use it. If there is conclusive evidence of a good student being kept, even if we don't get her household registration, the school will be pressured to expel her. It didn't matter what method was used as long as the goal was achieved. The matter was settled. Old Madame Yi revealed a faint smile and then sighed. Alas, disobedient children always have to suffer a little. Only after suffering a little will they understand. We are her family. It's better to let her suffer a little in her own home than in society. In the blink of an eye, old Madame Yi returned to her amiable appearance. Her face was full of helplessness. Yi Jifan glanced at her, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. The old woman was good at pretending when she was young. When she was old, she was even better at it. People who didn't know her would really think that she was a kind person. When he went back, he would remind son Dongqing to avoid the old woman as much as possible. Yi Zhixiang, who was a little interested in the conversation, suddenly asked, "Mother, how did that wretched girl suddenly know that Big Brother is not your biological son? Who told her?" Her eyes were already looking at Yi Zhifan. "You don't have to look at me. I only found out later than you that Big Brother is not Mom's son." Yi Zhifan was not lying. When he found out, he was still in a daze. It turned out that the old woman had only given birth to one child, Yi Zhixiang. Old Madame Yi glanced at her daughter and said angrily, "Old Man Zhen knows your uncle, and he also knows that your brother is not my biological son. That wretched girl is close to Old Man Zhen. What's so strange about her knowing?" He then warned, "Go back and inform Yaozu to investigate Master Hosan. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Your brother is right. If news of a good student being kept as a mistress gets out, that wretched girl will only be expelled." At this time, they still didn't know what the consequences of offending Yi Qian would be. They were so focused on taking down Yi Qian that they forgot about Ho Zi's reaction. When Ho Zi found out that someone was secretly investigating whether he and Yi Jian were kept as mistresses, even he, who had always been calm, was a little stunned. Sitting in the air-conditioned room on a hot day, he shivered and asked his two assistants, "Does Miss Xia know about it too?" She should know. The news came out after Miss Xia attended a charity auction. Miss Xia was there at the time, and you were busy with the auction. The assistant was very reserved. At the time, Master Ho Sen was busy being jealous and fighting with the returning designer who was standing next to Miss Xia. Chapter 1176. When the incident from a few days ago was brought up, the gloomy Jose snapped the pen in his hand in two and said in a deep voice, "Investigate it. I want to see who the F*CK dares to frame me. If he found out it was that gigolo, he would definitely break his hamstring." More than a year had passed, and Ho Zi and Xia Yiwei's relationship was still complicated. When Xia Yiwei unilaterally announced a breakup, Ho Zi pretended not to know and continued to act as her boyfriend. However, the beauty had a boyfriend who even their parents had met before. Sometimes when Ho Zi coincidentally bumped into Xia Yiwei, he would also see the love rival that he hated so much that he couldn't just get rid of. Now, Xia Yiwei had yet to return to his embrace, and there were rumors that he was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. That was Xia Laoyu's girlfriend. Even Xia Yiwei knew about it. Xia Laolu should know about it too. At this time, Xia Yiwei was on the phone with Xia Jinyuan. She was sitting in her office in a black slim-fit suit with one arm crossed. She was laughing so hard that tears glistened in her eyes. When I heard the news, I was a little dumbfounded. They actually said that Ho Zi was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. I think this was most likely a rumor spread by someone who had a grudge with Ho Zi. Xia Yiwei didn't think that this rumor could be targeted at Yi Qian. After all, a student was not as important as a mafia boss. But if the rumor was really directed at Ho Zi, then Yi Qian was in danger. After laughing, Xia Yiwei looked serious and said in a low voice, Do you want me to go to the school and inform Yi Qian to be careful these few days? There are only 20 days left until the college entrance exam. Why don't you just stay on campus? Although living in the neighborhood was convenient, it wasn't as safe as living in the school. Since the person who had a grudge with Ho Zi was able to mention Yi Qian's name, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort to investigate. If they really sent someone to look for Yi Qian to threaten Ho Zi, it wouldn't be safe for her to live alone in the neighborhood. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't even take off his helmet, leaned against his desk. His body was covered in smoke, and he even put aside his fatigue. He said in a deep voice, "Yi Qian and Brother Zi have only met twice. It's impossible for there to be any rumors about them having an improper relationship. It's even more unlikely that someone who has a grudge with Brother Zi would bring up the past only now. The possibility of Brother Z's enemy deliberately spreading the news is very low. I suspect that someone is trying to harm Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his training, learned from the guards that a woman with the surname Xia had been calling the army every day since a few days ago. She had left a message that he must pass on the message immediately when she saw him, saying that she had something urgent to tell him. When he returned to the barracks and heard the message from the guards, he ran back to his office and called Xia Yiwei back. He was afraid that Yi Qian, whom he had entrusted to Xia Yiwei's care, had met with an accident. At this moment, even the oil paint couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. His voice was as cold as ice as he said in a deep voice, "This kind of thing won't affect Brother Zi. It will affect Yi Qian, who's about to take the college entrance exam." After he said that, Xia Yiwei immediately reacted. She frowned and replied, "That's right. That's why I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard it and didn't take it seriously. Now that I've heard what you said, the one who will be affected the most is indeed Yi Qian. Don't worry, let me take a look at my work here. If something really happened to Yi Qian, whom Old Six doted on like the apple of his eye, she didn't know what crazy things Old Six would do. She had to deal with it immediately." Chapter 1177. She opened her schedule and checked it immediately. Today was Wednesday. There was a small meeting in the afternoon that would end at 4 p.m. Other than that, there was nothing else. It didn't matter if she attended the small meeting or not. She had to go to the school first. After putting away the schedule, Xia Yiwei tidied up her desk and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'm going to the school to take a look. It doesn't matter if it affects Ho Zi, but it definitely can affect Yi Qian." "Thank you for your hard work." Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. He couldn't rush over. The recruit training would end in July. As an instructor, he couldn't just leave. He couldn't go over himself, so he could only find out the progress of the matter through Xia Yiwei. After tidying up, Xia Yiwei smiled. "I'm not used to you being so polite to me all of a sudden. It's done. It's just a small matter. If someone really wants to target Yi Qian, I can take care of it." She paused and joked, "I realize that Yi Qian attracts a lot of villains. She has a lot more problems than other students in high school, and none of them are small." She knew that there were 3 major problems. The first one happened during the National Day military training in her second year of high school. If she didn't have some skills, she might have been ostracized and couldn't participate in the military training. The second one was even bigger. There was a suicide incident at the provincial first high school, and Yi Qian was almost pushed off the building. The third one, there were even rumors of her being a kept woman. It's not that she attracts villains. It's because she's too outstanding that others are jealous of her. Plus, she doesn't like to explain herself. She has a quiet personality and doesn't like to argue with her classmates. She's always been this way. so those who are jealous of her don't even have a chance to find fault with her. You can see a thing or two about the complexity of human nature. Being too perfect will also attract trouble. The person who knew Yi Qian the best was Xia Jinyuan. Xia Yiwei agreed, and added, also, Yi Qian's extraordinariness sets off their ordinariness. At her age, she shouldn't be so advanced. It's normal for her to attract jealousy. It's better for her to be in a different environment. If she's in an environment full of smart people, like the junior class, who would be jealous? That was true. The junior class at the University of Science and Technology was full of extraordinary people. Yi Qian wouldn't be so extraordinary if she went to the junior class. The college entrance examination is only 20 days away. Sister, please take good care of her and let her finish the college entrance examination smoothly. Xia Jinyuan was not only talking, he was also thinking about who would target Yi Jian. After much thought, he could only think of Yi Jifan's family. Yi Jifan was a provincial official. Xia Yiwei, who also worked in the provincial office, naturally knew him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't suspect someone for no reason, she called Ho Zi. Ho Zi, who was instructing her subordinates to investigate, glanced at her phone and saw a number she knew by heart. Ho Zi quickly picked up the phone and said calmly, I don't need to tell you about my relationship with Yi Qian. She's Xia Lalio's girlfriend. No matter how *King stupid I am, I wouldn't do anything to his people. I don't care how stupid you are. Just now, Laolu told me that this matter is probably directed at Yi Qian. You better check if you've offended a provincial official named Yi Jifan. Laolu suspects that he's the one who spread the rumors. Xia Yiwei hung up the phone, picked up her car keys, and rushed to the provincial high school. Chapter 1178. Xia Yiwei seemed to have really turned cold towards Ho Zi. Every time Ho Zi appeared in front of her, she would never talk about the past and would immediately turn around and leave. As for phone calls, ever since she unilaterally broke up with him, she never took the initiative to contact him again. She broke up with him just like that and stopped contacting him just like that. Ho Zi was shocked by her decisiveness. When a woman was ruthless, she could be even more ruthless than a man. Once a woman decided to stop loving someone, it was even harder for her to change her mind than a man. Her decisiveness in hanging up the phone once again made Ho Zi so angry that his expression changed completely. He gripped his phone tightly, and his arms trembled as he lowered his head. Only Miss Xia could make their third master so angry that he wanted to kill someone, and he had to hold it in. After a while, Ho Zi's cold voice sounded in the office that was filled with murderous intent. I have one day. I want to know who's gossiping behind my back by this time tomorrow. His voice was so heavy that it felt like a few inches of ice. It was so cold that the calves of his assistant, who was listening to his orders, secretly trembled. It had been a long time since the third master was angry. The assistant couldn't remember the last time he was angry. It had been at least 3 years, if not 5 years. I've already sent someone to investigate. I'll report to you as soon as there's any news. Ho Zi's subordinates had always been good at handling matters. As long as it had something to do with Xia Yiwei, they would put it first and didn't dare to delay at all. Especially when there were rumors that the third master was having an affair with a high school student and kept her as a mistress, they didn't dare to delay. Detain the person. I haven't met anyone who dares to add to my scandal in a long time. Ho Zi stood up and tugged at his tie in annoyance. I'm going out for a while. Call the chairman of Chengguang Corporation and tell him that I have something urgent to deal with. I'll arrange a place to apologize to him tomorrow. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call him in a few hundred days. It was obvious that she had taken note of this matter. Of course, he didn't think that she was taking note of it because of him. The first thing he said was, "She's probably targeting Yi Qian." When she took the initiative to call, he didn't expect that it was all thanks to old Six's girlfriend that he got a call from her, even though it was only for 16 seconds. After being in love for 17 years, both of them could more or less guess what the other party would do next. When Xia Yiwei drove to the entrance of the provincial first high school, she saw the man she was most familiar with standing beside the black car, with one hand in his trouser pocket, exuding a cold aura as he waited for her. "You've come." Ho Zi walked over and looked at his lover, whom he could hug as long as he stretched out his hand. Now, it was difficult for him to even see her. His heart ached slightly. He didn't know why he had come to this point. Xia Yiwei took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear eyes. It was rare for someone in their mid-30s to still have a pair of eyes as clear as a young girl's. She looked at Ho Zi indifferently, and her red lips curved slightly. Something happened to sixth brother's girlfriend. As his sister, of course I have to come. I'll go with you. There's no need to trouble Third Master Ho with our family matters. Also, I'll have to trouble Third Master Ho to clean up your matters first. Don't implicate my family. Xia Yiwei's smile gradually smoothed out. Her expression gradually turned cold as she rejected him indifferently. I don't want to implicate Yi Qian because of your matter and make sixth brother worry. I also don't want Yi Qian to suffer because of your matter. Chapter 1179. She kept calling him Master Ho-san and told him not to implicate my family. The way she looked at him was even colder than when she looked at a stranger. There was no trace of past friendship in her eyes. There was only coldness, rejection, and rejection towards him. Master Ho-san felt as if his heart was blocked by a pile of broken ice. His originally warm heart was now so cold that it felt as if his blood had frozen. Yiwei, do we still need to be so clear? Master Ho-san, we didn't need to be so clear in the past. But now, you have your life and I have mine. We need to be clear. As the secretary of the Southern Province's governor, how could Xia Yiwei do the job if she didn't have the courage? Ho Zi, whose face was even more beautiful than a woman's, was so angry that the veins on her forehead were popping out. Her tone didn't even have the slightest fluctuation. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a sharp and cold gaze. He was angry and very angry. She had never made him angry before. She had always been a virtuous and magnanimous girlfriend. She didn't expect that after breaking up with him. She would anger the famous master, Ho-san. It was really sarcastic. Ho-zi saw that her gaze had turned cold. There was a trace of sadness in his anger. At this point, he indeed had to bear a lot of responsibility. He controlled his temper and said, I need to ask Lalio's girlfriend if she has any grudges with Yi Jifan. At the same time, I also need to ask if she has offended anyone recently. Since you want me to solve the matter that will affect your family as soon as possible, you should at least let me investigate. The reason was very good. Xia Yiwei couldn't refuse to go with him. So when Yi Qian saw the two of them sitting on the same stone bench by Swan Lake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Captain Xia said that Sister Xia seemed to have made up her mind to not be with Ho Zi anymore. She also said that her relationship with the designer was stable. Why did they come to find him together today? Jane Eyre, over here. Xia Yiwei had already spotted Yi Qian. She stood up gracefully, and waved at him. In comparison, Hosei's reaction was a beat slower. His attention was on the woman he loved, and he did not pay attention to his surroundings. It was summer in the southern province. In the afternoon, the sun shone so brightly that the leaves on the trees curled up. However, Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a professional suit, did not sweat at all. Her makeup was clean, and she did not seem to feel hot at all. With a serious expression, she said calmly, "If you haven't heard of it yet, either the school doesn't know about it, or the school knows about it, but doesn't believe it." She was Hosei's kept woman. Yi Qian, who appeared calm on the surface, was actually a little embarrassed. Of all the things to spread, why did they have to spread the rumor that she was Hosei's kept woman? Sixth brother reminded me that this matter might have something to do with Yi Jifan. I'm here today to ask if you have any other suspects. Hosei said, "I thought that someone was targeting me, but it doesn't seem like it. If someone is really targeting me, Yi Qian, I can tell you very seriously that it's not just a rumor. He had too many enemies around him, and they were all ruthless people who had killed people. If someone was really targeting him, how could they just spread some rumors?" Yi Qian smiled and said, "It shouldn't be targeting Brother Z. I'm afraid this matter is really targeting me. As for the suspect," she paused slightly and looked at Hosei with her bright black eyes. "Brother Z, do you know a man named Sun Yaozu?" Chapter 1180. Sun Yaozu? After going through the names in his mind, Hosei muttered, "I've never heard of this person." Sun Yaozu's wife is called Yi Zhixiang. She and Yi Jifan are siblings. Yi Qian told Hosei everything that happened 20 days ago. He also told Hosei what old Madame Yi said, so that Hosei could use it as a reference for his investigation. "I'm not suspecting Yi Jifan. I'm suspecting old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang." Old Madame Yi said, "Rumors are an invisible killing weapon." She said it herself. Now that there were rumors about her being Hosei's mistress, Yi Qian was almost certain that the mother and daughter were behind it. "Sun Yaozu, right? Okay, I'll go back and check. If it's really his family, I'll invite their whole family out for tea and have a good chat," Hosei said elegantly. His words were gentle, and there was no hint of ruthlessness in them. However, Xia Yiwei, who had not looked at him directly, frowned slightly. She glanced at the man she knew best and asked Yi Qian, "If it's really their family who spread the rumors, how do you plan to deal with it? Are you going to be gentle, or do you want to be forceful?" Hosei's face was gloomy. When he heard this, he suddenly laughed. His gaze on Xia Yiwei was even more scorching than the bright sunlight. 17 years of relationship and understanding. They were so familiar that they could sometimes know each other's intentions with just a look or a movement. Even if they had been separated for hundreds of days, the familiarity that was engraved in their bones was still as close as ever. The reason why Xia Yiwei's words made Hosei's gaze burn was because he could tell that she was asking Yi Qian for him. Even Yi Qian could feel his scorching gaze, let alone Xia Yiwei. However, she still calmed down and said without changing her expression, "If you're going to be gentle, tell us first. If you're going to be forceful, just let him handle it." "Yiwei, she's about to take the college entrance exam. Whether you're going to be gentle or forceful, let me handle this." Hosei smiled. His smile was more radiant than the sun. His facial features were like a painting, and even the sun would be amazed by his beauty. "I'll handle it. Don't worry." Xia Yiwei looked as if she did not notice. She glanced at him and said to Yi Qian, who wanted to walk away slowly, "That's right. You should focus on the exam. You don't have to worry about other things." Sorry for troubling you, Sister Xia. Hozi's eyes gaze. Hozi's to be ignored again. Xia Yiwei's eyes. Of Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei's Xia. The school won the school, even if the schools wouldn't take it. Of course, the school wouldn't the school Xia's schools. Hozi calmly interjected. If the students really do talk about it, I'll ask the person who spread the rumors to apologize in the newspaper, in front of the school, or on TV. No matter what, Hozi had to take responsibility for this matter. He told Yi Qian his plan. His forceful way of dealing with things made Yi Qian see it, but his plan really moved Yi Qian. How would old Madame Yi have the face to appear in front of him again? Xia Yiwei was also moved. Moreover, this way of dealing with things was not lacking in gentleness. It was reasonable and wouldn't cause a big problem. Chapter 1181. The big issue she was thinking of was Hozi's violent solution. When Yi Qian saw that her expression had finally softened, he smiled and suggested to Hozi, I have a suggestion with a little bit of selfishness. When Hozi raised his eyebrows, Yi Qian slowly said, Sun Yaozu is a little dirty. I used to suspect that he was a fugitive. I investigated him, but there were no results. Now that he's back in Nan province, he must have heard of your name. With your power and status in Nan province, it's enough for him to pay you a visit and make friends with you. If you say something harsh about this matter, I'm sure Sun Yaozu will know, and Yi Zhixiang and old Madam Yi will also know. Don't you think this family will be on tenterhooks? Xia Yiwei chuckled, only sharpening the knife without slashing it. Not bad. It's enough to make the whole family on tenterhooks. Hozi was a notorious killer in the underworld. 7 years ago, someone purposely hid goods in the kitchen of a bar under his name. When he found out, he immediately said something harsh. In the end, before the police could find anything, the person who deliberately framed him was so scared that he turned himself in. If the person who spread the rumors was really Yi Zhifan's mother and sister, they would probably be scared half to death when they found out. Yi Qian said a few more words to Hozi, then ran back to the classroom 2 minutes before the bell rang. After her figure disappeared, Hozi said with interest, A girl who knows how to use a gun is indeed impressive. She also has quite a personality. Old Six has good taste. Do you think I should tolerate being bullied? Xia Yiwei said coldly, then left in her high heels without looking back. Hozi didn't care and chased after her with a smile on his face. She still cared about him, which was equivalent to giving him hope. He didn't think that what was originally a bad thing would become a happy thing that let him know that Xia Yiwei still cared about him. To Hozi, this was a joyous occasion. To Sun Yaozu, he was happy that he had found a way to get close to Hozi. However, after hearing Yi Zhixiang's words, his face turned from joy to anger. You said that Yi Qian is Master Hosan's sugar daddy. Is it you and mother-in-law who spread the news? Sun Yaozu was furious, but he was still unwilling to give up. He asked in a tense voice, You said it? Or mother-in-law? Yi Zhixiang, who was wearing a facial mask, didn't see her husband's face move. Sensing that something was wrong with his voice, she removed the mask and frowned. My mom told me, and I told you. What's with your expression? Let me tell you, if this matter succeeds, Yi Qian will definitely be expelled from the school. When that time comes, it will be a matter of time before we step in and kill her. Since her mother blinded you, I'll make her daughter pay with her life. Sun Yaozu was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't give Yi Zhixiang any time to prepare. He raised his hand, and the crisp sound of a slap came from the bedroom. Master Hosan, how dare you spread rumors about Master Hosan? He roared in anger. Yi Zhixiang, who was stunned by the slap, covered her burning face. After a few seconds, she shouted, "You bastard! How dare you hit me? Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for you. How dare you hit me?" After being married for so many years, this was the first time Yi Zhixiang was hit by her husband. How could she bear it? She pounced on Sun Yaozu and scratched his face with her sharp fingers. Chapter 1182. Yi Zhixiang didn't understand why she was slapped. She didn't expect Sun Yaozu to hit her either. She screamed in her purple silk pajamas and scratched her husband's face with her sharp fingers. Her fingers were beautiful. In old Madame Ye's words, they were very lucky. She was indeed lucky. She had never suffered since she was born. When she grew up, she had 2 older brothers. She had never done any heavy work since she was young, not even washing or cooking. After she got married, she didn't have any parents-in-law to take care of her. She didn't have any sisters-in-law. All she did was eat, drink, and play with Sun Yaozu. Her life was very carefree. After living a smooth life for more than 30 years, Yi Zhixiang had indeed been living in a honey pot. Even if others had to eat chaff, she still had rice to eat. How could she take a slap from Sun Yaozu when she hadn't even hit old Madame Yi before? Immediately, as if she had poked a hornet's nest, her hands and feet started to hit the short Sun Yaozu. "You heartless person, I did it for you. You hit me. You hit me." Old Madame Yi had chosen Sun Yaozu to be her son-in-law. His ancestors had a small family fortune. Although he was a little ugly, he was smart. He knew how to make money in the 1980s. After that incident, he escaped from Fujian town. With the pension from Yi Qian's mother, he followed old Madame Ye's advice and settled down in a coastal city. It could be said that without old Madame Ye's guidance, he wouldn't be where he was now. With a powerful mother-in-law and his identity as a fugitive, even Sun Yaozu, who was rich, didn't dare to hit or scold Yi Zhixiang. However, things were different now. Sun Yaozu, who was no longer afraid that his identity would be exposed, saw Yi Zhixiang scratch his face and kick him. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed Yi Zhixiang's hand and pushed her to the carpeted floor. He said angrily, "Damn it, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you dare to hit me again, I'll make you pack your things and get out of my house tonight." Sun Yaozu, who had recovered his identity for more than half a year, had hooked up with many young and beautiful women. When he came back and saw Yi Zhixiang, he felt bored. If it wasn't for old Madame Ye's sake, he might have already started raising mistresses outside. After pushing Yi Zhixiang to the ground, Sun Yaozu gave her a look of disgust and turned to walk downstairs. This is not over yet. Damn it! He had to ask old Madame. Before he could walk out of the door, Yi Zhixiang, who had been pushed to the ground, grabbed the European-style vase with fresh flowers on the dressing table and threw it in front of him. "Sun Yaozu, how dare you push me?" The vase hit the back of Sun Yaozu's head. The vase was filled with water, and the water that flowed out was mixed with bright red blood. It instantly dyed the white t-shirt red. Old Madame Yi, who had rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion, heard her son-in-law's scream, followed by her daughter's scream. Their screams made her heart sink. She held onto the solid wooden handrail and quickly walked up. When she reached the door and saw the scene in front of her, old Madame Yi only felt her vision darken. "You two are husband and wife as one. Which side do you want to kill? Come, tell me about this old thing, and I'll take care of one for you." Normally, When an old lady saw her daughter and son-in-law fighting, her first reaction would be to mediate the fight. She was not like her. Chapter 1183. Sun Yaozu had always respected old Madame Yi because she was different. Hearing his mother-in-law's harsh words, Sun Yaozu quickly let go of Yi Zhixiang's hair. He turned around and pointed the back of his head at her. "Mom, look! Who the F***ck is killing? Who? Look, my F***king head is bleeding because of her. Mom, that bastard son, Yaozu hit me first. He slapped me as soon as he came back." Yi Zhixiang, with disheveled hair, burst into tears when she saw old Madame Yi. "He slapped me as soon as he came back. Mom, you've never hit me before." How could old Madame Yi not be heartbroken when her daughter was slapped? She quickly looked at her daughter. Other than her swollen face and messy hair, there was no blood. Old Madame Yi calmed down a little and immediately helped her son-in-law. She scolded angrily. "Even if he hit you, can't you talk nicely? You even smashed Yaozu's head. You heartless bastard." She scolded her daughter, but her heart was in turmoil. Sun Yaozu had always listened to the Yi family. He had always tolerated his daughter's temper. Even if his face changed, he would just slam the door and leave. He had never hit his daughter like he did today. He had changed. His son-in-law had changed. He no longer tolerated his daughter like he used to, and he no longer respected himself like he used to. No matter how biased he was toward his daughter, he had to endure the heartache and slowly make plans after the storm calmed down. Old Madame Yi scolded Yi Zhixiang until her face turned pale. She widened her eyes in disbelief and pointed at Sun Yaozu angrily. "Mom, I was hit, and you still help him." "Shut up." Facing a daughter who did not inherit any of her shrewdness, old Madame Yi sometimes felt exhausted. She was brainless. She did not see the situation clearly, and still dared to go against Sun Yaozu, who had changed. Did she think things would be the same as they were in the coastal area? After scolding her daughter, old Madame Yi, who was worried, said to her son-in-law, "It must be painful. Yaozu, ask the driver to take you to the hospital." "I'm fine here. Mom, I want to ask you something in the living room." Compared to offending Master Hosan, the injury on his head was nothing. Sun Yaozu grabbed a small medicine box and went downstairs to the living room. What was the big deal about bleeding? He was afraid that he would lose his life. Old Madame Yi, who had intentionally gone downstairs one step later, warned her daughter resentfully, "You're such a troublemaker. Since he dared to hit you today, it means that he doesn't need to rely on our Yi family in the future. Why didn't you think it through? You still have the face to shout at me. Quickly wash his face and come out to treat his wounds." Compared to old Madame Yi's shrewdness, Yi Zhixiang was considered stupid. But she had one good point. She always listened to old Madame Yi's orders. Chapter 1184. Of course, old Madame Yi knew how powerful Hozi was. That was why she dared to talk about it outside. If she hadn't repeatedly confirmed that the wretched girl had been in the Caesar Hotel and driven Master Hozi's car, how could she have said that Master Hozi had kept a high school student as a mistress? Yes, old Madame Yi said that Master Hozi had kept a high school student as a mistress, not that Master Hozi was keeping a high school student as a mistress. It was a past tense. Even if it was mentioned again, Master Hozi would just laugh it off. What was so surprising about a man, especially a man like him, playing with a few high school students. It shouldn't be like this. Old Madam, ye still couldn't believe it. She murmured in a low voice, I've investigated it very clearly. That wretched girl hasn't contacted Master Jose for a long time. How could he stand up for her now? Miscalculation, miscalculation. It seemed that this was a miscalculation. She thought that the wretched girl had no contact with Master Jose. How could she have known that it would cause such a trouble? She had to find a way to solve it. Old Madame Ye's flustered heart gradually calmed down and quickly thought about how to smooth things over. But how to smooth things over and get her and her daughter out of it? Old Madame Ye narrowed her eyes. There was a way, but she glanced at Sun Yaozu, whose face was twitching because of the iodine, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, I didn't mean to say that. If there's anything, I'll tell Master Jose personally. Yaozu, don't worry too much. Master Jose is a man who can do big things. He won't keep holding on to these small things. Sun Yaozu was ambitious now. Well, there was such a thing to let him see. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with your identity. She hadn't even hit her daughter before, but she was slapped by him. She really couldn't take it lying down. She wasn't in a hurry. There was a way. No matter how ruthless Master Jose was, would he hit an old woman like her? After more than 60 years of ups and downs, Old Madam, ye could calm down quickly no matter how flustered she was. She could also think of ways to seek benefits for herself in emergencies. For example, now she thought that she might as well push Sun Yaozu away and use Jose to take him down. Otherwise, he would really think that he was a man who dared to hit his wife at home. Sun Yaozu didn't know what Old Madam Yi. Sun Yaozu was even more annoyed. Which memorial tablet did he think he was on? The gloomy Sun Yaozu said irritably, Mom, it wasn't easy for me to come back to the southern province. I wanted to do something big in the southern province. In the end, not only did you not help me, you even dragged me down. Now, that third master, Ho, has spoken. What do you think I should do? Yaozu, what do you think we should do? We. He. As. He. As. He. To. He. He'll know. If he can't find out, he won't be Master Jose. Mom, can't you discuss with me before you do anything? Now that something has happened, I'm the unlucky one. Old Madam, ye could calm down, but Sun Yaozu couldn't. Chapter 1185. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu became even more restless. He asked worriedly, You're not hiding anything from me, right? Your brother and I just want Yi Qian to be expelled before the college entrance exam so that she can't take it. Old Madam, ye could hear her son-in-law's suspicion. She sighed and explained, Once Yi Qian becomes successful, Yaozu, our family's good days will come to an end. She warned Sun Yaozu while reminding him, There's no turning back. What's done is done. Now, we have to think of a way to stop Master Hosan from hurting his relationship over such a small matter. As for Yi Qian, we have to let the school know that she's a kept woman. We've already come this far. Our whole family is in a state of panic. How can we let her take the college entrance examination in peace? I'll go to the school and make a fuss. After that wretched girl drops out, our family will apologize to Master Hosan. Old Madam Yi, who knew Sun Yaozu well, observed him as she spoke. When she saw his face darken, her cloudy eyes flashed with shrewdness. Mom, I'm not sure if this matter can be covered up. But you're right. If Yi Qian becomes successful, our family will be the first to suffer. Maybe he would be the first unlucky one. Sun Yaozu, who also had his own thoughts, narrowed his eyes and said slowly and fiercely, "We have to find out if she has anything to do with Master Hosan. If she doesn't, nowadays, it's not a big news for people to be killed by cars on the road." Old Madam Ye's eyes lit up. That's why it's said that men are the ones who can do big things. That's because men have the courage to do big things. If you want to do something, you have to be ruthless. Before she could finish rejoicing, she heard Sun Yaozu say, "Master Hosan is worried. No one dares to question his words." He just said it casually. "Mom, you have to deal with Yi Qian's matter. You have to be careful with Master Hosan." Yi Zhixiang, who had been listening for a long time, still didn't understand what Master Hosan said. When she saw old Madame Ye's expression, she couldn't help but feel afraid. He walked over in a panic and asked in a trembling voice, "What did Master Hosan say?" Before she could get close, old Madame Yi glanced at her and signaled her to treat the wound on the back of Sun Yaozu's head. It was Sun Yaozu's subordinate who treated his wound. Yi Zhixiang glanced at him and thought it was nothing serious. She ignored old Madame Ye's signal and sat down. She asked in a tense voice, "Mom, what did Master Hosan say? Why are you so scared? What harsh words? I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll be so scared that you'll pee your pants." Sun Yaozu said angrily, and then said to old Madame Yi, "Mom, this matter is no longer your problem. If Third Master Ho wants to find someone, he will only find me." The wound on the back of his head was only scratched, so he could wipe it with iodine and spray some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powder. As the subordinate who was treating his wound put away the medicine box, Sun Yaozu stood up and frowned. He suppressed his anger and said, "I will go out and ask around to see how to solve this. And Mom, you have to talk to your daughter. If she continues like this, I won't be able to take care of her anymore." Yi Zhixiang's face changed. When he said that, old Madame Yi quickly pressed her daughter's hand and said to Sun Yaozu, "Go do your thing. I will talk to her." Chapter 1186. Sun Yaozu left with his two subordinates despite the injury on his head. Watching him walk out of the door, the panic on old Madame Ye's face disappeared. She looked at her daughter, who was trembling with anger, and said, "Do you see the biggest difference between a man and a woman? Women can share joys and sorrows with men, but men can share sorrows with women, but they can't share joys. Zhixiang, you should leave a way out for yourself. Sun Yaozu is not the Sun Yaozu of the past. His identity as a fugitive has suppressed him for more than 10 years. Now that he's free, he doesn't have any scruples. Your relationship with him, as husband and wife, is almost over. Live your life well and don't think about getting anything from him. Raise Lele and Chung Chung well. In the future, you can rely on your son to live." Her words made Yi Zhixiang's body feel cold. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see. We can't let others take advantage of us." Old Madame Yi nodded coldly. She didn't expect her daughter to accept it immediately, but the fact that she could say these words made her feel a little relieved. At least she would listen and not be stubborn. Her gaze fell on the door of the villa again. Old Madame Ye's hands couldn't help but tighten. Offending Third Master Ho was not her wish. In the underworld, there was a saying, "It's better to provoke the police than to provoke Hozi." In the end, she and her daughter had provoked him. Sure enough, the wretched girl was the same as her mother. They were both here to jinx her. Old Madame Ye's heart was not as calm as her face. She, who had lived a good life for more than 10 years, was afraid that Hosei's people would suddenly appear from somewhere and directly take her and her daughter's life. After a night of fear, old Madame Yi decided to go to the province's first high school early in the morning. You're going alone? No, I'll go with you. Yi Zhixiang was still considered filial. She clenched her teeth and said, "Bring a few more people with you. If the wretched girl dares to be disrespectful to us, we'll deal with her directly." Looking at her daughter, who was obviously not going to succeed, old Madame Ye's heart ached indescribably. If her daughter was even a little bit as smart as her, why would she go back to Yi Zhifan? Why should he suffer the supercilious look of his adopted son? After all, Zhixiang was her own flesh and blood. After a soft sigh, old Madame Yi raised her orange peel-like hand and touched her daughter's face, which was still red and swollen from the night before. "Zhixiang, I'm old and can't protect you for the rest of your life. You have to learn to be patient and calculating. Don't act like a child and think that you're the most important person in the world. Lele, Chung Chung, didn't you say that the school's food is bad? Why don't you rent a house next to their school and take care of the two brothers in Hongkou City? You can come back after mother and son Yaozu deal with third master Ho's matter." Yi Zhixiang's eyelids twitched when she heard that. "Mom, don't worry about me. I know I'm not as good as you, but I know I have to plan for myself. Son Yaozu is unreliable. Do you really think I'm stupid enough not to know? It's good that you know. I'm going to school. You go and do something." Picking up a piece of paper from the dining table, old Madame Yi handed it over. "Print out the words on this paper and make 100 copies. What kind of document needs 100 copies? Yi Zhixiang took the paper and looked at it. She suddenly giggled. "Mom, you're still the best. This way, the wretched girl's reputation in school, no, with her reputation in the entire Nen province, will be ruined." Chapter 1187. After finishing her porridge, old Madame Yi said calmly, "If she comes out to see me later and listens to my arrangements, then everything will be fine. If she doesn't, then it won't be too late for us to make our move. 100 copies. We'll need some people to post them on the front and back doors of the school. We'll let all the teachers and students know that Yi Qian, the good student in their eyes, is actually a mistress." Yi Zhixiang seemed to have foreseen Yi Qian's fate. She said excitedly, "When that happens, will that wretched girl still want to take the college entrance exam? Ha! She'll never have the chance to take the exam." Destroying Yi Qian's reputation became old Madame Ye's #1 priority. She thought that she could control Yi Qian, but she didn't know that what awaited her was not a happy ending, but a nightmare. It was June in Southern Province. It was only 9 in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly on one's skin. The fans in the classrooms of the provincial first high school had never stopped. The swaying of the fans brought a hot wind to the third-year students who were studying nervously in the classroom. As the entire third-year students entered the final sprint, the atmosphere in the entire school seemed to have become particularly serious. The students of the first and second-year classes could not help but restrain themselves a lot after class. Teacher Tong walked out of the office with a cold face and hurried to the school gate. Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong. The class had just ended. Some students greeted her politely, and Teacher Tong nodded slightly. Her expression was so serious that it was as if she was marking a test paper with a 0 score, making the students' hearts skip a beat. When she saw the figure standing at the school gate, Teacher Tong took a deep breath, suppressed the burning desire in her heart, and walked out of the school gate. Teacher Tong, I'm sorry to disturb you again. Old Madam Ye's gaze fell behind Teacher Tong. When she found that Yi Qian did not follow her out, the smile on her face became colder. Why didn't my granddaughter come out with you? As a teacher, her professional ethics reminded Teacher Tong not to say vulgar words. She replied with a faint smile, Your granddaughter is in the provincial second high school. This is the provincial first high school. You came to the wrong school. It's true that I have a granddaughter in the provincial second high school, but Yi Qian's granddaughter is in your class, Teacher Tong. Why? Is Teacher Tong's memory so bad that she doesn't even know which students' parents are? Old Madam Ye's sarcasm did not diminish the smile on Teacher Tong's face. If you don't have anything else, then I'll go back to the classroom. The students are about to take the college entrance examination. Their families don't dare to come to school casually for fear of ruining their children's future. I'm not afraid that you'll get angry if I tell you this, but I really can't believe that you're Yi Qian's grandmother. Teacher Tong, please go back and tell Yi Qian that if he doesn't come out to see me, something big will happen at school tomorrow. Old Madam Yi had completely given up on threatening Yi Qian. Her face turned cold as she said in a ruthless voice, Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Teacher Tong didn't even look back. She didn't even pause her footsteps. She only left her back to old Madam Yi, who had a gloomy expression on her face. The moment old Madam Yi left the provincial first high school with a gloomy face, Hosey already knew about it. When he received the news, he smiled coldly and ordered, Go and buy 10 black cats with pure colors. Let them accompany the old lady who still likes to play young people's games. Since he knew who started the rumor, he naturally knew what this family's concerns were. Since Xia Lalio's girlfriend said to let them be afraid, then let them be afraid for a while longer. Chapter 1188. Hosey picked up his phone and called Xia Yiwei. He had to tell her to tell Yi Qian not to cause a ruckus outside. Hearing Xia Yiwei's cold voice, Hosey thought to himself, It seems that I can't deal with the Yi family in one go. If I do, I won't have enough reason to call Xia Yiwei. But in a flash, Hosey decided to wear the Yi family down, at least until old Six's girlfriend finished her college entrance exam. Because of Hosey's decision, the darkest days of the Yi family began. Old Madam Yi was most afraid of black cats. She was so afraid that she would scream at the sight of them. When 10 black cats suddenly appeared outside the window in the middle of the night, their eyes flashing with green light, old Madam Ye's hoarse scream echoed throughout the villa. Someone, come! She shouted loudly, and the few black cats were so scared that they meowed and fled out of the window. Old Madam Yi was so scared that her eyes rolled up and she fainted on the bed. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she quickly called an ambulance to send her to the hospital. After such a thing happened, old Madam Yi was not in the mood to cause a ruckus at school. After a day of observation in the hospital, old Madam Yi was still in a daze that night. She was frightened by Yi Zhixiang's scream and had a heart attack. Old Madam Yi supported her daughter, who was screaming in fear. She looked at the snake that was caught by the servant and shuddered. You scared me to death. Mom, you scared me to death. You suddenly fell from the sky. I almost got bitten. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that her face was pale. She couldn't even speak properly. Her legs were still trembling. While she was showering, a colorful snake coiled around the shower head. Yi Zhixiang didn't notice it and turned on the hot water. The snake coiled around the copper shower. Head fell down with a pop. Yi Zhixiang screamed on the spot. Two strange things happened yesterday, And tonight, old Madam Yi knew that Hosea had made a move. He did not send anyone to teach her and her daughter a lesson, but he knew what their weakness was. She was afraid of cats, her daughter was afraid of snakes, and her son-in-law was afraid of the police. At this time, Sun Yaozu had not returned since the night before. Old Madam Yi, who did not dare to live in the villa anymore, dialed Yi Zhifan's number with trembling fingers. Yi Zhifan still didn't know what had happened. When he heard that she was going to stay over tonight, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly refused. Mom, you know how much Sun Dongqing dislikes you. If you really live over, there won't be a day of peace at home. Moreover, Ying is about to take the college entrance examination and is living at home. I need to think for her. Ying, who was also taking the college entrance examination this year, became the family's most protected target. Every morning, Yi Zhifan would drive her to school, and in the afternoon, Sun Dongqing would bring her back home with boiled soup and fruits. Old Madam Yi felt a little better after hearing such a reason for rejection. Relying on Yi Zhifan was also old Madam Ye's wishful thinking. She had been waiting for good news, but as the college entrance examination approached, there was still no progress. The matter had not been resolved, but she wanted to live in his house. How was that possible? However, the situation was a little strange. Why did she call him and say that she wanted to stay at his house in the middle of the night? Did something happen on the other side? She didn't ask Yi Qian to drop out of school, but she called him in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yi Zhifan's expression changed. Could it be that what he guessed before was true? Aunt's family came to find Yi Qian. Chapter 1189. He couldn't be blamed for making wild guesses. Yi Qian's rise was too mysterious. After investigating for 4 years, he couldn't find anything else other than the fact that Chen Dongfeng from Fujian Town High School had been taking care of Yi Qian. Soon, Yi Zhifan knew he guessed wrong. After hearing the whole story from the Yi family's housekeeper, Yi Zhifan, who was in a daze for a long time, wished he hadn't guessed wrong. He'd rather guess that his aunt's family came looking for Yi Qian and mistook her for his aunt's granddaughter. "We're in big trouble," he muttered softly. His brows furrowed deeply. He didn't think that the usually shrewd old Madam Yi would dare to spread rumors about Hosea, who even the provincial government wouldn't dare to provoke. Hosea was keeping Yi Qian as a mistress. How could she dare to think and say that? Fortunately, he didn't know about this. Since Hosea made a move, she must have found out that he wasn't involved in this from the beginning to the end. Yi Zhifan realized that it was impossible to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Sun Yaozu also thought about it. After hearing about what happened from his subordinates in the villa, he decided to stay in a hotel and didn't plan to go home for a while. Old Madam Yi and Yi Zhixiang suffered when he didn't go home. With a knife on their necks, they worried about him every night. In less than 3 days, the mother and daughter lost a lot of weight. Old Madam Yi used to be in good spirits, but after 3 days, she finally looked like she was in her 60s instead of her 50s. The soft knife that Hosea set up was very bright and sharp, but it just didn't fall down for a while. The old Madam Yi finally went directly to the hospital under great mental pressure. Sun Yaozu, who didn't come back, called back a few thugs from the coastal area to guard the hospital, which made Madam Yi feel more at ease. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. Yi Qian took the file from Hosea. She didn't know what was going on and took out a piece of A4 paper. When she saw the words Provincial First High School Grade 12 Class 1 Yi Qian kept by a mysterious rich businessman printed on it, she couldn't help but clear her throat. "Brother Z, You can just get rid of it. You really don't have to send it over for me to take a look, she said unnaturally. It was really embarrassing. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be rumored to be a mistress by the famous third master. Hosea smiled faintly and said, I also investigated the Yi family and found a few interesting things. I'll tell you about it after your college entrance examination. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a glare from Xia Yiwei. She immediately added, If I say it now, I'm afraid it will affect your exam. Don't stand here if you don't know how to talk. Xia Yiwei's expression darkened. She turned to comfort Yi Qian. Compared to your college entrance exam, these trivial matters are nothing. It's just a bunch of trivial matters. Sixth brother asked me to come over and tell you to take the college entrance exam well. He will try to make a trip back during your college entrance exam. Nowadays, the school didn't allow grade 12 students to casually answer phone calls. If the parents had any issues, they could contact the teachers first, and the teachers would then pass the message to the students. Even Xia Jinyuan couldn't contact Yi Qian. When she heard that old Madam Yi was in the hospital, Yi Qian, who was in a good mood, pursed her lips and smiled. The Yi family's matters are indeed a little complicated. Thank you for helping me hold them back, Brother Z. Without Hosea's help, old Madam Yi would come to the school again and again to cause trouble. Although she didn't want to, it would affect the school more or less. She didn't want to affect the school before graduation. Chapter 1190. In fact, Yi Qian didn't expect Hosea to keep the Yi family hanging and even scare old Madam Yi to the point of being hospitalized. He didn't expect this at first, but when he saw Hosea chasing after Xia Yiwei, he vaguely understood why he made the Yi family worry for so long. It was all to get close to the woman he loved. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the two figures walk away under the bright sun. That year, Hosea blew up his gun collection in Mount Dalong for Xia Yiwei. From this, it could be seen how deep his feelings for Xia Yiwei were. How could Hosea accept to give up and watch his beloved woman marry another man? The two of them were so compatible from the back. Coupled with Hosea's perseverance, their 17 years of relationship wouldn't end just like that. One day, they would have a happy ending. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. The entire third year of high school gradually calmed down from crazily revising, crazily doing questions, and crazily sprinting. The last 4 days were no longer sprinting for the college entrance exam. The teachers wouldn't always remind the students how long it was until the college entrance exam. In the last 4 days, the students gradually relaxed and sprinted towards the college entrance exam in their best condition. In 1999, the college entrance exam was first filled in before taking the exam. Some students even talked about their future college life. Their words were full of yearning. Those who wanted to go to college were already preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. When they chatted, the most common words they heard were, "What will happen when I go to college?" And those who didn't want to go to college finally didn't have to worry about affecting those who wanted to go to college. When they heard similar words, they laughed and said, Okay, I'll play with you when the time comes. The third year's Class 1 students had the worst grades. They had no problem getting into a second-tier university. Therefore, the topic they talked about the most was, "Your school is too far from mine. It's too long to take the train. My dad did some research. Your school's management major is quite good. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply to your school. Don't mention it. I regret it too. If the admission cutoff score this year is too high, I'm worried that I won't be able to get in. It'll be so embarrassing if I have to restudy. What did Yi Qian apply to? How come I don't know? She gave up on Tsinghua University and West University. What school did she apply to? I don't know. I didn't hear it from her. And Jiasen and the others don't know either. Every time they chatted, the topic would always unknowingly turn to Yi Qian. Although some students also kept the school they applied to a secret, Yi Qian was always the center of attention, so he always attracted a lot of attention. Not only were the students in the same class discussing in low voices, but the students from other classes were also discussing in low voices. However, no one knew which school Yi Qian had applied to. In the past, she would feel a little jealous when she mentioned it. However, with the college entrance examination in 4 days, she couldn't help but feel a little melancholy when she talked about it again. At the same time as the college entrance examination, the time that you, I, and he spent together also entered the countdown. This also meant that their high school lives were coming to an end. After going their separate ways, they might not have the chance to meet again in the future. The feeling of jealousy lessened, and the reluctance to part increased. Yi Qian had always known that her classmates were secretly discussing which school she had applied to. Originally, she wanted to tell her classmates, but after Teacher Tong talked to her, she found out that there were only 4 students in the entire Nen province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was the only girl who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was also the only student in the province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. Chapter 1191. As the Hua University and West University of the military schools, the National University of Science and Technology only accepted a small number of students each year. The admission score for the engineering and technology courses was sometimes higher than the admission score for Hua University and West University. Yi Qian, who had always had good grades, listened to Xia Jinyuan's advice and chose the lower admission score for the command course. Even she had to fill in her application and major conservatively. It was obvious how difficult it was to get into the National University of Science and Technology in the 1990s. After Teacher Tong's reminder, Yi Qian remained silent on his application for the college entrance exam. Fortunately, the students did not pester him, which made Yi Qian feel a little relieved. On the 3rd day of the college entrance exam, the 6th floor of Class 5 seemed to have been triggered. Pieces of paper floated up from the 6th floor like snowflakes, followed by the students of the 4 classes on the 6th floor. The candidates of the 3 classes downstairs were dumbfounded. Damn, are they tearing the books? No way, there are still 3 days left. Don't they plan to revise anymore? The students of grade 12 class 1 looked up from the sea of test papers and stacks of revision materials. They were a little confused. Tearing the books. Did the 4 classes upstairs have to be so arrogant? They seemed to be enjoying themselves. What should I do? My hands are itching too. And Jiasen rubbed her hands and muttered to Yi Qian, "Why don't we go to the rooftop later and tear a few books? I want to tear those evil English books." Yi Qian looked at the empty desk in front of him and smiled. "You can try. I can't do it." As he spoke, Teacher Tong came over with dozens of woven bags. The class representative, Lu Xin, followed closely behind with dozens of woven bags in each hand. Teacher Tong, who was standing by the podium, still had a gentle smile on her face. She said to the students who didn't quite understand why LVXIN came in with a woven bag, "Every year, the revision materials, class notes, and test papers of our grade 12 class 1 students will become the hottest materials in the next grade 12 class 3. As for me, in order to prevent you from tearing up your books like the 4 classes upstairs, I've prepared in advance to collect and bind your books. Students in the first row of each group go to Lou Exien to get a woven bag and put away the revision materials that you no longer need. The classroom was suddenly filled with wails. They had been fighting with Teacher Tong for 2 years, but they still lost. Teacher Tong, we also want to tear the books. I heard that this will reduce stress. We need to reduce the pressure. Teacher Tong. After wailing, all of them began to talk about it with smiles on their faces. The college entrance examination was coming, and they were about to part ways. Laughter could dilute the sadness of parting. After sending off the graduates one after another, Teacher Tong looked at the youthful faces filled with the temperament of the rising sun, and the gentle smile on her face deepened. Take out your test papers with the highest and lowest scores and tear them apart on the last day of your high school career. Just as he finished speaking, the students laughed again. What about Yi Qian? She doesn't have a highest or lowest score. Even her average score is the same. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian's grades had always been strangely stable. No matter how difficult or easy the test papers were, she could always maintain the same score. It was as if she had calculated it beforehand. Yi Qian smiled and said, I also have a test paper with high and low marks, but I don't have the chance to tear it up. She spread her hands in front of her desk. Only then did the entire class realize that her desk was the cleanest and tittiest desk in the entire class. How could it not be clean and tidy without a single book? Her homework, revision materials, and test papers had already been taken away by the teachers in advance to prevent her from learning from the other students and tearing the books. Chapter 1192. The difference, the treatment. It should be taken away in advance for the next batch of third-year students to worship and look up to. No way, not a single set of test papers is left. I wanted to snatch one for my sister. The teacher is too cruel, not leaving a single set for us students. Amidst the laughter, the monotonous high school life began to come to an end. Time passed by unconsciously. Looking back, it was already time to say goodbye. Where's my message book? Anyone who didn't leave behind a calligraphy piece, remember to leave it. There are only 3 days left. Don't let me have any regrets. Yang Su, what's your contact information? Why didn't you fill it out? How am I going to find you in the future? In 1999, the most popular forms of communication were home phone, MSN, and QICQ, which had just emerged. Yi Jian was an exception. She did not have any of the 3 forms of communication, and Jiasin was angry. Damn, do I have to put up a missing person notice if I want to find you in the future? After her anger subsided, she left with Yi Qian through the back door at noon. She entered the internet cafe with the speed of a turtle and applied for a QQ number for Yi Qian. What's your name? Invincible in the province's #1 middle school. What about email? There has to be one. I also have to choose a self-portrait. How about a blonde girl? Opening the 1999 QICQ application, Yi Qian filled it out slowly. Although QICQ was not as popular as MSN, it was very popular in the student group. In 2000, QICQ became the main contact information for students. It could be said that every student had one. When Yi Qian wrote his name in the name column, and Jessen was puzzled, green helmet, what kind of name is that? Shouldn't it be more domineering? Also, helmet is a hat, right? Can I understand it as a green hat? Cuckolded. Facing a good friend who could twist a very normal name into a different meaning, Yi Qian, who was already used to it, calmly said, green represents hope and the helmet represents protection. You can use normal thinking to understand it as protect the green hope. Don't you think it's more domineering? And Jiasin silently bit her fingernails and said with some internal injuries, "You are indeed much more domineering." It turned out that being a cuckold could be understood in this way. The ability of good students to understand things was much higher than theirs. Yi Qian didn't bother registering her cell phone or pager number. She didn't have a cell phone or pager number. It didn't take long for Yi Qian to have a 6-digit QQ account, while Jiasin became her first QQ friend. Seeing her online name, Yi Qian couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Please call me Empress. You're really domineering. You must have watched too many kung fu movies." A Qing dynasty drama was popular all over the country. Even she, who never watched TV, would occasionally watch it when she had a headache. The actors were very familiar. One of the maids and 2 of the girls later became big stars. However, at that time, they were already past their prime. "I like how domineering the Empress is," and Jiasin said as she took out a graduation message book from her bag. "Come on, let's add a few students' QICQ numbers. Later, we'll go to the stationery store to buy a graduation souvenir book. Everyone in the class has one, but I don't see you getting one." Classmate Jane Eyre, sometimes you have to go with the flow. In her previous life, Yi Qian had developed a cold and quiet personality. She had never participated in any group activities. Chapter 1193. There weren't as many class activities as there were in high school when she was studying in town. Plus, her classmates had developed a habit of not asking her to come along, so it was normal that Yi Qian didn't participate in class activities. And Yi Qian had been away from class for too long, so she didn't realize that there was anything wrong. If it weren't for Jiasin's reminder in high school, she would have remained like she was in middle school, acting alone and avoiding class activities. And Jiasin had helped Yi Qian a lot in her second year of high school. She had helped her integrate into high school life faster and integrate into the group. She was no longer walking alone and studying alone. "Let's buy a thicker one. I'm afraid there will be other classmates." With Jiasin's help, Yi Qian, who had a cold personality, became much more tactful when it came to interpersonal relationships. Plus, she had a man who had held her hand as she grew up helping her. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian realized that she had changed a lot. At the very least, she could communicate with her classmates normally and wouldn't subconsciously keep a distance. No matter how thick it is, it can't be that thick. Prepare 2, 1 for class and 1 for other classes. And Jiasin made the decision. Yi Qian didn't have any objections. In fact, Yi Jian had never thought of preparing a graduation note. She had been reborn and had lived 2 lives. No matter how much she integrated into the student life, she was still young and had not experienced many things. She was different from a student who had not experienced many things. But Jiasin was right. Sometimes she needed to go with the flow. Everyone in class had a message book, so how could she be an exception? Some of her classmates had started preparing 1 a month ago. She was the latest. Thanks to Jiasin's suggestion to buy 2 guidebooks, Yi Jian handed her guidebook to LVXIN after returning to school that day. In less than an afternoon, the entire guidebook was filled with the words of every student in the class. "Wow, Yi Qian applied for QICQ today. Quickly write it down. Maybe we'll have to ask her for help when we're in college." "How many? How many? I'll write them down." Finally, I have a way to contact her. She didn't leave it. I didn't dare to ask. As for the other message booklet, After Zhang Bin conveniently took it away, the message booklet began to circulate among the various liners. When it returned to Yi Qian, the entire message booklet was filled from the first page to the last. He's very popular. Should we add all the students who left QICQ? And Jiasin clicked her tongue in amazement as she flipped through the comments. I dare say that all the top 100 seniors have left comments. Yi Qian, who was earnestly writing his blessings in a message book, didn't even raise his head as he smiled faintly. I'll go to an internet cafe and add them one by one after the holidays. We can still keep in touch in the future. Yi Qian, are you done yet? Let's take a photo together. A boy stood at the door of the classroom and said with a young and inexperienced voice, "Several classes of students are waiting for you on the lawn. They are all waiting for you to come down." Every year, the provincial first high school would give the examinees a day and a half off. One day was for the students to rest and prepare for the exam, and the other half was for the students to take group photos in school. Taking group photos was very important. It was so important that half a day wasn't enough. After taking group photos with the entire class, it was time for the students to take group photos with each other. After the third year of high school, some students might not see each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to preserve this moment was to take group photos. Chapter 1194. Yi Qian, over here, over here. And Jessen, who was standing beside Zhang Bin, jumped up and down like a rabbit as she waved at Yi Qian. They've been waiting so long for you that they've turned into a giraffe. After she finished speaking, the tall Zhang Bin smiled at his classmates and said, "Hurry up and decide if you want to take a photo with Yi Qian alone. Otherwise, you'll be asked to leave by the other students." Yes, 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 you must. In the future, when Yi Qian becomes famous, I can even show off my photos to my wife and brag about it. You're thinking so far ahead. You don't even have a girlfriend, and you're already thinking about your wife. Coming. Hurry up and see if my hair is messed up. Yes, ma'am. If it's not messed up, I don't see you looking any more handsome. I'm so nervous to be able to take a photo with the top student in the province. My palms are sweating. Hearing the soft voices of the boys, the popular Yi Qian walked over with a smile. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. With the sound of the camera clicking, the young and carefree smiles froze, becoming the most beautiful memories in the years to come. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the golden sun was setting, the laughter gradually turned into sobbing. The non-resident students began to carry their empty backpacks home. The students who were not assigned to the exam also packed their luggage and checked into the hotel closest to the exam venue. The figures of the parents also appeared on the campus. It was as if they had just started school and hurried to and fro with their luggage. The same figures, the same pace, but the direction they were walking in was like a farewell. Yi Qian, who was holding a camera in his hand, stood in the shade of a tree. His gaze swept across the familiar campus bit by bit, and he unconsciously let out a long sigh. The second year of high school was over. Finished taking a photo with the principal, and Jessen, who had found her way over, interrupted Yi Qian's thoughts. Her voice was not as crisp as it had been in the photo, and it was a little heavy. It feels like the school has suddenly become much quieter. Indeed, it was quiet. Even the faint sunset had lost its last rays, leaving behind a smoky white color that enveloped the entire campus. The usual hustle and bustle had disappeared. The laughter and the sound of reading had also disappeared. It seemed that even the chirping of cicadas had become much softer, leaving only a few weak and feeble chirping. Yi Qian put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, When there's a reunion, there's a parting. Let's look forward to our next reunion. Parting had always been a sad topic. Yi Qian smiled and changed the topic. Have you packed your things? Can you move in now? It's all packed. The entire dormitory is empty. It was rare for Unshakable to be sad, and it seemed like she wouldn't be able to get over it for a while. She and Yi Qian were both taking their exams at school. She had originally planned to stay in the dormitory and wait for her parents to come over after the exams, but Yi Qian suggested that they might as well move out of school and stay with her for a few days. The college entrance exam was on schedule. There were police officers guarding the front and back gates to clear the way for the students. On such a hot day, parents held umbrellas and chatted with smiles on their faces at the school gates, but in reality, they were even more nervous than the examinees. The buses stopped on both sides of the school road. The traffic police led the way and escorted every student into the school. The teachers who followed the buses checked on the buses again. They only left after making sure that all the students had alighted. The students from other schools who came to take the exam yesterday had already familiarized themselves with the examination halls and knew where they were. After entering the school, they went straight to the corresponding examination halls. Ying, who was wearing the uniform of No. 2 high school, raised her head as she stood at the entrance of the school. After nearly 2 years, she was once again standing at the entrance of the school. In the next few days, she would definitely make the school regret ever trying to dissuade her. Chapter 1195. Yi Ying, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. A classmate urged her. Yi Ying pursed her lips, her eyes cold. She raised her head, chin slightly, and walked proudly through the provincial first high school's campus amidst the noise. Yi Qian was reminding Unshakable, keep your admission ticket safe, and don't lose it. Don't panic during the exam. Just act like you normally do. Also, don't look around while taking the exam. I know. I'm on the first floor. You're on the fourth. Hurry. It was the first time Unshakable learned that Yi Qian had the potential to be a chatterbox. She laughed and said, You're even more worried than my mom. Hurry. Damn, why is she here too? Unshakable almost bit her tongue as she hurriedly corrected herself. She widened her eyes and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Which exam hall is she in? God bless her. Please don't be in the same exam hall as me. Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying indifferently and chuckled. So, what if she's in the same exam hall as you? You take your exam, and she'll take hers. Also, please don't be in the same exam hall as you. If she really is in the same exam hall as you, you must pretend that you didn't see her. Don't be distracted by small movements during the exam. And don't look up, okay? Also, if you find an unknown note, report it to the invigilator immediately. Don't do anything like bending over. Yi Qian was nagging, and now it was Unshakable who was nagging. Villains were the hardest to guard against, especially villains like Yi Ying. And Unshakable had classified her as a dangerous person who needed to be quarantined for life. Yi Ying also saw Yi Jian. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she secretly clenched her teeth. Then, with a bright and beautiful smile on her face, she walked over with an arrogant classmate, chatting and laughing with them. Her expression told Yi Qian that even if she left the provincial first high school, she would still be a celebrity in class. Look at her smug face. Bah! And Unshakable rolled her eyes. What's so great about a villain getting her way? Yi Qian smiled and said a few more words to her before heading to the exam hall on the 4th floor. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yi Qian saw the arrogant Yi Ying standing at the entrance of the staircase, looking down at him. He hadn't seen her for almost 2 years, and she looked more and more like the Yi Ying from his previous life. Yi Qian's eyes darkened, and his expression turned cold as he walked past her. You want to be arrogant? Ha! Let her be arrogant towards the air. You're really shameless to be kept by a mafia boss. Being ignored, Yi Ying's expression twisted fiercely. She turned to face Yi Qian, who brushed past her, and said through gritted teeth, I want to see how good you are and what kind of score you can get. Yi Qian had no interest in stopping to talk to her. He kept walking up to the 4th floor. There were many students walking in and out of the corridor. Yi Ying wanted to restrain herself, even if she wanted to vent. She chased up to the 4th floor and saw Yi Qian enter the same exam room as her. Yi Ying, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly smiled. She had wanted to find out which exam room the wretched girl would be in, and then ask her acquaintances in the Education Bureau to see if they could arrange for her to be surrounded by poor students. In the end, she gave up because she was worried about the mafia boss who kept the wretched girl. She didn't think that the heavens would help her and arrange for the wretched girl to be in the same exam room as her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with calculation. Her anger from being ignored by Yi Qian was swept away, and she revealed a strange smile. Yi Qian felt that Jiasen's mouth was really sharp. He didn't think that he would really be in the same exam room as her. Seeing her flickering eyes, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. The familiar Yi Ying was here again. It seemed like she wanted to play some tricks during the exam. Chapter 1196. Then should he play with her? While she was still considering, Yi Ying walked over. She looked down at her and sneered. You motherless thing want to surpass me? Don't even think about it. Just you wait, stupid girl. I'll show you my true strength. You have parents, but you can still raise a child like you. You're no different from a beast. Yi Jian answered indifferently. There was coldness in his dark and bottomless eyes. He was enjoying Yi Ying's sudden change of expression calmly. You're worse than a beast. I'll give you my blessing for the college entrance examination. The exam was coming soon. Yi Ying was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her fists and controlled her hands that were about to swing out. She gritted her teeth and said, Just you wait. Since middle school, other than just you wait, what else can you say? Yi Ying, I've been waiting. Compared to Yi Ying's angry face, Yi Qian, who was provoked, was much calmer. He continued to provoke her. You still want to play tricks in the exam? I'm also waiting. I'm looking forward to it. He said Yi Ying's plan as if he could read her mind. She was so shocked that the anger on her face was replaced by shock. Luckily, Yi Shifan taught her well. Yi Ying was only shocked for a short while. She pressed her lips together and said, I won't let you be proud for too long. I'll make you understand that you're not as good as me. So what if you have good grades? Do you think you can stand out just because you have good grades? What else do you have besides good grades? Do you know what you need to walk out of society, relying on connections? Do you think you're qualified to compete with me? As more and more students entered the exam hall, Yi Ying ended the confrontation with what she thought was a fierce glare. She returned to her seat. The sun had already shone on every corner of the school. Someone stood in the shade of a tree outside the school. His handsome face had a faint smile, and his eyes were gentle as he looked at the corner of the school building. He ran all the way here because of traffic control, but he was still a little late. He didn't personally send her to the exam hall. Time ticked away, and the parents who had been waiting all lowered their voices and chatted softly. Their topics revolved around the school that they had applied to and their daughter's results. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly without any intention of getting involved. It was not until the name he was most familiar with came up that he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. After listening for a while, his thin lips curved into a perfect smile. His little fox was so famous that even the parents of the students knew about her. 30 minutes had passed since the exam started. Yi Qian, who didn't know Xia Jinyuan was there, started answering the questions on the last page. Her writing speed was too fast, and she was very famous in all the schools in the southern province. The invigilator stood beside her, watching her answer the questions while scanning the exam hall with his sharp eyes. The invigilator, who was gradually attracted by her answering speed, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Too fast, too fast. As a teacher, he couldn't keep up with her speed. After 50 minutes, Yi Qian finished answering all the questions. At 60 minutes, he was the first student to hand in his paper and leave the classroom. Her departure caused the entire exam hall to become even quieter. The godlike existence of Yi Qian from the province was indeed famous. No, pass. Yi Ying, who was still working on the questions, looked at the figure walking past her. She bit her lower lip and stared at her unfinished paper with a gloomy look in her eyes. Chapter 1197. Other than the occasional nervous coughing in the large classroom, the entire examination hall was so quiet that only the rustling of the pens could be heard. Yi Qian's early submission of the papers had undoubtedly stimulated the students' answering speed. Even the invigilator suddenly felt the pressure increase. He stood at the side of the aisle, his eyes fixed on all the students. If he found any suspicious cheaters, he would immediately go over to investigate. Yi Ying, with a gloomy expression, clenched the note tightly. She pretended to sit up straight and glanced at the empty desk 2 seats away from her from the corner of her eye. She put away the note with great reluctance. She actually handed in her papers so early. She couldn't move at all. Wretched girl, you're lucky. There was still 1.5 hours left between 9 o'clock a.m. and 11:30 a.m. The examinees were still writing at a high speed, burying their heads in the questions. Accompanying them were the tireless cries of the cicadas. The cries were sometimes loud and sometimes hurried, just like the mood of the examinees as they worked on the questions. Why is there a kid coming out? No way. It's only been 70 minutes. Whose kid is it? Let me see. There's a girl called Yi Qian in our provincial first high school. My child said that he took 2 mock exams with her. She was the one who handed in her papers early each time. A parent who was also an examinee from the provincial first high school craned his neck to look at the school. He immediately recognized the girl who was walking over and exclaimed, "Oh, it's really Yi Jian. This kid. She's amazing. She's done with the exam." Yi Qian was no stranger to the parents of the provincial first high school. She was the representative of the entire school at the opening ceremony every year. Every time the teacher introduced her results, she was so far ahead that the parents of the new students gasped. The difference between first place and second place was not a difference of 5 or 10 points, but a difference of 70 or 80 points. Yi Qian planned to go home and cook for Njesen when she came back from the exam. When she was a short distance away from the back door of the school, Yi Qian could hear the discussion of the parents. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She only wanted to hurry home and cook a good meal. She forgot that she would be seen by the parents if she came out so early. Without thinking much, Yi Qian walked to the left side of the classroom building. 3 o'clock. A familiar and elegant male voice came from the other side of the wall. Yi Qian who was standing in the middle of the shrubs, had a glint in his eyes. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 3 o'clock. The June sun was so bright that it was like a handful of broken diamonds scattered everywhere. The girl he loved looked up and smiled at him. "You're here." They had known each other for 4 years, and her smile would always inadvertently make his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan gazed into her dark eyes, which could disperse the heat around him, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, I'm here. I've walked through thousands of mountains and rivers just to walk to your side, to hear your voice, to see your smile, and to hear you say you're here. All the hardships and tiredness disappear in an instant, leaving only joy in my heart. No one will notice if we come out from here." Xia Jinyuan, who had half of his body above the wall, waved at the girl who was walking towards him. He looked at her warmly and said, "I'll keep watch for you. Having a special forces soldier keep watch for something like this was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." The two of them were very close, only about 4 or 5 meters apart. Yi Qian walked over and stood on a rock in the shrubs. She looked up and smiled at the man with gentle eyes. "Did you also climb over the wall 2 years ago?" During the National Day military training 2 years ago, she had said that she would confirm her relationship with him after she graduated from high school. Xia Jinyuan had rushed over because of his promise. Of course, Yi Qian remembered. Hundreds of days had passed, but his feelings for her were still the same. The graduation of the 3rd year of high school was on schedule, and so was her promise. She looked at the man who had been waiting for her for 4 years with a smile. "I've always remembered it in my heart. I've never forgotten it." When he made the promise, the little fox's eyebrows were young and tender, and her face was embarrassed. But now she was natural and unrestrained, and she answered him with a calm demeanor. The scenes of the past flashed before his eyes, and today he finally waited for the flower to bloom. Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes. Filled with tenderness, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently with excitement and sincerity. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.